Chapter 105. He suppressed Inuyasha. He seized Taisuya. Yijose used 6 dogs as collateral. He drove the excavator all over the world. Kimimaro waved him away helplessly. He pulled out his ribs and patted everyone's stunned faces. Why did she take my Taisuya? Inuyasha tightened his belt. His face was flushed red. She had to use this method. I thought. Kimimaro glanced at him expressionlessly. What else did you think? Inuyasha held his breath and looked annoyed. What else did you think? Taisuya. 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 Fake Suya. Where's the jelly ding Suya? Play. His Excellency is already very gentle to you. Kimimaro retorted sincerely. If he treats you in a rough way, then you should be naked now, right? Inuyasha's expression stiffened. Not a single piece of clothing. Yes. Inuyasha. Are you a dog? Kimimaro smiled faintly. There seemed to be a pitch-black lily blooming behind him. His Excellency will strip the fur off disobedient dogs. Strip. But now. Your clothes are still hanging on your body. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes. Isn't His Excellency gentle enough? Inuyasha was speechless. A warm breeze blew past. It brought with it the warmth of the blazing sun. However, Inuyasha felt as if he was cold. She suddenly shivered and wrapped the fire rat fur coat tightly like a virgin. He felt that if he said the words, "not gentle," again, it was as if Kimimaro could strip him naked. But could it be that Saishomaru had suffered such a shameful thing? Inuyasha was curious. He turned his head in a suicidal manner. He quietly sized up the puppy squatting on the ridge of the field. His brother's dark golden eyes suddenly narrowed. She fixed her gaze on his face. Inuyasha was shocked, and his hair stood on end. It was as if he would pass away if he continued asking. It was too scary. Yijose drove the excavator to the bone-eating well. He grabbed Iron Suya and jumped in without any hesitation. He still had a special dungeon in the Warring States era that he had yet to complete. As long as the Jinjiang system was not out of its mind, it would never send him to another world to work while he was transmigrating to the bone-eating well. After all, after going through several worlds, Yijose gradually discovered that as long as he didn't kill the marauders, the Jinjiang system would place him in that world until he completed his mission. Whether it was the Warring States period, the Ninja world, or the Holy Grail War, he could only stay there if he did not meet the mission requirements. Once the raiders were eliminated, the Jinjiang system would naturally do everything it could to bring him to the next world. With the same logic, before the special dungeon was completed, the Jinjiang system's attitude toward him was to let him grow. As long as this grow did not turn into exile, it should not be a problem for him to enter the bone-eating well. And reality proved that. When Yijose emerged from the well, he was in Guwei's home 500 years later, the Sunset Shrine. Ah, a familiar building, a familiar whistle, and a familiar electric pole. Yijose climbed to the edge of the well and changed into an inconspicuous kimono in a corner. Moments later, without alerting anyone, he snuck out of the Sunset Shrine. He passed through the streets and alleys, merging into the dense crowd. Yijose scanned the date on the newspaper. He still remembered that the last time he was here was in Japan in 1994, but now it was in Japan in 2004. 10 years had passed since he crossed over. In this space-time, there was no Fuyuki City in Japan, nor was there a so-called clock tower of time. But apart from that, many things and structures had not changed. For example, he could still find places that sold swords and swords in Japan. Unlike Hua Xiao's strict control over swords and swords were commodities that could be sold in Japan. The older swords and swords were, the more expensive they were. Many swords that were national treasures were worth an astronomical figure. However, Yi Jiusa did not look for places to sell swords and swords for collection. He used some tricks and exchanged gold for banknotes. Then, according to Tai Suya's figure, he bought a large number of swords and swords of the same style. Since Yi Jiusa did not care about quality, only quantity, he eventually obtained 5 bundles of swords from the limited amount of banknotes. As night fell, he wandered outside for a long time, avoiding all prying eyes, and quietly returned to the sunset shrine. After a night, Yi Jiusa carried the 5 bundles of swords in his backpack and returned to the Warring States period 500 years ago. Before Nara and the glass arrived, he broke into the Maple Village and once again rudely dragged Inuyasha out. "What the hell do you want?" Inuyasha was wearing the fire rat fur coat, and he looked like he had just woken up. "Why do you always drag me?" Yi Jiusa looked at him strangely. "Do you want me to carry you?" Inuyasha was speechless. He sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling his temples throbbing. After a long time, Inuyasha raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Enough nonsense, Inuyasha." Yi Jiusa threw down the 5 bundles of swords and said seriously, "Get up. Let's do something big." Ah. At noon the next day, in the depths of the forest, demons danced and monsters gathered. Big news. Big news. The largest sword-making factory in the West has closed down. Yi Jiusa took out the loudspeaker and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Tai Suya production line has completely collapsed. In order not to owe the little monsters wages, all Tai Suya will be sold at 20 gold coins. All of them will be sold at 20 gold coins. Don't miss it. Action is better than excitement. Only 20 gold coins. Only 20 gold coins. Take home the same Tai Suya." Because of the gimmick of Tai Suya, almost all the big and small monsters within 100 miles had gathered. They stared suspiciously at the pile of swords on Yi Jiusa's stall and smashed them one by one. "Tai Suya. Isn't there only one? I heard it's with the youngest son of the King of Tusks." Yi Jiusa slapped his thigh and fiercely retorted, "Oh, you don't know about this. The King of Tusks won't even give a good thing like Tai Suya to his eldest son. How could he give it to his youngest son?" All the monsters looked at her, sizing up Yi Jiusa's delicate and soft appearance while examining the pile of beautifully packaged Tai Suya. Many monsters became greedy and wanted to kidnap her along with the swords. But when they met the cold eyes of the 6 dogs, their legs turned to jelly and they felt a chill down their spines. In this delicate atmosphere, they managed to maintain a reliable balance and were willing to listen to Yi Jiusa's words. "You may not believe it, but the sword in Inuyasha's hand is not Tai Suya." Yi Jiusa continued, "The real Tai Suya has already become a burial object of the King of Tusks and entered the underworld with him." Burial object. Underworld. Human, you said that Tai Suya became a burial object. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Yi Jiusa pushed a sword in front of him. Because there is no Tai Suya in the human world, the West wants to make a second one. But the sword made by the West doesn't have the real power of Tai Suya. Yi Jiusa patted the samurai sword and said with a smile, "But as a replica of Tai Suya, it has great power. I believe you have fought with Inuyasha before, right?" Yi Jiusa said, "The Tai Suya on his waist is also a replica. But a replica of Tai Suya is not an ordinary one. If one carefully nurtures the sword, even if it is a replica, it can still grow." Grow. Yes, grow. Yi Jiusa generously handed over the sword in his hand for the monsters to examine. You can feel its material. It is very different from the swords you usually see. Heh heh, how could the monsters 500 years ago have seen a fine sword forged from tungsten steel in the 21st century? It is indeed different. It is harder. It seems to be more durable. That's right. Yijose said with a smile, this is a genuine taisuya from the West. Just like Inuyasha's weapon, it has spirituality. It's about 20 gold coins. You won't lose out or be fooled. Even if the sword doesn't recognize you and you don't have the same mind as it, it's a beautiful thing to admire it day and night. After all, other than me, where else can you get a replica of this quality? The monsters were a little tempted. They all felt that they were the most special ones. Who knew if they bought a replica of Taisuya and really nurtured it into a peerless divine weapon? 20 gold coins. It was not a loss, not a loss. Think carefully, I only have 5 bundles here. The moment he finished speaking, the monsters behind Yijose, under the watchful eyes of Sun Chi, started to buy. They rushed to take out their gold coins and asked Yijose for the fine swords. Yijose bought this batch of swords at a cost of 50 gold coins. However, he didn't expect to resell them and make a lot of money. Yijose kept the capital and 10% of the profit. He planned to send the rest of the gold coins to the West to please the goddess. After all, she was his daughter-in-law and he doted on her. When the monsters each took a handful of iron shatterer and left, when Yijose counted the money with a smile, when Inuyasha sulked with a dark face, Master Mithraea heaved a long sigh, feeling that Yijose had put in a lot of effort. What effort did she put in? Inuyasha was irritated. Last night, she made me sharpen the swords for her the whole night. The whole night. In the end, the 5 bundles of swords that he had painstakingly sharpened were sold by her. Not only that, but she also smeared Taisuya's reputation. His Taisuya was not a replica. We all know that your Taisuya is not a replica, but Inuyasha. Mithraea sighed. If you don't have enough strength to protect the treasure, it will be coveted by strong enemies and bring disaster. Her method is very crude, but she turned Taisuya from a unique treasure into a common thing that everyone has. Mithraea reminded him. Treasures are robbed, but common things are ignored. She's protecting you in a disguised way, Inuyasha. But. No buts. Mithraea shook his head. All the rumors will fall apart when you're strong enough. But with your current strength, you can only make Taisuya a replica. Mithraea. You. Why are you angry? Mithraea said. I think something must have happened for her to come up with this method. If you're extremely strong, she doesn't need to do this. Inuyasha hugged Taisuya and said unhappily, what could have happened? Didn't you notice? She's scattering Taisuya. Mithraea laughed. When the demons buy Taisuya, they will definitely use it. Then. If a demon really wins with Taisuya, the other party's reputation will be even more famous than yours. When that time comes, you will find that countless demons want to snatch Taisuya. Soon, you will understand whether holding Taisuya is a blessing or a curse. Without great strength, one had to hide their treasure. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to themselves and the people around them. Inuyasha didn't believe it at first, until the flying demon moth subordinates, Glass, and Nara came to this area and began to plunder Taisuya. At the beginning of the plundering, the demons felt that they had bought a treasure with 20 gold. Someone must be robbing a treasure, they thought. Thus, the battle to defend Taisuya officially began. All the demons united as a rope to resist the attacks of Glass and Nara. They were in high spirits and used all kinds of methods to defeat the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They overturned the attacks of Glass. When Nara saw that the situation was not good, she immediately abandoned glass and slipped away. Without wasting a single soldier, without using a single millimeter, without destroying a single strand, the danger was finally strangled in the cradle. Yijose nibbled on an apple and looked at the peaceful environment of Maple Village behind him, where smoke curled up. He smiled and left with light steps. After that, he sneaked into the demons' territory and told them an important news: if he escorted Lioli to the Red Land and handed her over to the West, he could gain the West's favor. Chapter 106. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for clearing the special large-scale dungeon. Save the world, save the gods. The data is being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for successfully defeating the flying demon moth. Protect the peace of the Western Kingdom. Maintain the history of the Warring States period. You are hereby rewarded with 3 years of survival time. Keep up the good work, strive for better results. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for completing the special dungeon mission. You are hereby rewarded with 3 years of survival time and a mysterious treasure chest. Please, Knight. The Jinjiang Systems announcement was monotonous. It was as calm as a monk with a heart as still as water. After sorting out the series of rewards, it hit its tracks as if it had never appeared. Yijose did not care, or rather, the Jinjiang Systems' personality of paying on time and not looking for trouble was very to his liking. If there was something, it would make a noise. If there was nothing, it would be fine. It would not disturb the employees' lives, it would not interfere with the employees' private lives, it would not care about the employees' lazy behavior. As long as the mission could be completed in the end, the process did not seem to matter. The Jinjiang system was a good boss, it gave a lot of benefits and bonuses. Furthermore, it knew how to turn a blind eye to the situation. This considerate attitude made Yijose's life very comfortable. After solving the problem of the flying demon moth, Yijose excitedly took out a golden treasure chest from his backpack. Ever since he tasted the sweetness of opening treasure chests, he could not forget the mysterious treasure chest. He wished he could open 17 or 18 of them a day. There was no other way. As a DPS, he was also a DPS with fragile skin and weak blood, and often had a weak kidney. He did not dare to enter a large-scale dungeon without a bound healer by his side. But in a different world, where could he find a bound healer? Senju Takuma. Pfft. He was addicted to output and did not help. His 2 hard pectoral muscles could not produce milk at all. Instead of letting Senju Takuma heal, he might as well hang up the glucose himself. If his teammates were unreliable, he could only heal himself. In order to extend his life, Yijose needed a life-saving resurrection skill more than anyone else. Anyone was good. He tightened his grip on the treasure chest and held his breath. He reached out his trembling fingers and touched the shackles bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the lid of the box suddenly popped up, and a ball of golden light flew out and merged with his body. In the next second, a sharp and heavy sword aura suddenly flowed through his limbs and bones. Like an awakened lion, it jumped up and down along Yijose's meridians, making all the blood in his body boil. After a long time, it seemed to be satisfied. It slowly mixed with the pure yang qi and sank into the depths of the dantian, peacefully hibernating. Cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. Yijose let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that he had just fought a tough battle, and his limbs were sore and weak. However, after absorbing this energy, he realized that his strength had improved a lot. Just what kind of skill was this? It was so sharp that it made his heart palpitate. He was trembling as if he had been killed in a big offensive and defensive game. Ding! Congratulations, Knight, for unlocking the mysterious treasure chest. You have obtained the hidden sword sex skill, Wind from Mount Wu. This skill has been upgraded. Please. Yijose's expression was blank for a moment. He stared at his fair hands and couldn't help but touch his dantian. Wind from Mount Wu. Wind from Mount Wu. What the fuck, the wind from Mount Wu. Wind from Mount Wu was the hidden sword sex area of effect skill. It was known as Crazy, Hidden Sword Helicopter, and Deadly Windmill. Once this skill was activated, it could attack dozens of targets around it in a spiral pattern. Every attack could shave off a large amount of the enemy's health, and the enemy would not be able to defend themselves. In other words, if someone was hit by wind from Mount Wu, they would either die or be crippled. But at the same time, the hidden sword sex ultimate skill would also make them a target. Wind from Mount Wu was not just a healer skill, it was also a high-end DPS skill. After this skill was equipped, it meant that Yijiosa's mana would be drained even faster. Wind from Mount Wu was a rare ultimate skill. It was the path of madness that every hidden sword sect must embark on. It was a martial art that other DPS players dreamed of. Now that he had obtained this skill, he was probably not far from madness. For a moment, Yijiosa did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he had always been open-minded. Sometimes, he would get what he wanted, but he could not force what he wanted. Even if he could not get a healer skill now, it did not mean that he could not get one in the future. He had to look forward. If he clung to his past failures, wouldn't life be boring? Yijiosa was fully healed in 3 minutes. He drove the excavator with Kimimaro and the dogs back to the Western Kingdom. This time, Yijiosa was full of expectations for his achievements, to be promoted to a general, to marry his goddess, and to reach the pinnacle of his life. Little did he know that when he entered the Western Kingdom, he found that his achievements were zero, he did not have a general, his goddess had run away, and he was no longer at the pinnacle. A demon told him that his goddess was the Ling Moon Queen of the Western Kingdom. That was no big deal. Queen. Mature. Mature. Even if she liked SM, it was no big deal. A demon told him that the Ling Moon Queen was married a long time ago, but her husband died early. That was no big deal. Whether she was married or not, she was still a goddess. He did not mind. A demon told him that the Ling Moon Queen had a son named Saishomaru. That was no big deal. He was just a kid. He raised. Saishomaru. Yijiosa was speechless. Wait, his goddess was the Ling Moon Queen. The Ling Moon Queen married the Dojo King and gave birth to Saishomaru. The Dojo King cheated on Chana Mengmaru and gave birth to Inuyasha with 16 knights. Countless relationships were sorted out bit by bit in his mind. After understanding it, Yijiosa was stupefied for a long time. Then, he left the Western Kingdom. He never thought that the goddess he fell in love with was the silver-haired man in Fur's mother. He never thought that the dog abuser he killed with great effort was the goddess's son. He never thought that there was not only a set of genitals between him and the goddess, but also a bloody feud. Oh my God. I can't let the goddess know what crazy things I did to her son. Let's keep the good impression of each other in the beginning. He couldn't stay in the Western Kingdom anymore. Yijiosa came in a hurry and left in a panic. He quickly left the Western Kingdom, leaving the evil View and Nara behind. The former longed for the return of his master, sitting on the steps and sighing to the heavens. The latter was afraid that Yijiosa would suddenly return and find fault with him. He had no choice but to diligently serve in the army of the Western Kingdom, and from time to time, he had to suffer a few beatings from Kikyu. Compared with the attack power of Yijiosa and the 6 dogs, Kikyo's violent beating was much gentler. Even today, Nara is still full of gratitude for the miserable life. Yijiosa returned to the Maple Village as if he was fleeing. Coincidentally, Guwei had packed her bag and was about to return to the modern world. He was about to say hello when he found two soft children following behind her. Sister Guwei. The cute little girl looked up and smiled brightly. Ling's oral arithmetic is perfect. Can Ling get a reward? Guwei smiled and touched her head. Okay, what flavor of candy do you want? You can only have 10. Otherwise, you will have tooth decay if you eat too much. Ling. I want strawberry flavor. Ling looked serious. Well, I want all strawberry flavor. Didn't you say that you like grape flavor the most? Guwei scratched her nose. You changed your mind. No. This is a gift for White Boy. He is teaching me to do homework. Ling puffed up her face like a cute little pufferfish. Sister Guwei, let me tell you a secret. White Boy likes to eat sweets. White Boy sneered and crossed his arms. Don't listen to her nonsense. I just don't like your wastefulness. Oh. Guwei opened her dead fish eyes. So, is this the reason why you secretly ate all the egg tarts? White Boy. TSK, stingy woman, I just ate a little bit of your human food, but you have to hold a grudge for so long. He had to admit that after hanging out with these guys in the Maple Village for a long time, he really forgot his identity as a monster. Because of the never-ending feeding of Jiyuan pill, his life now was really no different from that of an ordinary person. But the difference was that he gradually formed a thin bond with the Maple Village. He knew that it was a kind of poison that couldn't be touched, but he didn't expect to take it happily. The more he spent time with it, the more he didn't want to return to that dark and damp place. White Boy suppressed his complicated emotions and casually said a few words to Guwei. Because the various qualities of his body were suppressed by the Jiyuan pill, it took a long time for him to notice the arrival of Yijiosa. Reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun, the beautiful girl stood on the path. Against the light, facing the wind, her skirt fluttered, free and unrestrained. The White Boy averted his eyes. Yijiosa was beautiful, but when he saw her, he always remembered the night he was tricked by her. His demonic horse was kidnapped, his crotch was torn, and his butt was spanked. This woman was crazy. He couldn't afford to offend her, but he could hide from her. White Boy could choose to leave at any time, but in order not to appear particularly cowardly, he pulled Ling's sleeve and abducted the little girl to go back to the village with him. Go away. Ha! I'll go back to the modern world with you. Yijiosa grinned and smiled. I plan to live in the modern world for a while. Edo City, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan, was one of the important transportation hub cities in the island country, located between Tokyo and Osaka. It was adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, and the scenery was beautiful. Countless people came to Lily because of its fame, boosting the city's economy. As a place with the royal divine wood, the Sunset Shrine was also a place where tourists often visited. They chose to climb the well at night. At this time, there was no sound of people around, only a few insects could be heard. My father passed away very early. Guwei unloaded the luggage and sorted the garbage. My mother ran this shrine and raised me and my brother. This is the place where I grew up for 15 years, it's my home. Yijiosa held the dog and listened quietly. The Sunset Shrine is very big, but except for the grocery room, there seems to be no other place to live. Guwei smiled embarrassedly. My home is not spacious. It can accommodate you and Kimimaro, but... She glanced at the 6 dogs and was a little embarrassed. Maybe it will be a little crowded. Can you introduce me to a homestay? Yijiosa smiled. There is a bathing place, as long as the room is spacious enough. Guwei frowned and looked out at the dark night, but... It's already very late, you can squeeze with me. No, no, no. No need. Yijiosa hurriedly waved his hand. What a joke, squeezing with an underage girl to sleep in the same room. He was not that crazy. Yijiosa tactfully refused Guwei's good intentions and repeatedly promised that nothing would happen to him. Then under Guwei's worried eyes, he took Kimimaro and the dogs to a nearby homestay. The night was dark, moonless and starless. Even in the homestay, New Tang, he was the only one left. Yijiosa scooped up a ladle of water and poured it on his white and tender skin, rubbing it from time to time. After a while, he covered his head with a towel and leaned against the edge of the bathing pool. There was no human voice in his ears, only the chirping of summer insects. Amidst the tranquility, Yijiosa's eyes were half closed as he became drowsy. After soaking in the hot spring, he forgot the time. It wasn't until he heard the sound of wooden clogs hitting the floor in the corridor that he woke up with a shake of his head. Someone came, and more than one. Kengo is too much. Why is he training so late at night? My cake. Shut up, the next one is the next one. Training late at night is what a man should do. It seemed to be a group of young teenagers who were arguing noisily. Yijiosa tilted his head and distinguished the timbre of a few of them. Oh, they were about 14 or 15 years old. Tisk, Yuki, the place you chose. Isn't that fancy? Suddenly, a deep and gorgeous male voice sounded from the neighboring homestay. The next moment, the water rippled, as if someone had entered the water. Well, I'll just put up with it. Not long after, the neighboring homestay became noisy. The teenagers always had endless topics to talk about tennis matches, about dreams, about the future. Oh wow, this topic was really high class. He stayed with this bro, and the topic was either women or women. Damn, this was probably the essential difference between a male protagonist and a bitch, right? Yijiosa tidied his hair, wiped his body, put on a comfortable bathrobe, and walked out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he lifted the curtain of the homestay, he saw his dog sitting neatly outside, staring warily at the homestay next door, as if there were some ferocious monsters there. Yijiosa was speechless. What's wrong with them? The corner of Yijiosa's mouth twitched as he looked at Kimimaro. They're allergic to men. Kimimaro said expressionlessly, once a man appears next to an adult, they become like this. Chapter 107. The homestay in Shizuoka Prefecture was quite local, perhaps it was because it was adjacent to the sea. The decoration style of the bedroom was filled with the smell of the sea. A curtain of shells, a mural carved with starfish, a light blue ceiling, a pearl-white energy-saving lamp. Lying on the soft tatami, covered with a thin blue quilt, smelling the soothing rosin. In an instant, it was as if his body and mind had dived into the shallow sea and was soaked by the sun, dancing with the seaweed, from head to toe was filled with the smell of happiness. Yijiosa was quite satisfied with the accommodation conditions, especially after the hostess of the homestay considerately handed over 6 of the same kennels. The treatment of the guest was like home, as if he was in heaven. Unfortunately, Kimimaro was too mature. He had the troubles of puberty at a young age. No matter what he said, he refused to be in the same room as him. He even had the idea of spending the night outside the door. Once a good child was stubborn, his bad temper could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. Yijiosa could not, he could only open another room for him and ask the hostess of the homestay to take care of him. Sigh. Raising a child was really a tiring job. He had to take good care of everything. His mind was filled with thoughts of racing horses. Yijiosa turned off the lights. He simply took off his clothes and picked up Fu-chang. He rolled up the quilt and closed his eyes. Ah! The world was at peace. But soon, Yijiosa realized that the world was not welcoming peace, but nuclear war. The group of teenagers he met when he was soaking in the hot spring came back chattering after the bath. They also lived in a homestay, and the room was next door to him. This was really a sad story. These 14 or 15-year-old teenagers were full of energy. In the middle of the night, they were not sleepy at all. Probably in order to improve their relationship, they lay under the quilt and had a bed talk. There were all kinds of topics. They could go up to the ninth heaven to catch fish in the sea. There were only things that people could not think of, and there was nothing that they could not talk about. They did not know that the soundproofing of the guest house was not as good as they had imagined. They also did not know that there was a pure young hero living next door who had extremely good hearing. They also did not know that other than the hero, there were also 6 world bosses in the kennel. Therefore, while the teenagers were having a bedtime discussion, Yi-Jiosa and the 6 dogs were also gossiping. Until they became playful and began to tell horror and suspense ghost stories. Well, have you heard? Recently, there has been a supernatural incident in Lehigh University. Yuji Ninadashi was lying on the bed, looking at his trembling companion. He lowered his voice and said, there were 3 identical car accidents at the same intersection. 1. Exactly the same. Yes, exactly the same. Yuji Ninadashi's voice suddenly became serious. It all happened at around 5:00 in the afternoon. All of them were taxis that turned at the intersection, and all of them hit the students of Lehigh University against the telephone poles. 3 students. 3 lives. Yuji Ninadashi subconsciously tightened the quilt. For some reason, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. What's even stranger is that before the 3 students died, they all ran towards the intersection in fear, as if they were being chased by something. Hiss! The youths sucked in a breath of cold air and curled themselves up into a ball. They hugged each other and trembled even more. Yuji. Kengo Atobi frowned and said faintly, enough is enough. They don't like this topic. Atobi, could it be that you're afraid? Yuji Ninadashi revealed a troublemaking look. It said that when they were running away, they shouted desperately, save me. There's a monster wearing a mask who wants to kill me. He let out a perverted, trembling voice. However, no one saw what was behind him. What do you guys think? Is behind a person's back? Kengo. Everyone. There was silence all around, and a strange panic was slowly spreading. The teenagers snuggled up to each other for warmth. Little did they know that Yi-Jiosa next door was also shivering in his quilt. His mind was filled with the phrase, behind a person's back, there's something terrifying. It repeated over and over again. He strangled Fu Chang heavily, burying it deep into his chest. The puppy struggled a few times, but it did not take long for it to completely stop moving. It lay stiffly on the 2 soft lumps, curled its small body into a ball, and didn't move at all. Its whole body was covered with her scent, and every breath it took was filled with her scent. Under its paws was her beating heart, separated by a plump and beautiful skin. Saishomaru really didn't dare to move, because in his mind, unspeakable scenes from the dream began to flash. The open neckline, the torn skirt, and the soft fluffy tail. She smiled faintly and stretched out her slender arms, hooked them around his neck, and pressed them down hard. The surging quilt and overflowing low moans were even more passionate than a bold banshee. Then. There was nothing then. He had been a virgin for more than 400 years since he was a child. It was normal for such an awkward situation to occur, and there was nothing to mind. It was just that he had been with her for a long time, that was all. However, Saishomaru didn't expect that after Yi-Jiosa was too scared, the first thing that came to his mind was not to roll up in the quilt and sleep, but to let the guy who scared him taste the feeling of being scared. He saw the girl lift the quilt, and in the quiet room, she slowly got up, revealing a soft and beautiful arc. White firewood inexplicably enlarged his body a little, and his furry body covered her curves. He suddenly turned his eyes, and his cold gaze swept over the 5 dogs in the room, and a low growl came from his throat. This was a kind of dissatisfaction, and also a warning. The 5 dogs. You're the one who did the most, right? But a good dog doesn't eat the grass back, and no one wanted to be carried around by white firewood. The dogs looked at their noses and pretended to be very calm. Joseph furrowed his brows. He pulled Bai Chai's fur down from his chest and wrapped him in a bathrobe. Then, he gently climbed up the wall. Under the puzzled eyes of the dogs, he raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and suddenly knocked on the wall. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a few exclamations came from next door, as if something was stacking up, and from time to time, there was the sound of things knocking and tripping. Ah! Yuji! Yuji! Did you hear that? That wall. That wall is making a sound. The girl-haired boy tightly hugged Yuji Ninadashi's head and pinned him to the tatami, almost suffocating him. Let go. I heard it. Cough, cough, cough. Ah. Kengo. Kengo. There's a ghost next door. My dear, you're not gorgeous at all. Kengo Otobi removed the boy from his body, his voice cold. All of you, shut up. As soon as the head of the tennis department was released, the room became silent, as if the pause button had been pressed. After a while, Kengo Otobi let out a long sigh and said, maybe there's someone next door, and we've disturbed their rest. Dong! 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 Another 3 rhythmic sounds came through the wall. Thinking of some terrible urban legend, Kengo Otobi suddenly turned pale, but he still managed to stabilize his demeanor. No, no, at any time. I can't lose my gorgeous demeanor. I'm sorry that our Ice Emperor tennis department disturbed your rest. If possible, we're willing to compensate you, we just hope that you stop playing pranks. However, before Kengo could finish speaking, something happened again. Dong! 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 However, the next moment, this knocking sound suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Everyone was speechless. From the wall to the ceiling, the interval was less than 5 seconds. Who had the ability to move to the ceiling in 5 seconds? Oh my God! Did they see a ghost? The members of the Ice Emperor tennis department fell into complete silence. They froze in bed, their eyes involuntarily slipping to the door. Kengo Otobi rubbed his temples and was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, but unexpectedly, Yuji Ninadashi said in a trembling voice, "Don't open the door. Who knows what's outside the door?" Everyone was speechless. I'm begging you to shut up and stop talking, okay? Kengo listened for a while, rolled up the quilt, and lay down. You bunch of unglamorous guys, shut up and go to sleep. As long as they didn't make a sound, there wouldn't be any strange sounds. It seemed that there was someone living next door. Was it because they were dissatisfied with their noise that they played such a prank? What an unglamorous trick. But it was their fault that they disturbed others while chatting late at night. It seemed that an apology was a necessary etiquette tomorrow morning. They fell asleep with noisy thoughts. Seeing that Kengo Otobi was so calm, the other teenagers also stopped what they were doing and quietly lay down under the quilt. Hearing that the teenagers were no longer moving, Yijiosa next door rolled back to the quilt with satisfaction. Kimimaro, who lived upstairs, also stopped kicking the floor and obediently climbed onto the tatami to sleep. In an instant, all was silent except for the sound of insects. However, these people who were gradually falling asleep did not know that a monster wearing a white bone mask was wandering on the empty street, sniffing its nose as it searched for prey. Spiritual power. There's spiritual power. The monster's voice echoed in the wind, extremely eerie. There was a hole in its chest, as if someone had dug out its heart. Strong chains were wrapped around its limbs, preventing it from moving. The monster wailed and staggered forward. Its bleak voice was mournful and cruel, revealing a determined madness. Spiritual power. A soul full of spiritual power. Delicious. Delicious. That's the ultimate delicacy. Its line of sight swept across the countless low-rise houses. Then, it quietly crouched down and stared at every window, searching through them one by one. Spiritual power. Spiritual power. At the same time, Aizen opened its eyes. What's wrong? Uchiha Madara got up. There seems to be something outside. It's Daxu. Aizen suddenly said, there's no threat, go back to sleep. No threat. Indeed, for strong people at their level, the so-called Daxu was probably a chunin, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Uchiha Madara nodded and went back to sleep. Aizen frowned. Chapter 108. The sky was slightly bright, and the sun had yet to rise. An ear-piercing scream cut through the sky. It broke the balance of everyone's deep sleep. The sirens came from afar and approached. The empty street became crowded and bustling, accompanied by the increasingly noisy sound. Yijioza woke up. He half-propped himself up. He glanced at the bedroom in a daze and saw that a few dogs had already wandered to the corridor, quietly watching the direction of the commotion. Yijioza paused, quickly put on his clothes and washed up, then hurried out of the inner room to see the situation. It was not that he was bragging. The few dogs he picked up were all more intelligent. They followed him up the mountain of knives and into the sea of fire. In the past few years, a dog's life had been much more exciting than an ordinary person's life. If there were no special circumstances, they would only stay quietly in the house. They would stay by his side, so that he would wake up every morning to see 5 dog butts with their backs facing him. But now, they gathered outside and did not bark anymore. Their tails also stopped wagging. It seemed that something had really gone wrong. Yijioza opened the door and saw Kimimaro sitting upright at first glance. In recent years, the boy's body began to grow longer. His bones also gradually became stronger. There was a faint shadow of a young man. He sat on the corridor with his half-long white hair. His expression was indifferent, and he was filled with an otherworldly aura. Perhaps sensing Yijioza's approach, Kimimaro turned his head and put on the warmest smile. "Good day, sir." "Good day." Yijioza greeted, but his gaze was focused on Kimimaro's hand. A sharp, snow-white bone blade glowed with a cold light, and it was stained with some dried blood. The bone blade was placed on Kimimaro's knee. Upon closer inspection, Yijioza realized that not only the bone blade, but even his bathrobe was stained with blood. The morning sun shone on the boy and the dog. Yijioza noticed that there was a thin layer of dew on their fur. It seemed that they had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When did this happen? Yijioza's tone was a little bitter. How long have you been guarding them? Kimimaro shook his head. Not long, just 2 hours. After saying that, the boy noticed that the person next door had woken up. He stood up and quickly informed Yijioza, "Sir, last night." "How much of the interesting news did you hear?" Kimimaro pointed at the room next door. "Have you heard the story of the masked ghost?" Yijioza nodded. "What's wrong?" "This story is true." Kimimaro peeled off the blood scab on the bone blade expressionlessly and said calmly, "I felt someone spying on me last night, so I climbed onto the roof and found this monster wandering on the streets." Yijioza was stunned and then he frowned. Wandering on the streets? Impossible. The Japanese police can't be so useless. Did no one notice it? No. Kimimaro added, "I realized that ordinary people can't see it." He recalled, a taxi passed by, but the driver ignored it and drove past it at a constant speed. I don't believe that ordinary people can drive calmly when they encounter a monster. So, I can only say that ordinary people can't see it. It saw the taxi, but it didn't attack it. It saw me and immediately chose to attack me. Yijiosa's heart tightened. I heard its voice, spiritual power, a lot of spiritual power. Kimimaro said coldly, in order not to disturb your rest, I moved the battlefield away and spent some time to kill it. The boy pointed in the direction of the commotion. The small park there has been destroyed. After I killed it, its body disappeared. Nothing was left. A clear human voice came from next door. Kimimaro finally said, it seems to be very interested in people with special powers, sir. If there is more than one ghost, perhaps it will come for you. If there is more than one ghost, perhaps it will come for you. Yijiosa calmed his mind and loaded his brain. Jinjiang's system would not let him stay in a world for no reason. Whenever he stayed in a certain space, it meant that there was a mission that he needed to complete in that space. Kimimaro had encountered a ghost and defeated it. Did that mean that the trigger for this unknown mission was focused on the word ghost? Ghost. Ghost. There were too many urban legends in Japan. Was he going to go back to his old business and set up a stall under the bridge to tell fortunes and exorcise ghosts? That was actually possible. Gotcha, the door next door opened, and there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Kimimaro lowered his head to look at the blood stains on his shirt. With a kick, he quickly disappeared down the corridor. The next second, a group of teenagers around the age of 14 stretched their limbs and cursed. That's too much, he's going to run laps again. Is it going to be 30 laps or 50 laps today? The inferior surpasses the superior. 100 laps is the goal of a real man. Rijiro, that's enough. They absent-mindedly turned around, raised their eyes, and cast their gaze forward. Suddenly, the leader of the group slowly stopped and abruptly stared forward, motionless. Kengo, you. Yuji Ninadashi followed the leader's gaze, and his eyes that were originally teasing suddenly froze. His mouth was half open, and his peach blossom eyes widened slightly. He could not help but hold his breath. Even his glasses were tilted to one side. The morning sun rose, and the sun shone down. In a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, the corners of the walls and eaves were gilded. The wind blew gently, and birds chirped softly. A beautiful girl stood in the morning light. Her eyes were pure, her figure was graceful, her skin was whiter than snow, and her hair was like clouds. Even a plain white bathrobe could not hide the brilliance of her beautiful jade-like skin. The morning light was bright, and her smile was beautiful. She bent down to rub the dogs. As if she had just remembered something, she tilted her head and gave them a look. The moment their gazes met, a strange feeling rose in his limbs and bones. Their hearts beat faster, their cheeks were hot, and their blood rushed happily to their heads. But the girl stared at them for a while, and then rolled her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, and she clearly said, "Damn retards. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a man in women's clothes petting a dog? This group of children who tell ghost stories in the middle of the night." After saying that, he picked up the dogs and walked toward the park where the incident happened. He seemed to feel uncomfortable walking, but he calmly reached out and scratched his buttocks twice. The teenagers were speechless. We all understand the logic, but why did her style change as soon as she opened her mouth? "Yuki," she just said. No, she didn't say anything, right? Yes, the wind was too strong, I didn't hear it clearly. I heard it. She said, "Damn retards." Xiangri Yut said enthusiastically, and scratched his buttocks twice. The long corridor suddenly fell into a strange silence. The youths picked up their brains, their heartbeats slowed down, their blood cooled, and their faces turned green. Their 7-colored glazed hearts cracked and shattered one by one. It was like having a wet dream. The plot had just begun, but they already couldn't get it up. Yijiosa didn't know that he had Mary Sue's script, but he had forced himself to play the role of a passerby. At this moment, he was standing outside the police line, quietly watching the little park that had been completely destroyed. The park was a place for people to rest and entertain, and it was still a distance away from the people's residences. Kimimaro had chosen this location to fight, and almost avoided casualties. But, judging from this level of destruction, the ghost that Kimimaro spoke of was also a powerful character. All the facilities were destroyed, the flowers and trees were burned to a crisp, and the ground was left with horrifying craters. There were fragments of white bones and the smell of burnt flesh. Yijiosa's sharp eyes saw the traces of a barrier spell. No wonder a battle of this scale didn't wake him up. It turned out that Kimimaro was skilled and daring, and directly locked down the area and finished off the monster. Yijiosa was sincerely pleased with Kimimaro's growth, strength, courage, and wisdom. Every father would be proud of his son's strength, and he was no exception. Even if Kimimaro's method was reckless and risky, his hot-blooded vigor that belonged to a real man made him look at him in a new light. Don't be afraid, just fight. A real man doesn't fear any challenge. Yijiosa finished assessing the ghost's combat effectiveness and was planning to retreat with the dogs, but he suddenly heard footsteps, thud, thud, thud. It was as if something huge was approaching, and the soles of its feet touched the ground, and the fragile road couldn't bear its weight and made a crunching sound. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 dogs looked up at the same time and stared in one direction. Yijiosa turned his head and looked behind him, and found that everyone was calm, as if they didn't notice anything. The yellow police line was trembling slightly, and the police were busy at the scene of the incident. The residents gathered in one place, whispering to each other and exclaiming from time to time. A gloomy chill blew over, mixed with a fishy smell. An old man was sweeping the fallen leaves, but a gust of cold wind blew the accumulated leaves into the sky. Thud, thud, thud. It was getting closer and closer. Yijiosa looked at the crowd behind him, then at the old man in front of him. He calmly put down white firewood in his arms, and was about to draw the sword from behind him. No, I can't. There are police here. Oh fuck. Move the battlefield. No, I can't. Run in the opposite direction, where there are more residential areas and denser. Yijiosa took a deep breath and began to take initiative. In an instant, a pair of claws appeared at the intersection of the street ahead. It was 3 meters long, thick and dark, and covered with a layer of irregular white bones. Gradually, the huge ghost revealed itself. It looked like a long-legged piranha, with sharp teeth and a white mask. Its body was 7 or 8 meters long, and there were countless sarcomas on its body. It was extremely disgusting. It turned its head along the street, as if looking for something, and sped up a little. Daksu. The Tibetan Mastiff suddenly said, "Is it this kind of monster?" Yes. The Samoyed stared at the Daksu in front of him and barked. It was attracted by the residual spiritual energy at the scene. It's a starving Daksu. Starving? The golden retriever frowned. This kind of miscellaneous cultivator, what would it eat if it's starving? Owner. The Samoyed dropped a bomb. In this group of humans, only the owner has spiritual energy. She will be the target. Then we. It's just a Daksu. The Samoyed was calm. Instead of worrying about the owner, why don't you worry about the Daksu? Yijiosa's combat power was obvious to all. It would be a miracle if he was scared by a Daksu, right? Hearing this, the dogs could not help but fall into silence. And the facts proved that Yijiosa's combat power had long been beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even in a desperate situation, he could still use a terrifying attack. For example, right now, he calmly and politely stepped forward, put on a sincere smile, took the broom from the old man, and began to boast. "Sir, you might not believe me when I say this, but I'm a professional at sweeping leaves." Yi Joseph patted his chest. He was so confident that he was swelling with confidence. "In elementary school, I was the labor committee member. I swept the men's toilet on that floor." The old man was speechless. "Take a break, I'll show you." "Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not being modest because you're old, don't get me wrong." Japan and China's national conditions were very different. In China, it was a virtue to give up your seat to the elderly and help them sweep the floor and sprinkle water. But in Japan, it was disrespect to the elderly and felt that they were old and useless. Yi Joseph took the broom, and at this time, the Daxu that was looking for food in front of him had already discovered his existence. The majestic aura, the delicious soul, the pure spiritual energy. This was simply the best meal. The Daxu's scarlet eyes widened, and it made a rough and strange sound. It was so excited that it dripped with stinky saliva. It ran at full speed towards Yi Joseph. The 6 dogs subconsciously tightened their backs. However, they saw that Yi Joseph held the broom with both hands, his legs spread apart, and he held the broom horizontally in the heavy sword mode. He looked up and calmly looked at the Daxu. "Sir, this skill of sweeping leaves is my family's secret. Today, I can see that your bones are amazing, you're a genius sweeper. That's why I decided to teach it to you." "Sir, I understand the logic, can you return the broom to me first, I'm just sweeping leaves." Yi Joseph lifted the broom, and his body was surrounded by a layer of light golden sword energy, becoming thicker and stronger. Humans had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As his momentum rose, the crowd behind him had already noticed him. "What's she doing? That's strange, am I seeing things? What's that layer of gold? A mirage." Everything that happened was like a fantasy mirage. Yi Joseph lifted the heavy sword, and with his right heel as a fulcrum, he suddenly spun in a circle. The next moment, the heavy sword was lifted higher, and he quickly spun twice. 3 revolutions, 4 revolutions, 5 revolutions. Suddenly, Yi Joseph turned into a high-speed spinning top, and his body spun countless degrees at a terrifying speed. The golden sword energy shot in all directions, sweeping up countless leaves on the ground, and condensing into a tornado. He slammed into the Dax's body, and like a golden drill, with just a broom, he cut off Dax's teeth, shattered Dax's mask, tore open its body, and swept it into the sky. The crowd's melons fell, the old man's reading glasses shattered, the police officer's notes were crooked, and even the underwear that was drying on the 2nd floor was blown down by the tornado, scattering freely in the wind along with the leaves. Daxu was completely destroyed by the mad Mount Wu. Yi Joseph was like a master who hid his skills and fame. He stood in the sky full of underwear, turned around, and returned the broom to the old man. His face was a little pale, his lips were slightly pursed, and his eyes were a little unfocused. He flung his bathrobe and left, waving his sleeves, not taking a single leaf with him. The dogs quickly followed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. After half a minute, the old man looked at the ground that was even more messy than before, and could not help but fall into a long silence. Underwear, underwear, fallen leaves. All right, he should not have given the young man a chance to be presumptuous. The old man sighed, picked up the broom, and gently touched the ground. Unexpectedly, with a crack, the broom in his hand broke into 4 or 5 pieces. The old man was speechless. How could he live like this? As for Yi Joseph, he rushed into the bushes, clung to a big tree, and vomited as if his life had lost its color. Blurred dash, damn, the wind of Mount Wu was not a skill that could be done by humans. He could not afford to be injured by rotating his body 365 times. Would the hidden sword's yellow chickens really not vomit after spinning a windmill? It was simply too scary. Yijuosa lay on the bed to rest. Kimimaro found a forest to cultivate, and the 6 dogs nestled on the floor. They did not want to fight, nor did they want to eat food. After discovering that Yijuosa had a broom, in addition to the pot lid, they clearly realized that their fucking dog lives were already over. Their existence was meaningless. Even if they took human form and had the power to destroy heaven and earth, they still had to worry about whether they would be shot by their owners. As a boss dog, they had lost the motivation to cause trouble. They were like a group of old men in a sunset nursing home, holding brooms and dustpans, and sweeping the floor in the cold wind. They used to be the king of their respective fields, until they met Yijuosa. Well, this was really a sad story. Hearing the steady breathing of their owners, the 6 dogs closed their eyes and entered the doze mode. Suddenly, there was a soft sound of clothes fluttering outside, and a black silhouette landed outside. Aizen seemed to have sensed it and suddenly opened its eyes. The white Samiad got up quietly, opened the door, and got out from the gap. It pretended to lie on the corridor casually, stretching out its claws and licking its fur, completely like a domestic dog. Behind him, the other dogs also stepped forward, showing their superb acting skills, rolled a few times, and lazily basked in the sun. Not far from them, a young Grim Reaper in a Haori stood on a telephone pole, looking at the destroyed small park, and asked the black cat at his feet. "This is the trace of a battle. Did other Grim Reapers come to deal with things in this area?" Winter Lion continued. The traces of a battle are different. Are there 2 Grim Reapers? The black cat licked its claws and shook its head. No one came here. Then this trace. Someone else did it. Yi yawned. This is also the reason why I asked you to come here. I found 2 interesting children. A white-haired boy killed a great void realm last night by himself. Yi from the 4 Maple House said, he noticed me and thought I was just an ordinary black cat. Well, he is a gentle child. After dealing with the Daxu, he sent me away. He killed a great ethereal realm monster alone. Hippan Valley's Winter Lion pondered for a while. He has a human body. A Terminator. Or a Grim Reaper. Just a human. The black cat meowed, and the other one. Yi thought of the scene he saw during the day, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Also a human. She smelled like a dog, and I didn't want to get close to her. I don't know the specific information about her. I only know that she is very good at sweeping. Winter Lion. What the hell did he mean by very good at sweeping? The other Daxu was killed by her with a broom. Winter Lion. I have never seen a Daxu killed by a broom. Don't make fun of me. Do you see that group of dogs? The black cat stretched out its paw. Those are her pets. Soul Society is currently lacking in new forces, and its combat power is seriously insufficient. Aizen opened the black hole to the modern world, and there are a few gaps that can't be filled. The black cat's voice was very serious. You understand, Winter Lion. We need a strong combat power, the more the better. Aizen's plan to break the surface was very successful, and the Grim Reapers we send out have disappeared. The virtual circle is growing, and when it reaches a node, it can destroy everything. You also don't want this world to become a food farm for the virtual circle, right? The black cat sighed. Ichigo and Rukia are guarding the position of Kurozucho. The Grim Reaper guarding Osaka is dead, and the 2 Grim Reapers in Kanagawa are missing. For now, I only found these 2. Develop them as soon as possible. Winter Lion was silent. Pull innocent people into the dispute between Soul Society and the virtual circle. The black cat shook its head. They will be targeted by Daxu once, and they will be targeted a second time. This is a dead end. Instead of letting them fight blindly, it is better to let them stand on the side of Soul Society. Winter Lion clenched the sword in his hand, and let out a long sigh. Okay. The 6 dogs rolled their bellies, and after listening to the corner of the wall, they saw a person and a cat suddenly disappear from the telephone pole, and couldn't help but turn to look at Aizen's dog face. Speaking of which, this guy seems to know a lot about the Grim Reaper and Daxu. Is it possible that there is a connection between them? Aizen didn't keep them in suspense, but just showed an angelic smile, and said, "Do you smell it?" "Ah. The smell of a cat." Aizen bared its teeth. Forget about the dogs, even the cat wants to invade here. Hee yee from the 4 Maple Courtyard, and even that bastard Aizen. Although he is indeed a bastard, as a noble Samoyed, it is not his turn to be taught a lesson by a stray cat. Dogs. The smell of a cat. Cat. For some reason, they felt a wave of annoyance. Forget about the dogs, why is the cat joining in the fun? I heard that humans have a special liking for cats. Aizen added fuel to the fire, because cats are gentle and cute, like to act coquettishly, elegant and intellectual. Hey! Cat! Gilgamesh suddenly thought of the lion she raised, and suddenly felt uncomfortable, feline. Gentle and cute, like to act coquettishly, elegant and intellectual. 9 Orchid Flower thought of the years when he and Conical Zero fought for their favor, and immediately said, "We can do it too. We definitely can't lose to cats." Uchiha Madara had obviously forgotten that Uchiha was the descendant of the cat family. "We can't embarrass the dogs." Yoshi Asakura changed the topic. "Once the owner has a cat, will he forget to bathe us?" That way, they could keep their chastity and not have to come into contact with water, right? Dogs paused as soon as they finished speaking, but Aizen took the lead and barked, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. "We will be thrown to Kimimaro by the owner. Kimimaro will pluck out all our fur, take away our dog food, and use our bones to fork us out of the bedroom. Once the owner has a cat, he will become addicted to it. He will be like a cat lover among humans, and will suffer from a strange disease of, if he doesn't suck the cat, he will die." Yoshi Asakura nodded. "Yes, we can't lose to cats. Dogs." As a pure-blooded dog, Saishomaru looked coldly at the group of ninjas, heroic spirits, grim reapers, vampires, and psychic kings in dog skins. He could not help but shut his mouth, not wanting to say anything. For some reason, they were much more competent than he was when it came to being dogs. At the very least, he had never thought of losing to cats. What was the point of competing? He might as well just kill them. Let the owner suck the cat. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Kimimaro had gone out to cultivate with the lunchbox prepared by the hostess of the homestay. It was not strange for him to not return for a day. Not only was Yi-Josa not worried, but he was also very relieved. With the necklace produced by the Jinjiang system accompanying him, anything that happened to Kimimaro could be considered as nothing. He prepared dog food and goat milk for the dogs and went to the dining hall to eat. The small dining hall of the homestay was very homey. The decorations were warm, and the bright lights filled the air with the smell of home. The hostess prepared a sumptuous meal for the tenants. Yi-Josa took his lunchbox and began to eat happily. At that moment, a new tenant came outside. Yi-Josa glanced at him and felt that the child's temperament was very familiar. A delicate face, beautiful eyes, white hair, cold temperament. Wasn't this Kimimaro? No wonder he felt that he was familiar. Could this child be related to Kimimaro? Yi-Josa ate, his eyes glued to the winter lion. However, he saw that he was carrying the black cat in his arms, paying for the room and taking a lunchbox. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly moved his feet and sat in front of Yijosa's table. "Sorry to disturb you." The winter lion forced out a sentence. He was cold all year round and did not know how to deal with a human. Yijosa acted familiar. "Sit and eat." "Little brother, where are you from?" the winter lion said. "Sure. Tokyo." "Tokyo? That's great. I really want to travel to Tokyo," Yijosa said. "Do you have any good places to recommend? You should be familiar with food and entertainment since you are from Tokyo, right?" The winter lion was speechless. "Sorry, this human is too enthusiastic. I don't know how to respond." During the awkward conversation, Yi from the Four Maple Courtyard suddenly had an idea. She jumped onto the table and meowed. She posed in the most elegant posture, wagged her cute tail, opened her watery eyes, and tilted her head to look at Yijosa. As expected, Yijosa was stunned for a while. His eyes were filled with eagerness. "Your cat?" "Yes." "Sure, can I touch it?" "Okay." Yijosa carefully reached out and gently rubbed the black cat's head. As the black cat meowed contentedly, he hugged the cat and rubbed it into his arms. That beautiful hand moved down and down, rubbing the cat's soft belly. Yijosa was curious. He flipped over the cat's belly and pushed open the cat's legs. Wow! What a surprise, it's a female. No squeak. The winter lion was speechless. The Four Maple Courtyard's Yi was speechless. Who would have thought that she would do such a thing? Before the black cat went berserk, the winter lion quickly hugged his cat and pressed her into his arms. "Sorry, she is a little shy. Please don't. Please don't do anything rude to the cat." "Oh." Yijosa stared at the cat's tail and couldn't control his eager hands. "Can I touch it again? Let me touch it again." Yijosa clasped his hands together. "In my entire life, even the dogs I've picked up have been male. I've always been surrounded by men, but I've never even seen a sow, let alone a girl's hand. I just want to touch her. They say that cats are like girlfriends." The winter lion said dryly, "Then why don't you raise one? It's different. Just like other people's girlfriends are always virtuous, gentle and cute, other people's cats are always obedient and cute." The winter lion was speechless. The black cat was speechless. Sorry, they really couldn't follow this human's train of thought. Why don't I just get straight to the point and say my purpose? The winter lion took a deep breath and put on a formal indifference. "In fact, the reason why I stayed in this homestay today is mainly for you." Yijosa was speechless. "Huh? What did you say?" "For me." Yijosa's eyes suddenly entered a state of alertness. The winter lion didn't care about his wording. "I come from the Soul Society, I'm a god of death. The reason why I came to you is that the Soul Society is short of manpower and we need combat power." Yijosa was speechless. He carefully looked at the winter lion's young face and short height, as well as the appearance of a primary school student. Well, this was probably another teenager who was poisoned by Ultraman Tiga and was dreaming of saving the world. For children. Especially for children's dreams, as an adult, he must give support and encouragement. Who didn't have a Chinibu? The boy's meaning was very clear: I come from XXX primary school, I'm a childish child. The reason why I came to you is that the Chinibu club I opened is short of manpower and needs your help. Yijosa clapped his hands with a wooden face. Then you are really fat. The winter lion was speechless. The black cat was speechless. They suddenly realized that they really couldn't continue the conversation. In the tired eyes of the winter lion and the black cat, Yijiosa cleaned up the lunchbox, grabbed a carton of milk, and walked briskly back to his room. However, he forgot that his body was covered with the smell of the cat. Yi from the Four Maple Courtyard was a god of death, but her ability was very special. She could turn into a harmless cat and wander around the world. And because of her strength, her breath was very strong. Once it was stained, it couldn't be easily washed away. So, when Yijiosa returned to the bedroom, he saw his dogs raise their eyes faintly, and there was a soft gurgling sound in their throats. They were dissatisfied, angry, and hostile. Yijiosa, who was at level 10 in dog language, said, "What the hell?" The smell of the black cat stuck to him and slowly spread in the room. Layers of fluctuations jumped into the sensitive nose of the dogs. The Tibetan Mastiff's hair stood up, the Golden Retriever's eyes narrowed, the Samoyed showed a creepy smile, the Pomeranian's eyes deepened, and the Ursa began to sharpen its claws. Only Bai Chai remained calm and collected. He even remembered the cat's scent. Yijiosa held the clothes and went to the hot spring. The 6 dogs smelled the cat's smell and finally couldn't help but open the window to ventilate and tear the coat into pieces. Uchiha Madara threw a fireball and successfully destroyed the body. Looking at the coat that had no traces, the dogs couldn't help but have a bold idea. "You have the smell of her cat poop on you." "It's my nose that committed the crime. Since the owner has another cat outside, then I will burn the hair of that cat." They were very good at looking for trouble. Each of them was a troublemaker, so it was easy for them to deal with a cat. But at this time, they didn't realize that an animal like a cat was not in existence that could be easily handled by dogs. If the owner of a household had a cat and a dog, the dog would just be a little pitiful being bullied by the cat. But after finding the cat, Saishomaru twitched its nose twice and suddenly lost interest in looking for trouble. A female cat. Female, why bother? White Firewood stared at Aizen, who took the lead in inciting the emotions of the dogs and slowly retreated. It was obviously a grudge between the other party and the black cat. Why did he intervene in this kind of thing? What for the glory of dogs? The dog monster was not just a dog. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to check whether the stupid woman could clean the smell of the cat. He didn't reject her smell, but he was dissatisfied with letting a cat intervene. Saishomaru retreated and disappeared without a trace. When Aizen refused to let go of the black cat, he hesitated for a moment outside the woman's hot spring, but finally stepped in. The hot spring was surrounded by clouds and mist. There was no one around, only the slender back of the owner could be seen. In the hazy water mist, the beautiful snow-white back was dazzling, outlining a beautiful outline. Woof! Yijiosa turned his eyes and found that his rich and strong little cutie had come to find his father. He was overjoyed. He pushed the water away and put the dog into the hot spring. White Firewood's body slowly elongated and turned into the size of a golden retriever. He soaked in the hot spring, enduring the feeling of his fur being wet. He arched his head and moved closer to Yijiosa's snow-white neck. First, he sniffed, and finally, he stuck out his tongue and licked it tentatively. The smell of the cat disappeared a little. Yijiosa didn't care. He pulled White Firewood's body and carefully gave it a bath. White Firewood moved closer to her and closed his eyes. The tip of his pink tongue, with a hot and wet temperature, slowly slid across her shoulder blade. This was an extremely intimate kind of intimacy, something that would only be done between partners. But now, no one had this awareness. Until a nude beauty with honey-colored skin ran into the woman's hot spring, crying, and weakly fell to the ground. With her sexy and beautiful body and full chest, she forcibly attracted Yijiosa's full attention. She raised her head and cried like a pear blossom in the rain, "Save me." Sob, sob, sob. Yi from 4 Maple Courtyard transformed into a human and used the skill, chirping in the sky, on Yi Jiosa, emptying his health bar in an instant. Fuck, damn it. Beauty. Who bullied you? I'll fucking kill him. The next moment, in front of Yi Jiosa's dull eyes, his 5 dogs fiercely pounced on the beauty, especially the huge Samoyed, which actually pounced on the beauty. Yi Jiosa. Aizen. Dogs. No, that's not right. It was clearly a cat that was beaten up earlier. How did it suddenly turn into a human? Yi from 4 Maple Courtyard moaned, "Quickly help me pull this dog away, they're in heat." Estrus. In heat, period. Dogs. Yi Jiosa stared blankly at the group of dumbfounded dogs, then turned his head stiffly to look at White Firewood who was lying on top of him. The words, "in heat," echoed in his mind. The dog was in heat. His dog was in heat. Since there were no female dogs, they set their sights on females. Then, he and the other innocent beauty became the target of this group of dogs. Oh my god. This is too scary. I'm so scared. Damn it, I'll take you guys to be sterilized tomorrow. Yi Jiosa nimbly kicked White Firewood away. Chapter 109. Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard. She was the ruler of the 4 Maple Courtyard, one of the 4 great aristocratic families of the Soul World. She was the former captain of the 2nd Division and the former commander-in-chief of the secret movement. She was a strong and domineering elder sister. She was also the queen standing at the top of the food chain. Her personality was hearty, bold, and unconventional. She was full of heroic spirit and the charm of a lone ranger. Due to the instinctive influence of transforming into a cat, she was like a cat master. She never stuck to a fixed pattern. She lived a carefree and unrestrained life. She was free and unrestrained. She was fun and curious. She was easy to tease. But she was also noble and cold. She was not so warm to everyone. She was carefree. She had a straightforward personality. But she was also calm and rational. She was not a hot-blooded silly sweet girl. Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard was an outstanding Grim Reaper. But at the same time, she was also a powerful black cat. When Aizen was low and small in the soul world, she flew freely. She tormented Aizen, the honest person. When Aizen betrayed the soul world with her trusted aides, she still flew freely. He didn't suffer even the slightest loss. And now, Aizen had become a Samoyed. She always flew freely and never had the thought of making herself feel wronged. A group of dogs was picking on her and even trying to burn off all her beautiful fur. Hee, who gave you the confidence to provoke a cat? If I don't show my power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Yi used her rich experience as a cat, exquisite tactics against dogs, and coquettish snakeskin operation to send 5 dogs flying. She rushed left and right, floated through the long corridor, stepped on the eaves, stepped on the windowsill, turned 720, flipped, and spun. A fierce sprint went straight into the woman's soup. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the ground and turned into a sexy naked woman, stunning everyone. In an instant, the 5 dogs rushed over. Due to inertia, Aizen's dog paw pressed down on Yi's neck. When he met that pair of mischievous golden eyes, there was only one thought in his mind. Oh no. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi of the 4 Maple Courtyard was not a pushover. The cat's face changed without warning. Just a moment ago, she was running away like a pear blossom, and now she was crying miserably, as if she was a virgin who had been molested by an old hooligan. She was as innocent as she could be. Aizen was stunned for 3 seconds. At the same time, Yijiosa picked up the flip-flop and smashed it mercilessly on his face. Damned dog. Let go of that beauty and let me help her up. Yijiosa roared and turned into a righteous man. He rolled up the towel and put it on his body like a martial arts master. But because of his improper movements, most of his buttocks were still exposed. As the saying goes, if you use a kitchen knife to chop a wire, sparks and lightning will follow. He kicked away prosperity, punched democracy, swung civilization, slapped away harmony, kicked away equality, and knocked out justice. He took care of the thieves in seconds. Under the eyes of the dogs, he gently knelt in front of the cat girl and stretched out his delicate white hand. Girl, are you okay? Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard looked scared and held Yijiosa's hand tightly. I'm okay, it's just that these dogs in heat are too scary. They scared me. Heat. Yijiosa's expression was slightly twisted. I heard that male dogs in heat don't care about their partners. Yi desperately added fuel to the fire. As long as they encounter something they can ride, they can go into heat anytime and anywhere. Single women who live alone are the most dangerous. If they keep a lot of dogs. Oh my god. Yijiosa. He felt a little panicked in his heart. Then, he suddenly remembered White Firewood, who had turned into a big dog and was still licking his body. Hiss. Ah! The look in Yijiosa's eyes changed all of a sudden. Fu Chang had been with him for many years and had always been in the form of a puppy. It was so harmless and gentle that he neglected the fact that this guy was a giant demon dog. He didn't know when demon dogs would reach adulthood, but ordinary dogs had the ability to mate at a little over a year old. Thinking about demon dogs. Demon dogs should also reach adulthood, right? What the heck? He even hugged this demon dog to sleep every day. Did Fu Chang baby think of him as a female dog? Fuck. This group of damn dogs. Sterilize them all. Sterilize them. There wouldn't be so much trouble if they got a vasectomy. This time, they attacked a pretty girl. What about next time? Don't fucking aim at the cute little loli. Maybe next time, they would think about this rough guy. The pretty girl said that male dogs were in heat and wanted to have a good time when they saw something they could ride. If they didn't stop it in time, who knew who would suffer next time? Yijiosa calmed down and thought about the painful experience. He drove away his 6 dogs and took a bath with the pretty girl. The pretty girl took advantage of him and even told him the steps to sterilize the dogs. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had already asked for the address of the veterinary hospital. To be honest, as a man, he couldn't imagine the pain of having his balls cut off and having them ligated. It was probably like losing all hope in life. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to have the dogs sterilized. However, his dogs couldn't control their lower bodies and started to attack humans. This wouldn't do. Absolutely not. More importantly, even the cute Fu Chang had revealed the side of a dog. He was really starting to get angry. One had to know that Fu Chang was a demon dog. After transforming into its original form, it was a huge dog. If it was in heat, how could he resist it? The giant dog could press him down with one paw. Plus, it was familiar with his breath. Maybe. No, he didn't want to sing across the river at all. The hot spring water was still very warm, but Yijiosa's heart gradually turned cold. In a trance, he finally realized that whether he was wearing a woman's skin or a man's skin, as long as he kept a group of male dogs, it didn't seem to be safe. Sure enough, he should send them to be sterilized. Since they surrounded a black cat, the dogs found that the soul of their owner had been taken away by the cat next door. She began to keep a distance from them. Her expression was noble and cold, and she gradually stopped petting the dogs. Even the old hen that laid golden eggs. The old golden feather that dropped gold deliberately came close to her with a comb in its mouth. She was too lazy to take care of its hair. The most unusual thing was that white firewood, who had always been loved by the Lord, was actually driven out of the bed by its owner. In the middle of the night, white firewood was lying in the kennel, staring coldly at its owner who had curled up into a ball. His whole body was frozen, and it was definitely not built in a day. And the owner was also a person with integrity. He would rather hug a pillow than get close to white firewood. The cat's smell on her body was getting stronger and stronger, and the breath of white firewood was getting colder and colder. The teenagers next door were about to go back to school. Kimimaro upstairs went out early and came back late. The white-haired child always met the cat by chance, and the owner's attitude towards them still didn't change. Dogs were born like this, like air-dried salted fish. Until one day at noon, the owner walked briskly back to the house. For the first time, he reached out his hand and picked up white firewood. Maybe because he hadn't been approached for a long time, white firewood suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the hands holding him in surprise. This familiar warmth, familiar softness, familiar embrace, familiar breath. After being inexplicably ignored for so many days, he thought he should be dissatisfied. But when this annoying guy returned to his side, he couldn't feel angry, only helpless. Even he couldn't tell what kind of feeling he was feeling. He seemed to be standing at a fork in the road, taking a completely different path from what he had intended. It was strange and abrupt, but he didn't feel repulsed or disgusted. Yijiosa seemed to be in a good mood, as if he had encountered a happy event. He was full of joy from head to toe. This happiness swept through the bedroom that had been gloomy for many days. Dogs couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that the owner's enthusiasm for cats had finally passed. They obediently followed her out for a walk, and obediently followed her into a pet hospital. Without any resistance, they were hung with number tags, put on masks, quietly lying on the sofa, and began to wait in boredom. Pet hospital, number tags, masks. People came and went in front of her, and many owners came with their pets for injections. All kinds of dogs barked and cats meowed, and it was very noisy. They saw the owner pay the fee and say something to the veterinarian. The veterinarian made a gesture, asking her to wait patiently. This was a good hospital with a good business. It was the most famous and professional pet hospital in Shizuoka Prefecture. The veterinarians were busy preparing anesthetic needles, scissors, fish intestines, trays. The owner gently stroked their heads and said gently, "Don't be afraid. You will be fine after an injection." "Oh, an injection. It's okay, isn't it just a prick?" They lay on the sofa and saw a teddy bear being anesthetized, put on a green shirt, and put on the chopping board. "Oh no, the operating table." A veterinarian politely asked them to wait outside, and said that the following scene would cause damage to the physical and mental health of the dogs, so it was better not to watch. The owner led them to the outer room. The second before they stepped out of the inner room, 9 Orchid Flower had an idea, and inexplicably looked back at the operating table. 2 veterinarians opened the teddy's legs, took tools, and shaved off the hair on its lower body, revealing. The metal door closed, and 9 Orchid Flower didn't see the final scene. But intuition told him that things didn't seem to be that simple. Was it really an injection? But if it was an injection, why did it have to be shaved? He returned to the group of dogs, full of doubts, and saw that Yijiosa asked the care worker to take care of them, and she wanted to go out to buy some food. The care worker nodded and agreed. After asking for the owner's opinion, she moved out a few hard dog cages from the inner room, and put them in the cages one by one, neatly arranged according to the order of the number tags. With the owner's departure, a strange silence spread among the dogs. Uchiha Madara sniffed the smell of blood in the air. Do we need to draw blood for a dog's physical examination? It smells like blood. Do we? Yoshi Asakura barked uncertainly. They had never raised a dog before, so how would they know what the process of a dog's physical examination was? How would they know what it was like to put on a head cover, register a number tag, and give an anesthetic injection? Injections on both sides should be fine, right? As long as they didn't have to go shopping with the owner, staying in the cage was also a good choice. But for some reason, the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger, as if something big was going to happen. The door opened, and a dazed Teddy was carried out by its owner. It hadn't yet sobered up from the effects of the anesthetic, and its whole body revealed an uncontrollable, drunken state. The head cover wasn't taken off. Teddy's owner rubbed its body and carefully opened its legs. They saw that the hair between Teddy's legs was shaved clean, and in a special part, there were even traces of a knife. Dogs. Their dog hair stood up one by one. A terrible idea rose in their minds, and they couldn't suppress it no matter what. Dogs froze in the cage. Another cage in front of them was opened by the care worker, and a slender German shepherd was carried out. The German shepherd was very obedient, rubbing against the care worker's hand, as if it was very familiar with the procedures of the veterinary hospital. It quietly received an anesthetic injection, and after a while, it fell asleep defenselessly and drowsily. Dogs. They watched as the German shepherd was put on a green coat, its legs were opened, the hair between its legs shaved, and it was sent into the inner room like a piece of streaky pork. When the lights were turned on, they pricked up their ears and caught the words that came from the crowd. Sterilization. Ligation. Cut off. All the bosses. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their faces twisted. No one was a fool. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of fucking fate they were about to face. No, maybe they wouldn't have eggs in the future. What did they do wrong? Why did they send them to the veterinary hospital to do this kind of thing? Becoming a dog was already a dark history in the boss's life. If they were to be sterilized. No. No. No man could bear this kind of pain. Absolutely not. Chapter 110. What kind of terrible consequences would it bring if he sent a bunch of big shots in dog skin to be sterilized? Yijose said that if he had the ability to predict, perhaps he would never have this thought in his entire life. It was a pity. There were no ifs in the world only after the event. He was prepared for the worst and also expected the worst outcome. Maybe the dog would hate him, bite him, and ignore him. He would tear the family apart, but no matter what happened, he was willing to accept it. He was also mentally prepared to fight a protracted war. From the moment the dog showed signs of hurting people, some vague signs should be strangled in the cradle to prevent future trouble. Since sterilizing them was a matter of time. Then, if you made a choice, don't hesitate. Don't be afraid. He had raised huskies. He had never thought of sterilizing it, because he could still handle a troublesome dog. But once the number changed from 1 to 6, he really couldn't handle it. He thought of the collapsed house and the collapsed wall, the ruined street, and then he thought of the dog's gradual tendency to pounce on people. Whether it was white firewood or Samyed, it was fine if it was against him. It was just a beating, but if it caused trouble to others, it was a situation that he did not want to see. His own child was tyrannical in his den. It was fine. He would spoil and tolerate it. But what about the unbridled bear outside? They were just dogs. In human society, who would look at them? Who would sincerely tolerate them? Who would be willing to forgive them? If they really got into a bear, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Fortunately, the girl who pounced on him this time had a good temper and didn't mind. She didn't ask him for medical fees, nor did she secretly poison the dog to take revenge. All he needed to do was apologize, and this matter would be considered closed. But what if? If they met a pestering master, the grumpy one would hit the dog with a stick, the grumpy one would stab the dog with a knife, and the grumpy one would spread poison. None of these were the scenes he wanted to see. His dog was very powerful, he knew, but even if the dog demon was rich and strong, it was still a dog. They would not understand the horror of humans. Humans were really unscrupulous when it came to revenge. They were just dogs. Just dogs. It would be great if they were humans, like Kimimaro. Even if they accidentally hurt someone one day, they could deal with it using human methods. Instead of being avenged to death, there was no place for him to ask for an explanation. The one who copied the knife was a veterinarian, and he was sterilized. The one who copied the knife was a bystander, and he was killed. This was the decision he had made after careful consideration. There would come a time, sooner or later, and there was no time like the present. However, he really did not have the courage to stay in the pet hospital and watch them enter the operating room one by one. After all, they had accompanied him for a few years. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and give up this decision. As such, it was more important to find an excuse to go out and relax. It was rare for him to be in such a bad mood. He wanted to buy some toys to comfort himself, but he didn't expect to wander into the nearby park. Today was Wednesday, a busy working day. Apart from the elderly, women, and children, there were very few young people in the park. The students he met were all students who came out to complete their assignments. He saw a young girl sitting by the lake quietly sketching, a child testing the water in a serious manner, and a young man hugging a fat cat. The young man had brown short hair, gentle eyes, red lips, white teeth, and a jade-like face. He was wearing a simple shirt and gray pants, but it flowed with the beauty of the quiet years. The aura around him was peaceful and lively, like the warm spring. The white pigeon fluttered its wings, and the flowers and leaves were in harmony, brimming with the joy of the birth of life. The cat next to his hand rolled its fat body, turned its belly, and lazily waited for him to scratch it. In his gentle service, the fat cat comfortably closed its eyes, full of enjoyment, very human-like. Yi-Jose was stunned. He did not expect that in modern society, besides Gu-wei, there would be a young man with such a strong spiritual aura. He was like a pearl left in the mud, even if it was dirty, it could still shine. That strange spiritual power seemed to be able to calm the restless body and mind as long as one was close to him. Yi-Jose opened his legs and approached him. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when the fat cat, which was looking up at the sky, suddenly jumped up and stood in front of the young man, baring its teeth and looking at him warily. Gulp gulp, the fat cat's throat made a warning sound, as if it would fight him to the death if he took another step closer. Yi-Jose stopped in his tracks. Teacher cat. The young man hugged the fat cat, and apologized profusely. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I scared you. Actually, it's not like that. The fat cat struggled, still very vigilant. Teacher cat. The young man was helpless. Please don't mind it. I don't mind. Yi-Jose shook his head. He stared at the fat cat for a few seconds, and suddenly said, although it's a little abrupt, I want to ask you a few questions. Please. Ask. If your cat pounced at me and hurt me, what would you do with it? Yijose keenly noticed that the young man had tightened his arms, protecting the cat tightly in his arms. I would apologize to you, compensate you. The young man murmured. You wouldn't deal with the cat? Ah. The young man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly waved his hands. No, no. Anything is fine, even if it's money, I would work to pay for it. But Teacher Cat can't. Why? Because it's unique. The young man put on a faint smile, stroking the fat cat's fur. I would teach it a lesson, but I wouldn't deal with it. Yijose raised his hand and touched his chin, thinking, then, would you take it to be sterilized? The fat cat showed a fierce expression, raising its claws in the air, but because of its size, not only did it not seem threatening, it even looked a little cute. The young man paused, and said seriously, although I have thought about it, but if I really did that, I'm afraid Teacher Cat would never forgive me for the rest of her life. The fat cat meowed, its drawn-out voice very harsh, and its eyes overflowed with human-like emotions, as if it was very dissatisfied. Never forgive me for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. Yijose's conscience was a little uneasy, and he frowned, as if he was struggling with something. He sank into silence, looking as if he had suffered a great deal of bitterness and deep hatred. What are you worried about? The young man approached carefully, harmless and gentle. Well, although it seems abrupt, but if you are worried, it's very appropriate to say it. His eyebrows relaxed, and he raised the warmest smile. Perhaps, if I say it, there will be a solution. Perhaps because the summer wind was too strong, Yijose accepted the young man's advice, and told each other their names, and picked a good place to sit down, pouring out his grievances. When he talked about sending the dog to the veterinary hospital, he didn't know that the fat cat's face had become very distorted. After listening to the things that I have to say to the dog, Takashi Natsume thought about his encounter with Teacher Cat, and imagined that if Teacher Cat was sent to the veterinary hospital, well, it seemed that something more terrible than sterilization would happen. Yi-jun, I think you should stop this decision. Natsume deliberated. Combined with what you said, your dog has destroyed houses, buildings, and streets. Then, do you think they will really become obedient after being sterilized? Yijose shivered. What do you mean? Teacher Cat is always causing trouble. Meow. The fat cat meowed mournfully and scratched its eyes twice. If Teacher Cat is sent to the veterinary hospital, it will destroy the hospital. Natsume's attitude was sincere, and he said truthfully, if it is really sterilized by the veterinarians, it will definitely destroy the world. Don't underestimate it, it is very powerful. If it can't destroy the world, it will destroy me first. Before destroying the world, it will destroy me first. Yijose. What you said makes so much sense that I actually have nothing to say. He stood up shakily with trembling legs, and his expression looked like he was about to cry. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. Damn it. The old house might be on fire. Would his dogs obediently wait to be sterilized? It seemed impossible usually, only he could control them. Now that he came out for a breath of fresh air, would the caregivers really catch them and give them needles? He always remembered that they were a group of dogs, but he forgot that dogs also had brains. Yijose hurriedly said goodbye, and it could be said that he left quickly. After his breath dissipated, the cat nestled in Natsume's arms, raised its head, and slowly said, Natsume, stay away from her. Ah. The smell of the dog monster. Teacher Cat warned, don't have any physical contact with her, and don't talk to her too close. Once she returns with your smell, you will be chased by a powerful dog monster. Natsume, what do you mean? That is the prey of the big dog monster, don't touch it. On the other hand, in the pet hospital, cats and dogs were barking incessantly, which made people upset. After understanding the owner's intention, the 6 dogs were shocked and angry. They wanted to fly to Yijose's side, drag the bear girl out, and beat her up. Sterilization, what kind of joke was this? The eggs of the world boss are not something you can touch. He originally thought that he came to the hospital to get a needle, but it turned out that he was tricked into cutting an egg. However, things like eggs, whether it was cat eggs or dog eggs, were incomparably valuable to males. How could they allow humans to take them? Usually, it was fine if you touched them when they were bathing, but now you want to take them off and make them into wine. The weather was getting cold, the veterinary hospital should be demolished, and the owner should be bankrupt, hee. Uchiha Madara stared at the Sharingan, and the next moment, the cats and dogs that met his eyes seemed to have gone crazy, desperately trying to find a gap and ran out, causing chaos on the first floor. In the chaos, Uchiha Madara captured useful information. There were a total of 4 caregivers on this floor, 3 men and 1 woman, and they had equipment to catch animals. They were skilled and calm in the face of danger, and they were very experienced in catching escaped animals. From the moment the cats and dogs escaped from the cage, the caregivers arrived at the scene within 10 seconds. It seemed that there were a lot of cameras in this room. And the presence of cameras meant that they couldn't use excessive tactics, they could only take it slowly and find the right opportunity to advance step by step. Uchiha Madara had seen the horror of the human heart, and he also understood how a dog with a special physique could be tempting to humans. If he wanted to escape from this damn place, he needed some external help. Soon, the opportunity came. The caregiver opened his cage, gently waved, and called him out. Uchiha Madara was very obedient, but the moment he raised his head, a pair of blood-red eyes were revealed. The caregiver was confused, and dizzily took him out of the inner room. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara gave his colleagues a look, "It's all up to you." He disappeared on the porch. The next moment, Gilgamesh found a blind spot, opened the door of Babylon, and stabbed the sword through the position of the camera. Amidst the screams from outside, she violently smashed the cage, and rushed out of this place in minutes. Yoshi Asakura didn't want to be outdone, and the power of the fire spirit surged, and in the melting iron in the cage, he also left here. A genjutsu, a flying sword, and a raging flame, he always felt that if he didn't come out with something amazing, he would be outdone by his colleagues. 9 Orchid Flower narrowed his eyes. He was a vampire that had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he lose face for his race? Suddenly, the shadow on the ground broke free as if it had a life of its own, turned into 2 powerful big palms, and twisted the iron bones. After opening the door, they respectfully retreated, bowing their heads to welcome the Emperor of Darkness. 9 Orchid Flower walked forward gracefully, as if he had done a good deed. Aizen raised his eyebrows, mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and released the white lightning instantly, blasting the cage into ashes in a dazzling snowy light. In the screams of the cats and dogs, he shook his long hair in satisfaction and walked out slowly. Before leaving, he turned his head and barked, "Do you need help?" Saishomaru looked at him coldly, shook his body, and simply turned into a palm-sized pocket-sized dog, easily squeezing out from between the bars of the cage. The white fur of the pocket-sized dog shook, and without any pressure, it returned to the size of a milk puppy, glancing at Aizen coldly. Aizen. For some reason, he felt a deep sense of disdain. They walked at different times and in completely different directions, but the 6 dogs did the same thing at the same time: dismantle. Dismantle properly. Dismantle to one's heart's content, incisively and vividly. If they didn't dismantle, they would be letting down the owner's good intentions. 9 Orchid Flower accidentally broke into the pet hospital's kitchen. He carefully thought about it and decided to eat all the food in the kitchen. While he tasted human delicacies, he would also make these crazy veterinarians have no food to eat. Thus, he buried his face in a large piece of butter. Uchiha Madara came to the pet hospital. He thought about it carefully and decided to give these cats and dogs a chance to show themselves. It's time to pee in the hall so that the veterinarians won't be able to escape. Thus, he called on his new underlings to do their job well. Yoshi Asakura walked straight into the surgical equipment room. He carefully thought about it and decided to first destroy the surgical equipment before destroying the human race. No matter what, he had to make these horrible veterinarians lose their jobs. So, he picked up the torch of the Big F group and started to burn. Aizen slowly stepped into the changing room. He thought about it carefully and decided to use Moon's reflection to cast an illusion spell. He would turn the changing room into a haunted house and make them so scared that they would have no clothes to wear. Thus, he made all the clothes in the room float in the air. Gilgamesh walked into the finance room. He carefully thought about it and decided to smash all the computers to make the pet hospital bleed. It would be best if they could make the pet hospital bankrupt. Thus, he happily took out his relic and whipped the computers. Saishomaru stood on the rooftop of the pet hospital for a long time. He thought about it carefully and decided to vent his anger directly, so that he would not be suffocated. He must make sure that they had no room to stay in. Thus, he concentrated his demonic power on his claws and hammered at the rooftop. Caw caw caw. Fine spider web patterns spread along the reinforced concrete, spreading little by little and covering the entire building inch by inch. The people in the pet hospital realized that the ceiling was covered in dust and the walls were cracking at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. It was like the omen of a great earthquake, terrifying to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. They screamed and ran away from the place. When Yujiosa arrived at the pet hospital, he found that the large building had been abandoned. When he found his 6 dogs lying on the ground lazily, surrounded by a group of police officers waiting for their owners, he knew that his wallet had gone cold. After he received the huge compensation from the pet hospital, Yujiosa felt that his life had ended before it even began. He owed money, a lot of money. Even if he sold all the gold in his bag, he would not be able to pay for it. That was a veterinary hospital after all. A hospital. He finally understood what it meant to destroy you before destroying the world. Just when he was speechless, the winter lion of the Hippo Valley came to find him again. It was the day before the Ice Emperor Tennis Club. Kengo was lying on the bed and said casually, "I heard that a pet hospital under the Shinobi family had an accident." "Yes, I heard that it was a gas explosion." Yuji Ninadashi yawned and his voice was a little vague. "I have found the arsonist." "Well, it seems that her dogs caused the trouble, but the dog owner has to take responsibility." Kengo nodded. He was sleepy and did not have the mood to chat anymore. After taking care of the club members as usual, he fell asleep and fell into a deep sleep. However, at this time, a black hole suddenly opened above the guest house. Time and space were twisted, and the gap was torn. A monster with a white bone covering its face poked its head out and stared at the world below. It smelled delicious living souls. Chapter 111. When Yujiosa saw the winter lion for the first time and the winter lion for the first time, it was already 2 different mentalities. For no other reason than that he had fallen into a state of madness with a financial deficit. Although he did not know how these dogs did it. But the pet hospital had already become a ruin. In the video footage extracted by the police, his dogs broke into the equipment room, the kitchen, the changing room. And then a sea of fire ignited and destroyed everything. According to the results of the investigation, the building of the pet hospital was in disrepair and had safety hazards. There were many spiderweb-like cracks on the walls. There was the possibility of collapse at any time. And a group of undisciplined dogs played with fire and burned themselves, causing a gas explosion, becoming the cause of the building's collapse. Therefore, in terms of compensation, except for the part that the pet hospital was responsible for, the rest fell on the unlucky Yijiosa. The huge debt made him suddenly reduced from a young bourgeois to a street beggar. The hospital collapsed, his wallet was empty, and the dogs were fine. Although it was a blessing in disguise, he really wanted to skin them and make soup. To be honest, even when he was raising huskies, he had never lived such a miserable life. Should he scold him? Should he beat him up to vent his anger? Should he just kill him? He was still a little reluctant. What could he do? He could only leave it hanging, leave it cold, and feed it, then work hard to pay off the debt. His own dog had caused trouble, he could not shirk this responsibility. Moreover, even if the debt was high and he could not pay it off, it was not a reason to escape. He had to bear what he had to bear, he did not owe anyone, and he did not want anyone to owe him. This was his consistent principle. How the dog's emotions, how he got along, how his body was. He no longer had the energy to care. Right now, Yijiosa only wanted to find a high-paying job and pay off his debt as soon as possible. Even if the job was full of high risks, he would accept it. Coincidentally, tonight, not only did the Winter Lion wear the Death Tyrant outfit, but he also carried the Soul Slasher and released a continuous spiritual pressure. He also came to him with the latest contract from the Soul Society. No one knew where he got the news, but he knew that Yijiosa was carrying a huge debt. Therefore, he hurriedly offered Yijiosa the indenture contract. In the beginning, Yijiosa was suspicious of the so-called Death God and Soul Society, but after the Winter Lion suddenly unleashed his Reiki pressure, he immediately gave the boss his personal ice cream and said that he would attack wherever he pointed. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, we wouldn't have found a psionicist like you, the Winter Lion explained. Soul Society only accepts souls, but you are a living thing. However, Soul Corp Society can't even take care of itself right now, and it will take a few years to nurture a qualified Grim Reaper. I can only rely on you psionicists to appear in the world. Although Winter Lion Boy looked young, he had the appearance of a mature youth when handling matters. For some reason, when he spoke with his cold face, he always seemed unusually sincere and reliable. With tears in his eyes, Yijiosa signed the 10-year indenture contract and expressed his yearning for the project with the highest salary. That was a high-risk, high-reward mission. Due to his current needs, the Winter Lion changed the funds that could be obtained from the mission into the currency of the world. It was said that this contract was submitted to the Soul Society by an acting Grim Reaper, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was studying in high school, after studying it for a long time. After repeated revisions and changes, the Soul Society implemented the contract and began to go to the world to look for talents. The Soul Society had a history of millions of years. What was rare was talent, not vulgar things. If they could exchange vulgar things for talents, they would be very happy to do it. The currency of the world was just something that they didn't care about, but for Yijiosa, it was a life-saving straw. Destroy a Jillian and you can get 500,000 yen. Yijiosa did the conversion in his mind. A Jillian was worth about 30,000 renminbi. Destroy a Juches and you can get 50 million yen. Yijiosa was stunned. How did it suddenly increase by 100 times? Daxu is divided into 3 grades, Jillian, Juches, and Vastod. The Winter Lion's tone was very serious. They are all opponents that require you to fight with your life. The price has increased by 100 times, but the difficulty has increased by 1,000 times. The Juches in Daxu is an extremely smart hunter. And the Vastod in Daxu is a top powerhouse. 10 Vastod is enough to topple the Soul Society. I advise you, don't be blinded by money. Yi-Jose stared at the line of words in a daze and murmured, "Banishing of Vastad, and you can get 500 million yen. Moreover, the contract was marked banish and not destroy. It seemed that a Daxu at the level of Vastad was not an existence that could be easily provoked. The higher the pay, the higher the risk. It was fine to make money, but you had to keep your life. Yi-Jose was afraid. Just as the Winter Lion was about to explain something, a strange, heavy, and gloomy spiritual pressure suddenly swept over the guest house. It became heavier and heavier. A strong murderous aura enveloped the neighborhood, condensing into a gust of wind that destroyed countless flowers and plants. The Winter Lion's expression changed slightly. He teleported and disappeared from the spot. Yi-Jose frowned and followed him. The dogs looked at each other and followed closely. They came to the open space of the guest house and looked up at the dark night sky. A terrible wound was torn open by a terrible force. The Daxu with a bone mask howled and popped its huge head out of the black cavity. It stared at the Winter Lion and Yi-Jose and couldn't help drooling. Death. Grim Reaper. Ouch. The long howl was accompanied by a foul wind. The black cavity was forcibly expanded by 30%. 5 monsters with white bones covering their faces drilled out half of their bodies. The spiritual pressure soared, making people feel suffocated as if they were sinking into the deep sea. There are a lot of them. The Winter Lion clenched the Zanpakuto, his eyes calm. This is not a battle you should intervene in. There are still humans in the guest house. Find a way to wake them up and leave here. No, where can we go? Yi-Jose looked around. Shizuoka Prefecture is densely populated. We can't avoid them. Tisk. The Winter Lion frowned. Damn it. The black cavity was expanding bit by bit. Because the cavity was open thousands of meters above the sky, it was far beyond their attack range. Therefore, Yi-Jose could only watch Daxu slowly crawl out of the cavity. He couldn't kill it with one blow. Daxu's spiritual pressure was chaotic and heavy. In the silence of the night, his sharp ears had already heard the group of teenagers next door. They seemed to have noticed something and wanted to come out to see what was going on. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Yi-Jose took a deep breath, turned around, took a deep breath, grabbed his dogs, and sent them into the bedroom one by one. Then, he took out the barrier talisman and defense talisman from the shop and wrapped up the bedroom. What are you doing? I'm going all out. With tears in his eyes, Yi-Jose stuck the talisman and fixed the entire guest house in the barrier. Then, he used his qigong to move around and protect the buildings within 100 meters. The first Daxu arrived and was split in half by the Winter Lion. Yi-Jose shouted sadly, 100 meters. 100 meters. Don't go out of this boundary. The second Daxu launched an attack and was easily frozen into ice by the Winter Lion. When the third and fourth Daxu attacked together, Yi-Jose rushed into the battlefield with a long sword in his hand. He opened his mouth and said like a human, "Winter Lion, what is this? What's the price?" The Winter Lion was speechless. He responded dryly, "The level of Jillian, 500,000 yen. Great. 500,000 yen. Today, Yi-Jose would set a small goal first. For example, to earn 5 million. In an instant, these ferocious and powerful Daxu turned into flying banknotes in his eyes. He just wanted to throw himself at them and stab them in the back. The Winter Lion was ready to kill, but unexpectedly, his godlike stupid teammate began to snatch the kill. Yi-Jose took out a thick pot lid. Just as Dasu was about to land on the ground, he gathered his chi in his dantian and threw it with all his might. That instant of explosion, that 1 second of pressure, directly tore open a long blood-red light in the darkness. Ultimate skill. Pot lid flurry. The winter lion was speechless. What the hell? Under the black hole, above the barrier, and in front of the Daxu, the 6 dogs watched as if they were watching a show, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. The thick pot lid broke through the layers of shackles and flung out dazzling shadows. It spun, circled, sliced, and killed. The traces of red flames burned the night sky. When the pot lid mysteriously returned to Yijou's hands, he stood up with the pot on his back, his aura instantly rising to 2.8 meters. The winter lion was speechless. It was as if he knew the correct way to use the pot lid. Amidst Isu's miserable howl, the teenagers next door were startled awake. They sat up in their blankets, looking at each other with confusion and fear of the unknown. Kengo. You sure? What's that sound? Kengo had a bad feeling about this. He quickly put on his clothes, pushed aside his bedding, and walked to the window. The next moment, Huadi suddenly reached out and firmly pressed down on Kengo's shoulder. Under Kengo's confused gaze, Huadi shook his head. Roar dash, the shrill howls grew louder and louder. It sounded like a wild beast was howling outside the window. This time, it wasn't just all the club members who were shocked. Even the usually calm Kengo's expression changed. They were separated by just a wall. What on earth was outside? You sure? Kengo felt a bit cold, but he still steadied his body and mind. He calmly ordered, "Do not turn on the lights. Everyone, put on your clothes right now. Keep quiet. Bring your rackets and other protective items. Director. Don't worry. I've already contacted the nearby police station." Kengo gripped his phone tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He was the backbone of this group of people. He couldn't lose his cool. "Here, you just need to trust me." The club members settled down and followed Kengo's instructions to put on their clothes and grab their rackets. Little did they know that when Kengo scanned the phone's interface, he saw a "delivery failed" message. How could the signal not be sent? Kengo raised his hand and gently stroked his mole. His eyes were so calm that he didn't look like a 15-year-old boy. "You sure, there's no movement upstairs or next door, right?" "Yes." Boom dash, something huge slammed into the wall and directly collided with a layer of pale gold barrier. The 6-syllable mantra spread out and flowed with mysterious incantations. It quickly eliminated the impact of the heavy object. An ear-piercing roar echoed through the clouds. The clear sound of fighting came from outside. "What is that?" The teenagers in the room widened their eyes. They stared in the direction of the window and stared unblinkingly at the layer of ripples that suddenly appeared. It was like a spell, like a protective umbrella, isolating all threats outside and leaving the room quiet. "Well, it seems like I've seen something incredible." Kengo spread his fingers and clasped one side of his face. Like a king who had opened up an ice domain on the court, he exuded a powerful aura. He strode toward the window and placed his hand on the edge of the bed. "I am Kengo. I'd like to see. What the hell is that thing?" His slender fingers, with the courage to cut off all means of retreat, pushed open the window without hesitation. At the same time, outside the window, the hot blood of the fierce battle, the shattered masks, the roars of the giant beasts, and the sharpness of the long swords interweaved in front of their eyes, forming a terrifying scene that they had never seen before. They saw a dark blue Tai Chi explode in the sky, saw a fiery red shield wantonly traversing the battlefield, saw a tiny human figure confronting a huge monster, and saw the sword light sweeping across and killing everything. A small window, an ordinary night, and a simple action had completely opened up an unknown territory. It was a form of civilization that they had never seen before. War, smoke, slaughter, blood, survival, death, a sword, myriad changes. They were shocked, speechless. Their faces were ashen, and they were crushed by the majestic spiritual power to the point of suffocation. No words could describe their feelings at the moment. It was as if they would miss that instant of life and death if they said one more word. What is this? What the hell is this? A few seconds later, a childish and cold voice, like a great bell, opened the terrible seal and awakened the sleeping angry dragon. Sit upright in the frozen sky. Ice will pill. They saw 100-meter-long glacier rising from the ground. Frost and snow fluttered, freezing everything in front of them into a snow-covered frozen kingdom. In the midst of the thousands of falling ice crystals, a powerful force blew open the sky-blue Taoist robe. The world of ice and snow became the best Taoist field for pure yang. Tai Chi landed on the ground, giving birth to countless Chi dynamics. The sharp edge of the sword changed thousands of life and death. There was a young man with white bones walking in the snow, a young girl with a long sword in her hand fighting in blood, a grim reaper with wings on his back freezing the world. The mountains and rivers under the sky, the fierce battle was magnificent, until they suddenly found 6 dogs sitting on the long corridor. They were quietly lying on the floor, watching the battlefield with a peaceful expression, leisurely wagging their tails, and occasionally opened their mouths to yawn and lick their fur a few times. The Ice Emperor was speechless. Then the question was, why were the dogs calmer than them? Chapter 112. The black chamber was like an eye hanging in the sky. It was filled with tears, to the maximum, and it slowly closed because of fatigue. Those tears rolled down to the human world one by one, mixed with long howls and roars, filled with sword energy and saber light. It was like the punishment of the gods to the human world, letting purgatory burn the human world. It was like the redemption of the common people by a hero, using holy light to destroy sin. Ice and snow fell all over the Tsang-Yuan, and the monsters fought until their voices were hoarse. They were just teenagers who had accidentally barged into another world. They were at a loss in the endless shock. This was a realm they had never come into contact with before. It was also a ghost story they had never believed. But the monsters in front of them appeared one after another. They were slashed into ashes by the tiny humans. They finally realized what exactly did they see. Silently, they froze on the spot. There was a dead silence in the room, and the battle in the outside world was changing rapidly. The curtain slowly fell on the lightning-fast confrontation. A total of 30 Jillian level Daxu were completely killed by Yi Jiosa and the Winter Lion. The black chamber slowly closed in the compression of time and space. Even from 1,000 meters in the sky, they could hear the Jillian's unwilling roars. The densely packed, endless Daxu. Yi Jiosa and the Winter Lion stood side by side behind them. It was Kimimaro who stood silently in the wind and snow. Sir. Yi Jiosa shook his head at him and took out a thick bear skin from his backpack. It wrapped around the child's thin body. Fighting in the world of ice and snow created by the Winter Lion, the temperature was so low that he could not stand it, let alone Kimimaro. This child was covered in white bones. His clothes would definitely burst during the battle, and he would stand in the cold with his chest exposed. What if he caught a cold? Seeing that Kimimaro's pale face had regained some color, Yi Jiosa turned his gaze to the sky again and scanned the area vigilantly. The 3 of them blended into the thick night, and the buzzing sound of swords and sabers lingered for a long time, as if the horn of victory had been blown, marking the end of the battle. That's Black Hole. Winter Lion sheathed his Zanpakuto and lifted his sleeves to remove the snow kingdom created by Ice Will Pill. Black Cavity is the virtual circle that leads to the human world or the soul society. There is no fixed form, no fixed location, no fixed time. It can appear at any time, anywhere, the winter lion continued. Once it is opened, it is time for Daxu to come to the world. Within 100 meters, the pure white snow disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A gust of wind condensed from spiritual power swept up the ice crystals, gathering all the ice and snow that covered the world. Now, you also understand that they are not kind, but something more terrible than evil spirits. Tonight, if we fail to stop them, they will hunt for food everywhere like beasts, using the modern world as a kitchen and eating all the souls with spiritual power. What you will face in the future is this kind of monster. Yijiosa took a potion to replenish his mana and HP. When the thousands of layers of ice and snow faded, his almost frozen feet finally landed on the ground. After jumping on the spot for a while, Yijiosa rubbed his hands and nodded. I know, and I am mentally prepared. No matter what virtual circle I encounter, it's not a problem. I only have one question. That. Is the salary after killing monsters paid daily or monthly? Yijiosa's mind was full of debt repayment, and he had been stripped of all dignity by life. Cash or card? Winter Lion. After a pause, he exhaled and said, daily payment, card. Yijiosa's eyes lit up. The relationship between Soul Society and the modern world is actually very close. There are some people who specialize in dealing with the economic problems of the modern world. As he said this, Winter Lion took out a black card and embedded it into Yijiosa's thin, slave contract. The card was cut and fitted perfectly into the blank space of the slave contract. Suddenly, the slave contract shrank inch by inch and tightly wrapped around the black card. Little by little, it turned into the silver pattern on the black card, outlining the shape of a Zanpakuto. This is something invented by the 12th Division. Winter Lion handed the black card to Yijiosa. It's your exclusive. Salary card. It has all the functions of a human salary card, and it also has the convenience of counting. Counting. Every time you kill a hollow, it will judge the opponent's level based on the hollow's Ryatsu fluctuation and calculate your merit. Winter Lion pointed at the card. Your salary will not be delayed, so you can rest assured. Yijiosa was curious about the card, but he heard Winter Lion emphasize, remember, don't get close to the 12th Division because of curiosity. They are a group of scientific geeks. If you attract their attention, you may not be able to escape their investigation. So, even if you have a strong force, don't rashly challenge Daxu at the level of Bajuchis and Fastod. If the challenge fails, you will die in the hands of Daxu. If the challenge succeeds, you will die in the laboratory. Thinking of Yijiosa's situation, Winter Lion sighed. The captain of the 12th Division, Narengli, is a scientific geek. If you are targeted by him, well, I don't want to see your body in the 12th Division's laboratory. Yijiosa basically agreed with everything the other party said. From the use of the black card to the withdrawal, from the rules of the Soul Society to companions helping each other, from the Godii 13 to the Void Circle. He could understand Winter Lion's concerns. Until some noise came from the inner room not far behind him. Kimimaro, Yijiosa, and Winter Lion turned their heads at the same time and saw an open window and a crowd of heads around the window. The moment their eyes met, Yuji Ninadashi, who was closest to the window, suddenly smiled and said with a quick wit, I'm very sorry, we opened the wrong window for ventilation. Without saying a word, he leaned out and slammed the window shut, cutting off the peeping eyes from the outside. Yijiosa. Winter Lion. Ice Emperor. Only Kimimaro expressionlessly pulled out his bone, stared at the closed window, and said seriously, Your Excellency, do you need me to kill them? Yijiosa was dumbfounded. Why do you have such a thought? They know too much. Yijiosa. He struggled to return to Kimimaro's perspective and stopped him from acting impulsively. Finally, he said goodbye to Winter Lion, ignoring the feelings of the teenagers next door. He just took his dog and people back to the bedroom, planning to make a long-term plan. He made a long story short and did not hide the cause and effect from Kimimaro. After telling his experience and dilemma, Kimimaro frowned. He pursed his thin lips, glanced at the dog in the room, and then said, "Your Excellency, please let me share your worries. This contract, I can also." "No." Yijose directly refused and said solemnly, "Kimimaro, I have no intention of dragging you into this mess." He waved the black card in his hand and put it into his backpack. Winter Lion said that the black card had many functions, but who could guarantee that apart from counting transfers, the black card could not be used for eavesdropping and surveillance. He put it into his backpack and isolated it in another space, so that he could speak with peace of mind. "But Your Excellency." "No buts." Yijose stared at him. No one knows whether signing this slave contract is good or bad, and whether there are other restrictions. This is my first time trying it, and I will never pull you in. Unless I am sure of its safety. No, even if I am sure, I hope that you will stay away from the Daxa battlefield. He had always let Kimimaro's development go. Not only would he not interfere in his battles, but he would also be proud of his progress. However, there was a limit to letting things go. Once the situation developed and might involve Kimimaro's life, it was impossible for him to agree. "The thing we fought before is called Jillian, which is the lowest level of the Daxu." Yijose said, "But you have also noticed that there are many Jillian, and it is very difficult to deal with them. Even I can't guarantee that I can successfully escape from the siege of Jillian every time. Not to mention, we may encounter something more terrifying than Jillian on the battlefield. I will solve the debt problem, you don't have to worry. If anything happens to me." Yijose patted the back of his hand and pointed to the group of dogs behind him. "Well, please take care of them. Your Excellency. If you don't want to keep them, find them a good master." Yijose said with a straight face, "Don't give them a pile. Their demolition ability is too strong. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid they would have been chopped up long ago. In any case, they are dogs that I have raised. They are a little stupid and a little troublesome, but I still hope that they can live until they die of old age." Hearing this, the Guzi paused for a moment, and the slight noise dissipated. "But before they die of old age, Kimimaro, please take them away from me for a period of time." Yijose took out the black card and played with it in his hand. He frowned, as if he was very worried. "Your Excellency." Kimimaro's face was solemn. "Are they in danger? You actually want me to take them away from danger? Ah. What are you thinking?" Yijose thought of the huge debt, and his face suddenly became distorted and hideous. "I am afraid that before they die of old age, I will not be able to resist the urge to chop them up with a knife." "Kimimaro." "The dogs. Do you know how much the pet hospital wants me to pay? Looking at the number of hundreds of millions, I just want to open the gas tank and kill myself." Yijose was in extreme pain. "I also want to jump away from all my worries. There is no problem that cannot be solved by jumping off a building. If there is, I will jump from the 20th floor." "Kimimaro." "The dogs." Sigh, today's owner still has a very dangerous way of thinking. In the room next door, after a long silence, Kengo Atobi looked at the mobile phone that finally had a signal and gave an order to collect all kinds of information about the masked monster in the city. TSK, why didn't the fierce battle wake others up, but they did? Why were there golden ripples on the walls of the room? Why? They seemed like they could only be seen by them. What kind of monster was that? Chapter 113. Yijose felt more and more that raising a bunch of dogs from the demolition office was like raising a bunch of prodigal women. He hadn't even touched a girl's hand before, but he lived like a wife who was about to go bald. Dogs strictly managed ever since he picked up a bunch of dogs, it was like taking in 18 concubines. Not only was his treasury getting thinner by the day, even his kidney function was declining. In his previous life, he raised dogs to pick up girls. In this life, he raised dogs to save his life. Although they all had different goals, in the end, they all reached the same goal. What the hell? Before he paid off his debt, he didn't want to see the 6 dogs at all. Because once he met their innocent and pure eyes, his heart was bleeding. In a daze, he remembered the house that was torn down in the village of Grain, the house that was burned in the Maple village, the house that was destroyed in the Woodleaf village, and the street that was flipped over in the Uchiha residence. In pain, he recalled the years when he diligently paid off the dog's debts. The kebabs on Woodleaf Street hadn't retired from the stage of history yet, he was already burdened with a new debt. But there was no Archibald family here to pay for him, and the creditors weren't like the Uchiha clan who would be lenient. If it wasn't for the Soul Society hiring, he really wouldn't know how to make money. Maybe he was forced by life. Would his face appear in the internet accounts of all the otakus in the future? Damn, it was scary just thinking about it. Yijose shook off goosebumps all over his body. He entrusted the 6 dogs to Kimimaro to take care of and asked the Winter Lion for a map of the frequency of black holes appearing. He was going to fight some small monsters to make some money. Then, he discovered that the place with the highest frequency of black holes appearing was Tokyo. Perhaps it was because of the dense population, there were more spiritual ability users in Tokyo. And the greater the spiritual energy fluctuation, the more it attracted Dax's attention. According to the map, the Soul Society labeled Tokyo as Kurosacho, which was a heavy spiritual land with a powerful spiritual field. Therefore, Tokyo didn't just attract Jillian groups, it even attracted the attention of Vastod. Vastod, the most powerful king in the void. 10 of them were enough to destroy the Soul Society. They usually lived alone or occupied territories as kings. They possessed terrifying power and unique talents, and were the natural enemies of the Grim Reaper. They were also legendary creatures. Yes, the legendary creature. Due to the difficulty of forming the Vastod class, it had almost become a legend in the Soul Society. However, almost was not absolute. As long as there was a certain probability, there would be the birth of Vastod. Since a man called Aizen Lang Yi was the one who added the medical fernbarium. Malauliyawu. Gowon polypus. Hibiscus. I endure the barking of weapons, but I suffer from the arrogance of others. What? Flash-like. Jia. They were powerful and killing was second nature to them. In just 2 short months, they had visited Tokyo twice. If it weren't for the acting Grim Reaper's protection, Tokyo would have long been in ruins. Yijose deliberated for a long time and finally decided to go to Tokyo to have a look. Logically speaking, a high school acting Grim Reaper knew how to charge and break through enemy lines. If he shrank back, wouldn't it seem like he was a coward? It was true that one had to be alive to make money, but for a man, face was much more important than life. Especially when he suddenly wanted to compete with another man. However, Yijose didn't expect that when he came back to his senses, he had already boarded the bus to Tokyo with the teenagers next door. And accompanying him was a Winter Lion. The exclusive bus of the Ice Emperor Academy was as gorgeous and elegant as the academy itself. The bus's exterior was a low-key silver gray, but the internal structure was like a top RV. It was a vehicle specially built for the Ice Emperor Tennis Club. The structure was divided into 3 sections. The first section was the driver's cab, the middle section was the family room, and the last section was the leisure room. Probably to prevent the passengers from feeling bored on the journey, entertainment props were fully prepared on this bus, and even the food reserves were ample. In the eyes of Yijose, how was this an academy bus? It was simply a miniature apartment. And a hardcover edition. And now, he and Winter Lion were sitting on the soft leather sofa in the house, staring at the group of youths who were staring at him with their eyes wide open. Under their gazes, he expressionlessly ate the flat plate of fruit and indicated that they could have another serving. "Hey, stop looking at me with those ugly eyes of yours." Kengo reclined elegantly on the sofa, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand. There was a rare dark bruise under his eyes. It seemed that even the king of the Ice Emperor, after experiencing the groundbreaking battle last night, had to fall into a state of insomnia. After all, it took time for one's worldview to be broken and reorganized. Kengo warned his own team members, then calmly nodded at Yi-Josa and Winter Lion. He was so calm that he didn't look like a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. "I'm sorry to take the liberty of inviting you to travel with us." Kengo's every move revealed an inexplicably powerful aura. "But there are a lot of questions that I want to ask." He had the spirit of exploring things that he was curious about. Especially after opening the door to a new world, Kengo's interest was aroused to the highest point. "Who are you?" The Winter Lion stretched out a finger and gently put it against his mouth. In an instant, the bus fell into a silence so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of the bus wheels rolling could be heard. "Don't explore anything." The Winter Lion's eyes were cold. "If you know too much, I will choose to erase your memory." The teenagers pursed their lips, and their eyes were quite stubborn. "You just need to remember, in the future, if you encounter a monster wearing a mask, quickly avoid it." The Winter Lion said, "Otherwise, you will really die." "Why?" "Because the monster will eat all the creatures that can see it." The Winter Lion looked at their slightly pale faces and slowly said, "And you don't even have the ability to protect yourselves, let alone deal with it. Hiding and running away is the best choice." The bus passed through a long tunnel. In the darkness, only the sensor lights emitted a soft halo. Kengo said, "All the creatures that can see it." "Can see it?" "Sure enough. Not everyone can see it. That's not a good thing." Yi-Josa was a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. Naturally, he knew what this teenager was thinking in his mind. "I am the most special, I have magical powers, I can save the world." Well, the early symptoms of a Chinibu can still be saved. Even if they can't be saved, they have to force it. After all, provoking Daxu is a suicidal move. You have this ability, but you don't have the strength to match it. In the end, the unlucky one will be you. Yi-Josa continued, "You may have learned Taekwondo, Kendo, and so on, but ask yourselves, can you deal with the monster you saw last night? You only have one life, why choose to die?" The Ice Emperor. "Then why do you want us to remember this?" Yuji Ninadashi pushed up his glasses. "Isn't the best way to satisfy curiosity to erase memories? Let us remember those images. Curiosity will never be satisfied, and we will only find ways to find the answer. You have ways to erase memories, but why don't you do it? Do we have other uses for you?" He directly cut to the point and threw the question to Yi-Josa and the Winter Lion. His words were sharp, like a sharp scalpel. The Winter Lion paused and said, "If it were peacetime, we would erase human memories, but now we don't need it. The density of monsters is getting higher and higher, and we can't control all the places. It is because we can't control them that we need special people to consciously avoid danger," the Winter Lion continued, "and the more people who have seen monsters, the faster the news will spread. At that time, even special people who have encountered monsters for the first time will know how to protect themselves. I advise you, don't." Boom. Chee. There was a sudden explosion on the road ahead, and the Ice Emperor's bus suddenly braked. The thick tires left a mark on the road, and the passengers in the bus fell all over the place. What? What happened? Yijose opened the window and looked out. He saw lush forests on both sides of the road, deep and shallow, and lush. But in front of them, a taxi was blown out of shape, and thick smoke rose from the explosion. Fortunately, the driver was kicked out of the car before the incident, but he fainted on the side of the road, unconscious. All the cars on the road stopped. Some called the police, while others called for an ambulance. But at this moment, Yijose's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared blankly at the brown teenager he met in the park a few days ago. He covered his bleeding arm, and quickly passed through the thick smoke. His face was as white as paper, and he was sweating profusely. Takashi Natsume. What happened to him? Was he injured? Why didn't he wait for an ambulance? Yijose frowned. The next second, he saw a Daxu covered in white bones emerge from the thick smoke and chase in the direction of Natsume. Yijose was speechless. He had forgotten that Takashi Natsume was a young man with great spiritual power. He had a clear soul and thick spiritual power, and for Daxu, he was a rare delicacy. And Natsume didn't look like a person with combat power at all. Fuck. Yijose got out of the window, pulled out his long sword, and chased after Daxu in front of him. Not long after, a fat cat with short limbs squeezed its body out of the gap of the accident scene, took a step with its short legs, and used all its strength to follow behind Yijose. Xiaomu ran as fast as he could, Desu chased after him like a madman, Yijose held his breath and ran as fast as he could, while Fat Cat used all her strength. Chapter 114. Although Japan was small, it had done a good job in greening. The virgin forest, the natural flavor, the towering trees stood shoulder to shoulder, the streams and rivers lay in front of them. Forcing this life and death chase to turn into an obstacle course for the athletes, the first seed was Takashi Natsume from Kumamoto Prefecture. He was 15 years old, his lips were red and his teeth were white, his body was thin, but he had the spirit of a man early on. In the obstacle race life and death competition, he represented Kumamoto Prefecture and looked down on all the heroes. Even if his body was injured and his blood flowed non-stop, he still lived up to the Olympic spirit of higher, faster, stronger. He exploded with 200% of his small universe and rushed into the unknown distance. After that, according to the reporter Yijose's interview, Natsume said because he was good-looking and had a good personality since he was a child, he was gifted, therefore, he often became the target of fans from all over the world. His bastards were grotesquely shaped. Not only did they like to spy on his appearance, but they also coveted his body. They also liked to have physical contact with him, and they even wanted to make him into a sauce. In order to protect his personal safety, contestant Natsume awakened the Flying Legs, immortal bloodline. It was like installing a Saishomaru fan detection radar. As long as he found something wrong, he would be able to lead the starting point with the explosive power of a cheetah, maintain long-distance running with the endurance of an antelope, jump over obstacles with the dexterity of a lynx, and hide with the perseverance of a tortoise. For example, today, when he saw the face of a Saishomaru fan on the road, he looked into its eyes and confirmed the look in its eyes. Well, this is a Saishomaru fan who wants to axe me. Level 1 alert. Natsume stopped the taxi at any time. In the old driver's horrified eyes, he threw away the cat in his arms and kicked him out of the car. In the next second, he accepted the fanatical hug from the Saishomaru fan with a forbearing expression. After living for 15 years and running for 7 or 8 years, Takashi Natsume was a distinguished VIP annual meeting member in the field of running. The second-seeded player was Jillian from the virtual circle. Her age was unknown, her appearance was unsightly, and she was covered with white bones. She was a village non-mainstream on an alien planet. It howled and opened its mouth, drooling like a retard. It bit Natsume tightly and refused to let go. In order to become the moon that hugged the sun, it would trip up Natsum from time to time. It could be said to be unscrupulous. The virtual circle was very far away from the modern world, and in the modern world, it was also a strange fate to meet one's idol among 7 billion people. Just one look at you on the road, and I was delighted by your frightened expression. Yet, for me, you kicked away your old driver and threw away your master cat. In that pair of brown eyes, there was only an illusory image of me. Your single-mindedness moved me, and I smashed my car in excitement. Your invitation inspired me, and I ran after you into the forest. Come on. So happy. Anyway, there's a lot of time. The third-seated player was Yi Josa from the Pure Yang Palace. He was 13 years old, delicate and charming, but he was swift and decisive, and had the spirit of a swordsman. Even in this obstacle race, that was related to glory, he had to raise his long sword and roar like thunder. Unfortunately, whether it was luck or technique, Yi Josa was a step behind. With his terrible constitution, he missed the opportunity to overtake again and again. The virgin forest was a natural barrier. When he used his qigong to fly, he would hang on the tree. The muddy ground was a natural trap. When he lost his balance, he would fall like a fool. Rivers and streams were the joints for leaping. When he misjudged the distance, he would become a drowned rat. But Yi Josa was very persistent. Even if he ate all the exhaust gas from the Daxu, he insisted on stabbing his sword into its ass. The fourth-seated player was Teacher Cat from the demon world. He was a big demon and strong. He was a fat cat. On the difficult journey to find the shit-shoveling officer, he ran 3 circles to the left and 3 to the right, rolling at the end of the team. Teacher Cat swore that he would no longer be passive. He wanted to use his demon power to transform into a magical girl. But unexpectedly, Yi Josa jumped high in front of him, raised his bright sword, and put on the most handsome posture. He was about to slash at Daxu. Then, he hung on the tree. Teacher Cat was speechless. As a smart cat, he shouldn't have fantasies about stupid human beings. Teacher Cat sank his energy into his dantian and mobilized his demon power. He planned to transform into a a little demon fairy. But unexpectedly, Yi Josa in front of him suddenly turned his body in a posture of landing on the ground. He sped up and slid in the mud, deviating from the route. Every minute he slammed on the brakes, testing the edge of the muddy pit. Teacher Cat was speechless. As a smart cat, it was more practical to track up the tree. But later, he discovered that he was too fat and couldn't climb up the tree. Teacher Cat was furious. All his fur stood on end. He decided to destroy Seiji on behalf of the moon. But unexpectedly, Yi Josa in front of him fell into the river with a splash, creating a large amount of water and bubbles. He climbed ashore like a water ghost. He silently stood on the shore and couldn't help but think like a cat. Should I go into the water or not? However, the development of the situation didn't give him much time to think. That was because the obstacle course contestants discovered that they seemed to be running in the wrong direction and had to return to the normal route. The reason was that Jillian sniffed Yi Josa's scent. There was no mistaking it. It was the scent of spiritual power right in front of him. It was filled. An existence that was no less than the delicious food in front of him. He stopped, turned around, and excitedly shot out a red, void flash. The so-called void flash was the accumulation of Dax's energy. It was an ultimate skill with great destructive power. It was an existence that ordinary spiritual ability users couldn't contend against. This void flash contained Dax's spiritual pressure. Its power was astonishing. Yi Josa wasn't able to stop in time and was barely able to dodge the attack. The red, void flash flew past him and destroyed a portion of the forest. The shock wave from the attack spread in all directions and shot in an even further direction. Yijiosa was rendered speechless. He expressionlessly stopped and chuckled coldly. He was prepared to teach this Daxu a lesson. However, he never expected that Takashi Natsume would be such a kind-hearted boy. Natsume's face paled when he saw that Daxu had stopped chasing after him and was even attacking behind him. He thought that someone had met with misfortune. He had managed to hide for so long, but he actually came out and ran back to the most dangerous place. The smell of blood, spiritual power, a boy with tender skin. Yijiosa took a deep breath and estimated the range of his void flash. He discovered that if they fought here, even if Natsume didn't die, he would at least be crippled. He quickly came up with an idea. He used, for symbols reincarnation, on Daxu to attract the monster's attention. Then, he quickly ran back the way he came from. Damn it! It released, void flash, behind him. Forget it. Natsume-kun, why did you follow me back? Don't follow me. Yijiosa jumped up and down. He just wanted to run further and faster so that he could drag Natsume out of the void flash's range. He climbed over the hills, crossed the river, and crossed the mud again. He came to the riverside where Kitty-sensei was thinking about his life as a cat. Kitty-sensei was speechless. I understand the logic. So, I don't need to go into the water anymore. Abruptly, a red flash of light condensed with high explosive energy split apart the forest and quickly attacked in his direction. Kitty-sensei's fur stood up, and his vertical pupils congealed into the shape of needles. Without a word, he suddenly arched his body and cut off all means of retreat. He jumped into the water with a splash. Kitty-sensei was speechless. I understand the logic. So, I still need to go into the water. Yijiosa attracted the monster's attention and ran far away. Finally, he could intercept Daxu and fight. The fat, wet cat rolled his belly and popped his head out of the river. He didn't expect his shit-shoveling officer to follow him closely. With a splash, he jumped into the water and rode on top of him. Kitty-sensei. Well, there was no happiness in a cat's life like this. The obstacle course, that took nearly half an hour, ended with the withdrawal of the second seed player, Jillian. Yijiosa collapsed under a tree and panted. He looked at the red light that flashed on the black card and smiled. 500,000. I finally got it. It's not easy to make money these days. Wow. He really hoped that a rich woman would take care of him. He didn't want to work anymore. Wadash. Yijiosa didn't expect that when he carried the exhausted Natsume back to the starting point, the group of teenagers from the Ice Emperor Tennis Club were still waiting there. Not only were they waiting, but they also left behind a doctor and an ambulance. No one spoke, and there was an indescribable silence in the team. Several teenagers came forward to take Natsume from Yijiosa's back. Kengo asked the doctor to check his injury and directly ordered the injured person to be sent to the best hospital for the best treatment. Because of the concern for the safety of the ambulance, the Ice Emperor Tennis Club changed direction and followed the ambulance to the big hospital. What happened to them? Yijiosa keenly felt that the group of teenagers had become worried. They seemed lifeless. They saw the void flash. The Winter Lion replied calmly. The aftermath of the void flash flew out of the forest, brushed past their heads, and smashed the hill behind them. Yijiosa. This is so exciting. After that, their questions were answered. The Winter Lion continued, compared to exploring the unknown, they are more worried about their own safety. If they are chased by Daxu, can they survive? Yijiosa frowned. Yes. The Winter Lion, they are just a group of ordinary people with spiritual power. Are you so confident in them? Yijiosa nodded, stretched out his hand, and pointed to the luxurious school car, the low-key and luxurious ambulance, the high-end precision equipment, and the rich Kengo Otobi. I plan to take advantage of their fear to apply for a wave of bodyguards. As long as I am alive, I will not let any of them die. The Winter Lion. You can do anything with money. The Winter Lion. I won't hesitate to pay back the money. The Winter Lion. Oh, then you have a goal in life. Hee hee. Tokyo, Japan, Kanei General Hospital. In a quiet ward, Lulua stretched her limbs, shaking the leaves in the wind. Ever since Takashi Natsume entered the ward, the slightly listless plants in the room became energetic. The warm wind was slightly intoxicating. Natsume leaned against the hospital bed, his lips pale, and his eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. The fat cat quietly nestled on the bedside table, not in a good mood. It meowed a few times, as if to convey its dissatisfaction. You are not causing trouble for us. Yi-Jose sighed. You are causing trouble for yourself. You know, in my eyes, you are like an incandescent lamp. The light all over your body can't be restrained, and it constantly drifts. Like a freshly cooked delicacy, exuding a tempting smell. Natsume's face turned pale. I won't say anything else. Tokyo is said to be a heavy spirit land. With your physique, once you get close to the spirit field, you will be targeted by the dirty things, right? Yi-Jose scratched his head. This time, there is still me. What about next time? Natsume closed his eyes. I will go back to the countryside and rarely come to the big city. This is an escape. It is not a solution. Although you can avoid danger, your life is not free enough. Yi-Jose shook his head. Natsume, after this, we can be considered friends of life and death. As a friend, I would like to say, if you do not make yourself strong, you will become a delicacy on someone's plate at any time. Yi-Jose's tone was heavy. You are very gentle, and you do not want to drag others down. But Natsume, without the strength to solve your own problems, you will only lose the things that you want to protect. Takashi Natsume sighed. I know. But what should he do? He had no teacher, no companion, no close friends. Years of memories had always been spent in fear and running away. If it weren't for Teacher Kitty, his life would have been ruined. Yi-Jose did not speak. Finally, he pondered for a while and began to rummage through his backpack. His consciousness flashed through the backpack. As he rummaged, he suddenly found something good. It was an old box, covered with a magic circle. He remembered now. This was something that Wild Goose Knight had given him during the Holy Grail War. There were mediums for summoning heroic spirits in the box. He had tried a few of them, and they were all usable. Then, Yi-Jose could not help but look at Natsume. He did not know that Natsume was protected by a big demon, nor did he know about his background. In Yi-Jose's mind, Takashi Natsume was an excellent and kind young man. Every day, he fought hard to survive. He had a majestic aura, but he did not know how to use it. Takashi Natsume needed an excellent teacher, and even more so, a powerful companion. At least, before he grew up, he could protect his life. Yi-Jose did not show any reluctance. He pretended to reach for his sleeve, but he was actually reaching for the box. In front of Natsume, he took out a black feather and placed it in front of the young man along with his other sword. This. Take my sword and go to the Sunset Shrine. Find a girl called Kagome. Yi-Jose's voice deepened. Ask her if she can bring you to another world. Another world. Yes, go if you can. When you get there, find a witch. Her name is Sway. Yijose said word by word, trying to make sure that Natsume could hear him clearly. If you can't go, ask Kagome to be your teacher. As for this feather, if you want to reduce your spiritual power, find a summoning circle and place it inside. Then use your own spiritual power to summon a guardian spirit that is connected to it. Natsume was stunned for a long time. Then, he hurriedly declined, no need, these are too expensive. Teacher Cat will be angry. However, unexpectedly, Fat Cat suddenly stretched out its paw, pressing down on Xiaomu's hand that was trying to push away. Natsume was stunned and turned his head. Teacher Cat pretended to be playful and grabbed the feather with its mouth, refusing to let go. Teacher Cat, no, this is too rude. Give it back. Just take it, I don't need it. He already had enough heroic spirits. If he had more, he would die of exhaustion. As for Natsume, he had nowhere to use his spiritual power, so he could use it to fight with the heroic spirits. With the existence of the heroic spirits, his personal safety should be guaranteed. Yijose got up and closed the window. He stuffed some talismans into Natsume's hand and took the map of the Black Chamber, ready to go out and make some money. Tokyo was a heavy spiritual land. It was a place that even Wang Su Vastad visited. Winter Lion had gone to the Tokyo station to hand over the task to the Grim Reaper, so he couldn't be bothered with him for the time being. During this time, he had absolute freedom, but he could also be in great danger. Well, as long as he didn't encounter Vastad, he should be fine. Right? This was the 18th hour since their owner had left. As a group of noble and elegant dogs, they only stayed in the corridor to bask in the sun. No, to bask in the moon, not to see if that doggy girl had returned or not. The night was as cold as water, and they missed the chopped soup made by the owner. The first meal that Kimimaro gave them was cold water to pretend to be plain rice. Dog food. That was impossible. How could a bankrupt owner afford dog food, which was so expensive? If he couldn't afford it, eating plain rice, what would come out of a dog's mouth? Today, under the cold eyes of Kimimaro, they suddenly felt that there was no hope for their dog lives. When would the owner pay off the debt? When would the owner come back? Was the owner still angry? But they should be the ones who should be angry. They were not real dogs. In this kind of situation, it was generous of them not to bite a bunch of people to death. But in the eyes of the owner, it was abnormal. He just wanted to teach her a lesson, but he didn't expect it to go too far. Things had not yet turned around, and they had not yet thought about how to show their attitude, but she had already signed the contract of selling herself to the Soul Society. None of the dogs admitted defeat, and the owner refused to bow down. She was very stubborn, and it was not easy to get rid of her temper. But they also had their own pride, so how could they be the first to bow down? In several worlds, she was the first one to compromise and clean up the mess. Even if she was beaten, she still had a warm attitude towards them after a while. It was as if no matter what they did, they would be forgiven. But now, they didn't expect that their feed master would give up on his job. After destroying the pet hospital, she took on the debt as usual, but she didn't do anything to them. They thought that one day she would clean up the dogs, and cleaning up meant one step closer to reconciliation. But on the first day, she didn't, and on the second day, she still didn't. The 6 dog kennels beside the tatami seemed to be rejected by her. She was forgetful, so she would calm down and choose to forgive them. She didn't want to see them for the time being, so she asked Kimimaro to take care of them, and then got on the bus to Tokyo without looking back. Angry buns. The night gradually deepened, and the bright moon shone in the sky. Silver light shone on the courtyard of the guest house, but that familiar scent could not be smelled. This was the first night, and no one was rubbing their fur. There was no cool spiritual power caressing their faces, and there was no familiar commotion. There was no noise and frolicking. From liveliness to desolation, there was only a difference of 1 ijōsa. They thought that it was good that she had left, but unexpectedly, they couldn't control their dog legs and were still lying on the porch waiting. They waited for her to lower her head, but who knew that she wouldn't look back? She went to Tokyo. Suddenly, 9 Orchid Flower said, "I know the way." "Why? Are you going to look for her?" Gilgamesh snorted coldly. "She doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see her either. It's just right, just right." 9 Orchid Flower turned around and said in a daze, "Then why are you still on the porch?" Gilgamesh was speechless. "Find her, and then what?" Aizen barked in a low voice. "Follow her and stick to her. Yes, she'll be soft-hearted and forgive us, but in her eyes, we're still just dogs." "What is she doing in Tokyo?" "Killing nothingness." Aizen glanced at his colleagues. "We've never shown our strength, nor have we revealed our identities. So, who's the one protecting who by following her? If you go over when she's angry and cause trouble for her work, you'll only be hated even more." Aizen put his paws together and glanced at Saishomaru without batting an eyelid. "Unless she knows that we're not ordinary dogs." The dogs were taken aback. Uchiha Madara suggested, "Pull her into the Sharingan's illusion and tell her the truth." Aizen ruthlessly rejected, "If you don't want her to do anything in your illusion, it's best not to pull her in at will." Thinking back to the time when Uchiha Shisui was in the illusion, it was completely ruined. Uchiha Madara was speechless. Yoshi Asakura barked, "I can borrow the power of a spirit-branded retainer to write the truth on a piece of paper, and then..." Aizen rejected again, "She'll think that you're possessed by a demon, and she'll personally burn incense and bathe in your body to exorcise the evil spirits." Yoshi Asakura was speechless. 9 Orchid Flower pondered for a moment, then barked, "Owner doesn't believe me, but what if she says it through Kimimoro's mouth? She trusts Kimimaro and values Kimimaro. If he says it, she'll definitely..." Aizen continued to refute, "If Kimimaro finds out about us, we won't be able to live past tonight." "Why?" "A group of men living together with a girl, Kimimaro, will probably kill us." Aizen glanced at Saishomaru again and smiled. "Kimimaro's obsession with Owner is very deep. I thought that all of you would be able to tell. He's not like us. He has a human form, and he's the same kind as Owner. Compared to us, he has a natural advantage. Owner is tolerant and protective towards us, but she's tolerant and protective towards Kimimaro. Whether he has a human form or not is very important. Owner is a human, so in the end, she'll only choose a human." White Firewood, who was beside him, opened his eyes. Aizen's ash-gray eyes became even more calculating. "Unless she personally sees us transform from dogs to humans, otherwise. What happened last time will definitely happen again." Aizen licked its fur and smiled. "It's a pity that we don't know the rules, and we can't transform into human forms." Human form. Shifting the blame to someone else, they immediately changed their target. Aizen intentionally or unintentionally led the dog's gazes toward Saishomaru. Now that the time was right, Aizen began to hide his achievements and reputation, and said no more. After all, some things should only be touched on. If they said too much, it wouldn't be beautiful. The more one spoke, the more one spoke, the more one spoke. Aizen knew that Saishomaru could transform into a human form, but it wasn't sure that Saishomaru's method would be suitable for him. Therefore, it needed a group of colleagues who dared to try to verify this method. Saishomaru's strength was extraordinary, and he didn't want to stand out and get beaten up. Before his strength recovered, lying low was the best method. Let his colleagues test the knife, let his colleagues find out the method, let his colleagues verify it. After that, he had plenty of ways to steal the results. 100 years ago, he was able to force Urahara Kisuke away and frame Masako Hirako. 100 years later, even if he became a dog, he would still be able to live until the last episode of the finale. Aizen. Medical school. How can I forgive you for cooking and raising badgers? If Saishomaru didn't hand over the method, that was fine too. If the owner didn't return, no one would be able to get anything out of it. If the owner returned, the evil thoughts would still not disappear. For the sake of his lower body, Saishomaru would definitely find an opportunity to show his human form. And if the owner found out that the dog had become a human, the owner would inevitably dispel that terrible idea. However, since Saishomaru was in a human form and a man at that, and since he had taken advantage of the female, then Bai Chai might be detested and ostracized. However, this wasn't something he needed to consider. As long as he was sure that he wouldn't be rejected or sent to the hospital for sterilization, he could get the method to transform from a dog into a human, and he could also teach White Firewood a lesson in disguise. So what if the method was a little despicable? He only cared about the result, not the process. Aizen planted a seed of restlessness and coldly watched the dog struggle and struggle. However, it was as if Saishomaru was born to not be able to get along with him. He actually snorted and slowly got up from the corridor. I'll remember you. Saishomaru tilted his head and stared at Aizen's dog face. Then, let's rely on our own abilities. White Firewood stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, his long fur grew, and his demonic energy rose. The snow-white fur wrapped around his body, as if he had turned into a snow-white cotton. His tail fluttered and twisted, and he actually rose from the ground and escaped into the sky, disappearing into the night. Aizen suddenly stood up, slightly bared its teeth, and coldly stared in the direction where Saishomaru had disappeared. Very good, very good. Very good. He had forgotten that Saishomaru could transform into a human. And as long as he was a human, he would naturally have a way to gain the owner's trust. First, he could transform into a human form to gain the owner's favor. After that, it wouldn't be difficult to gain the owner's forgiveness. Damn it. Saishomaru. And he was a human, but he was a dog. In a fight, he had no advantage at all. If Saishomaru didn't say anything, the owner would never know that they were humans. Could it be that he had to beg the monster to explain it to him? No, Aizen, could afford to lose everything, but he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Begging was impossible. A little Ryatsu overflowed from his body. Samyed was angry for a while, but after a while, he calmed down. He didn't let his colleagues see any clues. He pretended to be sleepy and yawned, but his mind was thinking about other things. However, Aizen didn't know that a black cat was hiding in the deep night, restraining all its breath, watching this small world. Yi of the Four Maple Academy silently stared at Samyed. After a long time, he finally smoothed his hair. That kind of Ryatsu. Ryatsu. Is there Aizen? Add therapy Juneidu. Yijiosa's bodyguard plan went smoothly and achieved in-progress results. His new boss, Kengo Atobi, said that he didn't hire him for the tennis club, but for the entire Ice Emperor Academy. He hoped that during his tenure, he would ensure the safety of the students during the day and the safety of the club members in the evening. The probation period was half a month, so money wasn't a problem. Money isn't a problem, solved all the problems. Yijiosa held the Ice Emperor Academy uniform, took the Noble Children Study textbook, and foolishly accepted the identity of a student. His information was blank, and his identity was a complete mystery. But it didn't matter. Boss Kengo waved his hand, and all the information and identity were complete. He thought that no problem was a problem, but he didn't know that after entering the Ice Emperor Academy, the problems that weren't a problem would become a big problem. For example, right now. Early in the morning, he awkwardly pulled the short skirt of his school uniform, trying to cover a little bit more. He always felt that wearing a short skirt was like wearing nothing at all. It seemed that when the wind blew, his underwear would fly away. At this moment, Yijiosa expressed his highest respect for Gu-wei, who wore a short skirt and wouldn't be exposed no matter what. Forget it, as a pure young disciple, he wanted to protect the safety of the entire academy, so he had to bring a sword with him. In order to prevent the bare-handed appearance of a sword, he could only put the sword in a case and carry it on his back. But he never expected that when he walked on the road and smiled sincerely at the girls, they would all stay away from him and even gather together to whisper. They felt that his behavior of carrying a sword case was strange, and that he was a weirdo. The Ice Emperor Academy was Kengo Otobi's private kingdom. He had single-handedly built the Ice Emperor Academy's walls and made the rules of the Ice Emperor Academy. In the entire Ice Emperor Academy, Kengo Otobi was the core. It was natural for girls to like him, but Kengo Otobi didn't pretend or interact too much with girls. Therefore, the Ice Emperor Academy had many internal support groups, but it maintained a delicate balance. However, Yijiosa had appeared. She was an unfamiliar and beautiful young girl. Her face was so beautiful that it made people feel jealous. In the first hour that Yijiosa came to the Ice Emperor Academy, he gained a bunch of fans, big and small, but he didn't make any female friends. His beauty was too strong, and he was overly aggressive. Girls were at the age where they competed for beauty, so who was willing to get close to him? The morning class was about to begin. Other than the boys coming up to him one after another, the girls didn't give him any face at all. He only saw countless girls and teenagers rushing to the door, taking out a shocking lineup and bursting into unprecedented cheers. Kengo. 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 Yijiosa carried the sword case and stood there in a daze. Then, he saw an extended Hummer stop at the door, accompanied by the girls' high-pitched screams and cheers, as if they were welcoming a superstar. Kengo. 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 In an instant, the loud roar of the helicopter sounded, and thousands of bright rose petals fell from the sky. The wind blew, and the flowers surged. The gorgeous and charming red, wrapped in fragrance, swept through the sky above the Ice Emperor Academy. The petals were scattered, and the red carpet was laid out. The door of the Hummer opened, and a foot came out. His new boss raised his head proudly with elegant and charming movements, extremely coquettish style, and an invisibly seductive posture. He calmly welcomed the screams and praises of the girls and walked into the academy as if he was used to it. Yijiosa was speechless. The roses were raining, and the BMW and the car retreated. He really didn't understand. It was just going to school. Why was it like walking on the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival? He wasn't envious at all, really. He just felt sorry for the money and Kengo Otobi's IQ. Chapter 115. Saishomaru turned into a stream of light. He streaked across the sky of Tokyo and landed steadily at the apex of Ginza. The moment he landed, he transformed into a handsome man with silver hair and white clothes. Facing the late-night wind of Tokyo, he calmly looked down at the brightly lit human city. The traffic was heavy, the aura was mixed. He was not in a hurry to find Yijiosa, but he needed to test the strength of Void. That Samyed, who had a lot of thoughts, had an inexplicable familiarity with this world. Whether it was Reaper or Void, he had a certain level of understanding. He did not speak much and revealed very little information, but the occasional abnormality in his behavior finally exposed something. Saishomaru raised his hand. He gently placed it on Tian Xingya. Since Reaper and Void were both spirit bodies, then Tian Xingya would be useful. So, let him test the sharpness of Tian Xingya. Saishomaru leaped up, and his snow-white figure disappeared in the crisscrossing light. Although his strength had not recovered to its peak, he had completed half of the energy digestion. As long as he had enough time, he did not need to stay by Yi Joseph_S side. However, his father_S, Song Yunya, was still in her hands. If she was unwilling to hand it over, should he make a move? Tonight in Tokyo, it was destined not to be peaceful. Early the next morning, Saishomaru turned into a puppy again, following Yi Joseph_S aura. He arrived at the Ice Emperor Academy. After testing the saber last night, he was really satisfied with the lethality of Tian Xingya. As long as it was used against spirit bodies, Tian Xingya was a divine weapon. Combined with his demonic power, he was completely invincible. Because he was in a good mood, even if he stepped into the place where the human cubs gathered, Saishomaru did not feel uncomfortable. He sniffed the smell in the wind, found the right direction, and quietly sneaked in. This was the first time he had seen a school, and it was also the first time he had experienced a human classroom. A blackboard, a piece of chalk, focused on educating the cubs, teaching them survival skills and self-protection methods. With a systematic explanation of the world and a straightforward presentation of history, the transmission of knowledge no longer had a threshold of nobility or inferiority. Even the status of men and women no longer had the so-called superiority or inferiority. He couldn't help but turn around and listen carefully to the human lecture. Before he knew it, he had been standing in the corridor for more than 10 minutes. He passed by a dozen classrooms and heard about 7 or 8 of them. Saishomaru stepped into the third-year classroom, but to his surprise, the classroom on this end was very quiet. There was only the sound of pen and paper rubbing against each other. He landed on the windowsill and found Yi Joseph. At that time, she was sitting in the first row of the Triennial A group, staring at the Japanese history exam paper with a bitter look on her face as she scribbled blindly. Saishomaru turned his eyes and glanced at the back of her seat. He saw that she was neatly listing the answers and writing at a rapid speed, as if she was going to finish the exam. On the other hand, Yi Joseph's paper was more than half empty. His handwriting was messy, and his words were incoherent. There were many parts that he couldn't read smoothly. TSK. The palm-sized white firewood flicked its tail and strolled along the slender windowsill, quietly sweeping its eyes over the cubs' exam papers. He wrote down the general content, nimbly jumped off the windowsill, and slipped into the classroom. Some students noticed him and seemed to want to say something. Saishomaru's gaze passed through the desks and the crowd, and he sped up, leaping onto Kengo Atobi's desk. Ha! Kengo let out a rare soft cry, as if he was startled. But he reacted quickly and suppressed the sound in his throat. He stared at the slightly familiar white firewood, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be Yi Joseph's dog. Then the question was, why did it jump onto his desk? Wait, a puppy. Could a 3-legged puppy have such amazing jumping ability? Could it be a spirit? On this end, Kengo looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The student who was about to speak shut his mouth. He only looked at it curiously a few times, and then looked away. If it was Kengo's pet, they wouldn't have the right to say anything. After a while, everyone was at peace, and the examination room was still solemn. Kengo resisted the urge to fork the dog out. He turned his pen and calmly answered the questions. Unexpectedly, this white firewood stared at his test paper for a while, then jumped off the desk and slowly walked to the front row. Kengo couldn't help but stare at it. White firewood skillfully rubbed against Yi Joseph's leg, and under the latter's stiff gaze, obediently, sat at the desk. The woman who wasn't gorgeous looked around nervously. After seeing that everyone was immersed in their work, she let out a sigh of relief. With lightning speed, she grabbed white firewood and stuffed it into the desk. Kengo was speechless. White firewood seemed to be accustomed to this kind of situation. It just shook its fur and climbed onto the desk. Under the dull gaze of Yijiosa, it pressed the A option. Yijiosa was speechless. I understand the logic. Nowadays, even a dog can learn Japanese history better than me. He knew that Fu Chang was a dog demon, but a dog demon. How could a dog demon born in the Warring States period know how to answer questions from the 21st century? The Warring States period was 500 years ago. He didn't know the details of the Kurofune incident, but he roughly knew that it should be classified as modern history. A dog demon from 500 years ago did modern history a few hundred years later. Was the answer useful to him? Yijiosa was deeply suspicious. Then, he sneakily erased his C and replaced it with the dog's A. He was really sorry. He could crush everyone in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, but when it came to Japanese history, he chose to believe in the dog. Kengo, who was watching everything, was speechless. This dog, is it really a demon? Saishomaru curled his body into a ball, recalled the scribbles in his mind, and gave Yijiosa half of the answer. Then, under the eager gaze of Yijiosa, he lazily retracted his paw, jumped off the desk, walked out of the classroom, and jumped onto the windowsill. He just stared at him with such a noble and cold expression, no longer cooperating with the answer. Yijiosa was speechless. Fu Chang Saishomaru was indifferent. Sometimes, giving people hope and making people despair was really fun. Yijiosa answered the questions with a bitter face. When all the cubs finished the paper and began to count the sheep in boredom, he finally showed kindness and pressed the answers to the remaining options to her. Under the extremely touched eyes of Yijiosa, Saishomaru deeply realized what Samoya said was really bullshit. The way to make a woman calm down was actually very simple. She just needed to take the initiative. Yijiosa had mixed feelings. To be honest, when he first saw white firewood, in addition to shock, he also felt a little guilty. White firewood was the dog that had been with him for the longest time. Now that he was angry, white firewood was still the first dog to find him. He didn't know how long it had trekked from Shizuoka Prefecture to Tokyo before it finally found him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched, but he also knew in his heart that white firewood was not innocent in the hospital incident. He didn't believe that it didn't have anything to do with the large-scale collapse of the building. However, at this moment, whether it was debt or anger, it didn't matter. It came to him. Well, that was enough. Whether it was an ordinary dog or a powerful demon, it was enough to find its owner to this extent. Even if its demonic body made his scalp numb, and the tip of its tongue made him have goosebumps, as long as he knew how to control it, raising a demon dog that loved its owner shouldn't be a problem. Yijiosa sighed, picked up white firewood, turned his hand, and put it on his shoulder. If Shamu's cat could climb onto his shoulder, then his Fuchiang could too. Saishomaru, whose stomach was pressed against his shoulder, was speechless. He became Yijiosa's shoulder accessory. Along the way, he met male cubs who confessed to Yijiosa, female cubs who provoked Yijiosa. He looked at Yijiosa, who was as coquettish as ever. Facing the male cubs, she said, "You want to chase me? Oh, I don't have high requirements for the men who chase me. Height 180, weight 140, handsome, elegant, rich, 8-pack abs, 18 centimeters, can do it 7 times a night, and can last for a long time. He has to have a villa in the suburbs of Tokyo, with my name written on it, and a luxury car that matches me. I won't work after marriage, and I'll take care of his salary." I'll give him 500 yen a day as pocket money. Under the strange rhetoric of Hua-Xia-style persuasion, the male cubs retreated one after another. Facing the female cubs, for some reason, she seemed to have lost her patience, and even her tone was a little irritable. Girl, I'll say it for the last time, I have nothing to do with your master Kengo. Why do you guys block me all day long? If you like someone, go after him. What's the use of blocking me? There are more than 1,600 students in the school, and more than 1,000 of them are boys. Why do you guys have to hang yourself on the same tree? Kengo is more exquisite than a woman, and he walks with flowers. I like him. I can't even afford to raise a dog, so why would I raise him? What? I lied to you guys. This dog is Kengo's, and Kengo gave it to me. Why don't you be a scriptwriter if you have such a big brain? I'm telling you, I have the biggest breasts, so I call the shots. Even my big breasts dog follows me. Do I still need someone to send me? Yi Joseph puffed out his chest and patted it loudly. You have the time to talk nonsense, but no time to chase after men. Ha, you guys really rely on your own ability to be single. Under Yi Joseph's forceful verbal bombardment, the female cub retreated in all directions. Saishomaru's face was wooden as he watched her fight her way through all the obstacles. Wherever she went, people were thrown off their feet. Yi Joseph, with his dog and sword on his back, killed his way to the student union to ask for leave. In the contract he signed with Kengo Otobi, there was no such thing as studying hard. Instead of wasting time in school, he might as well go out and find something to kill. He patted a talisman and stuck it on the Ice Emperor's courtyard wall, and began his Lone Ranger life for the day. Tokyo was very big, and the streets were complicated. Yi Joseph walked through the streets and alleys, and he really did find a lot of places to forage for food. However, the level of this kind of hollow, which was transformed from an evil spirit, was not high, not even the lowest level of Daxu. Even if he killed a lot of them, his salary would not increase at all. However, sometimes, one could not do things only by looking at the reward. Where one's heart was, the sword would point to. To him, it was just a sword strike, but to others, it might be a life. In the meantime, Yi Joseph returned to the Ice Emperor and sent a group of teenagers who had finished their work home. Then, until midnight, he wandered around Tokyo, searching for traces of hollow. Until he saw a female student with shoulder-length orange hair. She silently shed tears, clenched the bracelet on her arm, and walked straight in a direction. Her body passed through the bodies of pedestrians and layers of buildings, like a lonely ghost in a bustling city, filled with a strong sense of sorrow. Kurosaki-kun. I'm sorry. Yi Joseph picked up white firewood and followed her quietly. The female student was like a spirit, but there were no signs of her being illusory. Logically speaking, a lonely soul wandering in the downtown area should have already sent her to the afterlife. However, she had been walking for so long without attracting the attention of any of the Grim Reapers. Why? Inoue Oriheim wiped away her tears and looked at the noisy Tokyo one last time with nostalgia in her eyes. Aizen of Silent Night Palace was very interested in her ability. He ordered his subordinate of Vastad, Urkiola, to bring her back to the virtual circle and ask her to repair the damaged Hogyoku. He used the Soul Society and Ichigo Shinozaki as a threat to force her to compromise. Aizen was kind enough to give her a bracelet. The bracelet had a powerful ability that allowed a human's physical body to have the ability to pass through physical objects. He gave her 12 hours of freedom, during which she could say goodbye to anyone. After that, she would be brought to the virtual circle, and her life and death would be controlled by the monsters. 10 Vastad were enough to destroy the Soul Society. Aizen would do anything to become the so-called Soul King. What else could she do? There was no other way but to go. She went to see Ichigo Shinozaki, gathered her courage, and said goodbye to the sleeping boy. Goodbye, Kurosaki-kun. Perhaps we will never meet again. I'm sorry, I can't fight with you anymore. Inoue Orihime walked out of the bustling Tokyo and came to a gloomy abandoned park. In this lifeless place, a thin man stood in the center. He wore a hemispherical armor made of bone, and his skin was pale and bloodless. A pair of dark green eyes were cold and emotionless, but 2 dark green tear stains fell from his cheeks. Emotionless eyes, passionate tear stains, half-long black hair, and tightly pursed black lips. One of the 10 breakers of Silent Night Palace, the Vastod level Daxu, Urkiola Saifa. The prey that had been waiting for had fallen into the trap. Inoue Orihime was the human that Lord Aizen wanted. With a tap of his finger, Ulquiorra easily opened the black chamber. Inoue Orihime hung her head, her long hair covering her eyes, and tears fell one by one. She took off her wristband and slowly walked toward the black circle. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps that were as swift as a gust of wind abruptly rang out. Her heart was startled as she saw a pair of delicate hands tightly embracing her waist, fiercely throwing her up, swiftly bringing her up high into the sky. It was a young girl dressed in an exquisite sky-blue robe. Her body was tense, and her face was solemn, as if she was facing a great enemy. She carried her and leaped into the air at the highest speed possible, retreating from the Vastod region. The next second, Urkiola's dark green flash cut through the sky. The Vastod level flash had a greater destructive speed and area. It wasn't an attack that Yi Jiosa, who was proficient in Qigong, could evade. But it was impossible for him to leave this schoolgirl behind and escape. Indeed, he felt very guilty after encountering the Vastod, and he even wanted to run. But even if he didn't see it, he didn't do anything even if he did see it. He couldn't just watch a schoolgirl get taken away by Vastod. There were things that people should and shouldn't do. As a man, he was a coward if he left a weak girl behind and escaped. So he settled white firewood down, and while the Vastod wasn't paying attention, he snatched the girl and ran. The flash behind him followed closely, and he had reached a point where he couldn't avoid it. 100 meters above the ground, Yi Jiosa hugged the schoolgirl tightly. He activated his damage reduction skill, meditative meditation, and desperately changed the direction of the flash. He used his back to take the blow. His pure young Qigong was still flying steadily, but Yi Jiosa's face was as white as paper. They stopped dangerously on a hill. Looking at the ground, Yi Jiosa vomited black and red blood clots. The flash burned a hole in his Taoist robe, and the skin on his back was covered in blisters. You. No. Pull yourself together. Inoue Orihime supported her and was about to use her ability to treat her. But unexpectedly, Yi Jiosa grabbed her hand and shouted, "Run! Run!" Boom! The forest behind them was blown into ashes by the dark green flash. Yi Jiosa gritted his teeth and turned around, using his long sword to prop himself up. He finally understood why the Winter Lion told him not to provoke the Vastod. Even the body of Kenzo couldn't withstand such a powerful flash. Which warrior could? Oh shit! My back hurts. The blisters worsened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood flowed out, and pus started to fester. Yi Jiosa held his sword horizontally, took a pill, and cast Mountain River on the schoolgirl without a word. He stared at Urkiola and took a deep breath. "Listen, my name is Yi Jiosa. If I die in battle today, please burn a wife for me next year's Qingming festival." This world was full of evil. He was about to die for the second time, and he was still single. Was it so hard to get a girlfriend these days? Yi Jiosa murmured, "I don't know why I'm trying so hard to save you. Maybe it's because you have big breasts. Run." As far as you can. Yi Joseph flicked his wrist and used life Tai Chi. Facing the vast odd-level Daxu, he had no chance of winning when he was seriously injured. But as long as he could hold on until the Grim Reaper arrived. For symbols reincarnation, yin and yang transformation, inexhaustible. At the same time, Inoue Oriheim suddenly lifted her legs and ran in the opposite direction. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I have to call for help. She had to be fast. Chi-Chun used his ultimate moves one after another. His thick inner force split the ground and rocks, and his powerful sword energy broke through the Flash's attacks. With blood spilling out and his stamina sharply reduced, Yi Jose's desperate fighting style finally stalled Okuyura's footsteps. Woman. Urkiola raised his hand and wiped the blood on his cheek. His dark green eyes were frighteningly deep. You're really courting death. He stretched out his pale finger, and a dark green flash condensed on it. Yi Joseph panted heavily. Holding the burning sword hilt, he calmed himself down and assumed the Taiji stance. Wait, just one more minute, Mountain River will be able to, Wang Su's flash exploded with an ear-piercing roar. Urkiola suddenly opened his hand and increased the output of the flash. The overwhelming green light, the ferocious murderous intent, the spiritual pressure as thick as the sea, and the weight of Mount Tai. Yi Jose held the sword in his right hand and unleashed all his inner force. The pale blue power was like a palm in front of him, blocking the flash like the Sea of Moses, splitting it into two streams. Urkiola frowned. He couldn't be killed like this. Then. Urkiola put his hand on the sword at his waist. The flash's torrent became thicker and thicker. Yi Jose lost so much blood that his vision became blurry. Die. Urkiola loosened his grip on the sword hilt and was about to increase his strength. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a white dragon directly broke through the attack of the void flash. The flashing sword Qi smashed everything in its path and pierced straight at Meng Qi's face with an overwhelming momentum. White lightning flashed across the ground. The majestic demonic energy and spiritual pressure were evenly matched, distorting the surrounding space. Urkiola took out his sword and shattered the lightning. His dark green eyes stared at the newcomer as if he was estimating the opponent's strength. The wind blew and dust flew. The silver-haired man in white held the sword and stood next to Yi Jose. Og! Yi Jose vomited a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with his sword. As a pure yang, he couldn't resist flash and thunderstorm. In this hot environment, did they want to turn him into a roasted lamb? He didn't know who was next to him, but they didn't attack, so they should be allies. Are you dead? The newcomer's voice was cold as if he had heard it somewhere before. If you're not dead, run away. These words were really rude, big brother. Was it easy for him to fight until now? I'm not dead. Yi Jose vomited another mouthful of blood and felt like his internal organs were being cut. I'm only medium well, I can still fight. Saishomaru. Big brother, do me a favor and let me freeload on Vastod. Yi Jose took a pill. He's worth 500 million, 500 million. I swear, I'll give you 250 million after this. Saishomaru. No matter when, she was really. Chapter 116. As the saying goes, pressure brings motivation. Motivation brings hard work. Before he had teammates, Yi Jose wanted to live. After he had teammates, Yi Jose wanted to live. As for where his confidence came from, of course, it was the courage that Liang Jingru gave him. In this life, he couldn't live without the spirit of a gambler. Seeing that the newcomer had his own special light and shadow effect, once he used a big move, all the illusions were shattered. Yijose suddenly came to his senses. This was a golden thigh that was hard to come by. He walked to his side. He crossed the long knife, he ordered his action. He ran away quickly. After rounding it up, this powerful man was the ally, the heavenly son of Wulin. It was the binding teammates in the arena. Damn it. God, please take me to show off and fly. Things were not done yet. Yijose had even thought of how they were going to split the 500 million. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The changes were hard to digest. Yijose just wanted to look up at the halo of the god. Who knew that his new teammate's face was so three-dimensional that his hair stood on end. Long silver hair, purple-red crescent moon, bright golden eyes, shoulder-length armor. He was about 188, with enchanting red patterns on his long sleeves. Swords and sabers raged and lightning fell. There was a mixture of old and new hatred in his disdainful eyes. Yijose was stunned. He never thought that at this moment, in this situation, the so-called new teammate was the silver-haired man in fur who was killed by him. Oh shit! Wasn't he dead? How did he come back to life? Could it be? Yijose was shocked. The husky in his brain immediately put on the hula skirt and danced wildly. All kinds of guesses came one after another. The silver-haired man in fur died in his hands. His soul left his body and entered the soul society, becoming the god of death. In order to avenge his shame, he concentrated on cultivation and worked hard. Finally, he was promoted to Dugachobai. He was extremely awesome. The other party was using the script of the villain's counterattack style to start the road of face slapping, while he was holding the outline of the male protagonist's level-up style and was still rolling around. The two of them had a lot of old grudges. One was slapping faces while the other was upgrading. For example, how could water and fire merge? But Vastad was worth 500 million. 500 million. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. The temptation was too great. Yijose decided on the spot that even if they were like fire and water, they could still turn into steam if they tried to melt. He stubbornly climbed up from the ground, as if he had been injected with the motivation to fight on Weibo. Yijose held his sword with a solemn expression. He spat out a mouthful of blood and asked seriously, "I'll give you 250 million. Will you do it?" Saishomaru was silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. "Then I'll give you 300 million, no more. Are you going to do it or not?" Yijose gritted his teeth. "Yes or no? It's just a matter of one sentence. Answer me quickly, are you still a man or not?" Saishomaru was speechless. "I'll give you 350 million. If you do it with me this time, all grudges will be written off." Saishomaru was speechless. He turned his face away, took a step forward, and stood in front of Yijose to shield him. His cold voice was mixed with an unknown emotion. His breath was low and hoarse. "What do you want?" "Nonsense. Do it," Yijose pointed at Urkiola. "Look. Vastad. If we do it together, we'll have 500 million. Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't know why, but he felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. Urkiola stared at them. His eyes were unwavering. His cold gaze swept past Saishomaru and then moved to Yijose. He raised his hand and placed it on the hilt of his saber. "Do you want to know what despair is?" He pulled out the long saber from his waist inch by inch. His spiritual pressure skyrocketed in the form of an explosive function. Yijose felt that all villains were sick. Be reasonable. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you chanting stupid lines? Are you afraid that others don't know that you're stupid? Urkiola's lips parted slightly. Seal. Nonsense. Yijiosa roared and interrupted his channeling. He made a Tai Chi gesture. Of course I know what despair is. He held his sword and stabbed all kinds of auras into the ground. Those who have never raised a dog, those who have raised a dog but didn't raise a husky, those who have raised a husky but didn't raise 6, and those who have raised 6 but didn't tear down a hospital. They don't deserve to talk about despair with me. 500 million. What right do you have to talk nonsense with me? Saishomaru was speechless. Urkiola was speechless. Vastad fell into a strange silence. But he was a strong-willed Wang Su after all. How could he be swayed by a few words from Yijiosa? Urkiola pulled out his long saber and released the spell. Seal. Black-winged demon. In an instant, a dark green violent spiritual pressure rose, as if the sky was pressing down and the weight of the world was unloaded in this area. The ground suddenly sank, and rocks shattered into powder. A pair of pitch-black wings spread out behind him. Like the hands of a demon, they stirred the air and cut off the vitality in the area. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His palms turned into claws and condensed the power of Void Flash into a long spear. High posture, high skills, high means. In Yijiosa's eyes, 500 million gave him a contemptuous look, as if saying, didn't expect it, did you? I can fly. Fuck. Yijiosa really didn't expect that his opponent was an aerial fighter. Damn, 500 million is flying away. No, Urkiola was speechless. Saishomaru's expression was solemn. Surging electric light was given to his heavenly fangs. He quickly ran up and soared into the sky like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he attacked Dax's face. The saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. The azure dragon roared in the sky, and spiritual pressure exploded. The long spear and the long saber collided, blasting a vast ripple. When Saishomaru was in close combat, Yijiosa locked on to Daxu. He suddenly released the first symbol's reincarnation and directly hit his opponent's arm. The sword energy pierced through the skin and cut off one of Dax's hands. But Urkiola's expression didn't change. His arm just shook slightly, and a new arm grew out. Super regeneration. Urkiola had a skill that was almost immortal. But Yijiosa and Saishomaru weren't vegetarians. One was long-range and the other was melee. It was like the double swords of the pure Yang Palace, and the combination of Zixia and Taishu. They were bound to be invincible. Yijiosa was injured, Saishomaru hadn't recovered, and Urkiola hadn't used his full strength. In this battle between the three, it was a 50-50 chance of winning or losing. A captain-level Grim Reaper was approaching this place. Urkiola looked up at the crescent moon falling from the sky. Across the ruins, he looked at Yijiosa. This woman had ruined his mission. Kill her. No. Humans always felt fear because they had a heart. It was also because of this heart that they became timid, hesitant, and impulsive. This woman saved Inoue Oriheim, and Inoue Oriheim naturally wouldn't give up on saving her. So, even if he changed the target, the result would be the same. If he caught her, Inoue Oriheim would still come to the Void Circle. And it was time for him to return to Hollow Knight Palace. Urkiola turned his gaze to Saishomaru. Suddenly, he flapped his wings and flew high. Countless spears formed in his hands, and with the fastest speed, he shot them at Saishomaru like arrows. A violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Saishomaru dashed forward quickly, and Yijiosa followed closely. Seeing that the number of spears was getting denser, Yijiosa's sword light turned, and the subduing mountain and river fell directly on Saishomaru's body. It was also at this moment that Urkiola, who was high up in the sky, suddenly swooped down. His wings raised a storm, sweeping up a thick cloud of dust and obscuring the two's vision. In a flash, his ice-cold hand reached out from the yellow dust and grabbed Ijosa's neck. He quickly turned to the side, and at the cost of a broken wing, he avoided Saishomaru's critical attack. With a light tap of his hand, he opened the deep, black cavity, in one go, and teleported in with Ijosa. Don't even think about it. The black cavity quickly closed. Saishomaru raised Tianqing's fang and slashed down fiercely. He did not know what he was thinking, but he really did not want to see Ijosa taken away. The thought rose in his mind, and his demonic power broke through and skyrocketed. At this moment, the Tianqing's fang in his hand seemed to be connected to his mind, passing through his anger and urgency, and slashed out a black crescent. Boom! The embryonic form of the underworld waning moon break collided with the waves of the black cavity, forcibly tearing an opening. Saishomaru no longer hesitated. The fluffy tail on his shoulder instantly elongated and shot into the black cavity like a rope, wrapping around Ijosa's waist. He was about to pull Ijosa back, but unexpectedly, Urkiola's sword pierced through the snow-white fluffy tail. Blood splattered everywhere, and the underworld passage closed. In an instant, he was in the real world, and she was in the virtual circle. Saishomaru clenched the Tianqing's fang tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He froze in the air without moving, and his pair of golden eyes overflowed with uncontrollable anger. After a moment, the Grim Reapers in death suits rushed here, but there was no trace of anyone except for the scorched ruins. Ijosa swore that if he could make it back alive from the void circle, he would buy an almanac to see what had happened to him. He wanted to know what kind of bad luck he had to be captured and sent to the void circle by 500 million as food. He understood the reason, really. He did not mean to be a useless teammate. This 500 million with two small wings fanned the dust, and he really could not help but want to sneeze as a result. As soon as the physiological reaction came, he could not avoid it in time, and was directly choked by the 500 million. That sneeze was forcibly held back, and there was no need to mention how uncomfortable it was. By the time he reacted, the world was spinning, and he was already thrown into the virtual circle. It was really sad to see, and sad to hear. In this day and age, even a sneeze was risky. But the risk had already occurred, and it could not be avoided. The only thing he could do was to try to minimize the damage. If he did not try, how would he know if 500 million could be communicated with? If he could communicate, who knew if he could instigate defection? Although he was a fish on the chopping board, he would die either way. Why not jump? He felt ashamed of this life. Therefore, Ijosa thought for a while and decided to first use action to control stillness. Vastad did not need to be reasonable when killing people. If he fell into his hands, if he did not come up with enough bargaining chips, he would die after his value disappeared. But sometimes, even if he came up with bargaining chips, it was not necessarily to protect his life. Even the kidnappers might kill the hostages when they got the ransom, let alone the virtual circle, without any moral sense. Only long-term interests could tie the appetite of the virtual circle, save his life, and wait for rescue. Or save himself. And long-term interests. Ijosa stretched out his hands and grasped 500 million's hand that was strangling him. You may not believe it, but I am actually an ally. Let go. Urkiola frowned and threw him directly to the ground. Cough. Ijosa rubbed his neck, panting for a while. He searched his body and found a black card. Don't eat me. I am the most honest friend of the virtual circle. Urkiola stopped in silence. Perhaps he felt that Yi-Jose could not make any waves, so he finally reached out and took the black card. The black card was neither gold nor silver, and there was a faint spiritual power flowing in it. There were crisscrossing lines on it, looking low-key and gorgeous. There was no such thing in the Palace of Night, so it should be a product of the Soul Society. So, what did this woman want to do by handing this card to him? What is this? Black card, to make money. When it came to money, Yi-Jose felt that his neck was no longer painful, and his back was no longer hot. He climbed up from the ground and took a few steps closer. 500 million, I say. Urkiola Sifa. It's too long, I can't remember it. 500 million is so intimate. Isn't it? Urkiola did not speak. He raised his hand expressionlessly, and a dark green virtual flash condensed at his fingertips. Okay, Mr. Urkiola, I want to make a deal with you. No, with the virtual circle. Urkiola did not withdraw the virtual flash, but silently looked at him. Yi-Jose's hands trembled, and his heart trembled. He thought quickly. The black card is exclusive to me. Only I can use it. He pointed out the uniqueness of his existence. It cut off Urkiola's idea of killing him to get the card. The function of the black card is to withdraw the funds of the Soul Society. Yi-Jose said half-truthfully. The struggle between the Soul Society and the virtual circle is unavoidable, isn't it? But the Soul Society has more forces and abundant resources than the virtual circle. Unlike the virtual circle, there is nothing but sand and trees. Urkiola withdrew the virtual flash and reached out to touch the black card. What do you want to say? I want to say that the virtual circle can dig the funds of the Soul Society to develop itself. Yi-Jose laughed, and his back hurt badly. As long as you take this card and smear your energy on it. If you don't trust me, you can catch a few Daxu and try. Yi-Jose drew a big picture. The black card will record the energy waves of Vastad, which will be used as merit points to exchange for the currency of the Soul Society. No, the black card given to him by the Winter Lion could only withdraw the currency of the modern world. 500 million was not clear about the function of the black card. With the currency of the Soul Society, as long as you can sneak in, you can get anything you want. Urkiola was silent. After a long time, he finally gave Yi-Jose a look. Do the other Grim Reapers have black cards? Yi-Jose's heart skipped a beat. He understood that it was not good. This Vastad had the idea of killing other Grim Reapers and grabbing the black card. There should be a lot of Grim Reapers who died in your hands, right? Yi-Jose said. Did you find the black card from them? Oh, not every Grim Reapers can have a black card. The black card was designed for living people, and the Grim Reapers had no use for it at all. On the black card, gather a little bit of your Dax's power and let it record the data. Yi-Jose guided it patiently. The more advanced the Daxu is, the more merit points it has, and the more things it can be exchanged for. Urkiola did not say anything, but he still put the black card into his pocket. Yi-Jose behaved very obediently. He knew that as long as it was proved that the black card could indeed record data, this Vastad would definitely find its own kind to verify. The higher the level, the more merit points, and the more resources. But it was all a lie. It would only remember the energy fluctuations of the Daxu and convert them into the currency of the modern world. But let 500 million take the black card away for verification. In this way, he could easily turn the 500 million in the black card into 1 billion, 2 billion. At that time, all he had to do was to run away with the black card. But as a man, he could not make money for nothing. It was necessary to tell the truth to the Soul Society. As for the virtual circle, the energy of the high-end combat force was recorded, and the trump card was almost exposed. When the Soul Society counted the number of Vastod, then there was a price to pay for attacking his back and choking him. Urkiola, just you wait. Chapter 117. After death, the soul would leave the body waiting to enter reincarnation heading to the next life. A spirit body with a complete mind was called whole, and a vengeful spirit with too deep an obsession would fall into void. The former was incorporated by death, the latter was absorbed by the void circle. This was supposed to be a peaceful relationship between the two sides, but because of the intricate food chain relationship, there was an irreconcilable conflict. Void fed on whole also fed on death. In order to protect the peace of the soul corpse world, death had been fighting with the void circle for 10,000 years. 10,000 years was too large a number. In fact, it was entangled with countless generations of hatred and entanglement. Until now, it had become an irreconcilable situation. Therefore, if death encountered Daxu, he would definitely do his best to destroy it. If void encountered death, he would definitely find a way to kill it. They were both spirit bodies, but they were born with good and evil. They were separated by a strip of water, but they fought until they were irreconcilable. It was under such circumstances that Yijiosa was brought back to the palace of Void Knight by Urkiola. And as a member of the Soul Corpse World Camp, whether as a regular employee or a temporary worker, he had to bear the malice from the Void Circle. Fortunately, he rebelled in time and tactfully contributed a black card. He used flowery words to weave a big net, making Urkiola believe in his value for the time being. Otherwise, facing a Vastod, he could still calculate one or two, but facing a group of Vastod, he was really left with no choice but to fall to the ground. Palace of Void Knight, the gathering place of the Vastod, Level Wang Su, and also a trader of the Soul Corpse world. Aizen. Add barium to the tomb. Take it. The main purpose of its existence was to destroy the Soul Corpse world, seize Wang Jian, and let Aizen add barium to the tomb. Grain Barium was a shepherd. For this reason, they had locked onto the 100,000 living beings of the empty town as a source of energy, had their eyes on Inoue Oriheim's restoration of the Hogyoku, and had even frequently sent Vastod to the modern world to destroy the strongholds of the Soul Society one by one. The battle between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society had already reached its climax. In this battle, it was necessary to annihilate one side to maintain peace for a period of time. As a hostile force, Yijiosa was brought to Aizen. Oh, Doctor's Pump. At the same time, the 10 blades gathered in the Palace of Nocturne. The 9 Vastod stared at him coldly, as if they were looking at a fish on the chopping block. To this, Yijiosa expressed that a real man should not be afraid. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he was still on the brink of death. The moment the 10 blades sized him up, he opened his eyes wide without showing any weakness and glared back at them. Damn it! With 2 drops of Jinshur eye drops, he could still fight for another 500 years. This was undoubtedly an act of provocation, but Yijiosa was very cunning. He stared at everything but Aizen. No matter how much he wanted to die, he understood. Small Black Sea. OSS was not to be messed with. The atmosphere of the 10 blades was slightly stagnant, and the Ryatsu in the space became restless. But because of the superior Aizen. Add Doctor's Pump. Invading Kanki Mishonai Trace. Vitiligo. Juan. Inoue Oriheim. Aizen, who was sitting at the top, stretched out his fingers and tapped on the throne, quietly watching his subordinates. Urkiola, are you sure this is Inoue Oriheim? Urkiola bowed humbly and replied calmly, Lord Aizen, she is not. Aizen. Yi-Jose memorized this name. On the high throne, the man who bore a striking resemblance to Dilamuddin was languid, but he exuded a lethal aura. Like a flower that would devour people, no matter how noble he pretended to be, there was an indelible smell of blood on him. Oh. He smiled, his eyes merciless. Urkiola, did you fail the mission? Yes, Lord. Then why did you bring back a piece of trash? Aizen got up and strolled down from the throne, his Ryatsu rising. Or is there something special about this woman? Yes, Lord. Urkiola spoke in a businesslike manner, briefly explaining the existence and use of the black card, as well as the arrangement to use Yi-Jose to lure Inoue Oriheim. In his monotonous tone, Yi-Jose's body tensed up, and he was extremely vigilant. Aizen walked over slowly, stopped, and stood in front of him. That pair of eyes swept over him, and there seemed to be a terrifying storm brewing in the depths of his eyes. Black card. Inoue Oriheim. No. It didn't matter anymore. Look at what he sensed. The smell of the original body. TSK. Even if it's faint, it's definitely the original body's Ryatsu. The original body is still alive. A pleasant surprise. Aizen suddenly laughed, and his ice-cold tone suddenly became as gentle as water. Urkiola, tell me, this woman. Who was she with before? A man, Urkiola said. Very strong. What does he look like? Silver hair, white clothes, wearing armor, and holding a long sword. Aizen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi-Jose with great interest. He felt that the original body actually had a woman by his side. Not only was it inconceivable, but it was also becoming more and more ridiculous. The more you care about something, the more you should hide it well. And the original body had foolishly given up his own weakness. No matter what this woman meant to the original body, she was now only a chess piece in the void circle. He wouldn't kill her for the time being, but he would definitely destroy the thing that she cared about the most in front of the original body. No one could take away everything he had now, no one. Urkiola, well done. Aizen smiled. He reached out, took the black card from Urkiola's hand, and gently rubbed it. He looked at Yi-Jose's slightly nervous expression playfully, and ordered his subordinates to rub power into the black card. Rub. Rub power. Have they taken the bait? Ha ha ha. Yi-Jose was agitated, but he tried his best to suppress his agitated emotions and appeared calm and composed. Then he watched as the small black card was passed from hand to hand among the Voidwalkers. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn it. This is too exciting. 9 cards. That's 4. 5 billion. 5 billion. Yi-Jose stared at the black card, and watched helplessly as it once again fell into Aizen's hands. The other party played with the black card, dancing on his fingertips. After he had whetted Yi-Jose's appetite enough, he said slowly, Urkiola, remember, the more beautiful a woman is, the more you can't listen to her words. Yi-Jose's heart thumped. In the next second, he saw a ball of fire suddenly rise in Aizen's hands, and the black card filled with 5 billion was ignited, burning to ashes in an instant. Yi-Jose. 4. No. 4. His 5 billion. No. No. Who knows if this black card can be used to locate her. Aizen flicked the dust off his fingertips, and his cold voice swept across the empty hall. Look at her, such an unwilling and shocked expression, so beautiful. Give her hope, and then make her despair. That's such a beautiful gesture. Urkiola, since she's a woman you brought back, then I'll leave her in your care. Urkiola accepted the arrangement without any objections. Yes, sir. Yijosa's face instantly twisted, and his good mood exploded. Damn it. Aizen. You're good. I'll remember you. For 5 billion, and I'll never forgive you. In my heart, Aizen. You're dead. Due to Urkiola's failure in his mission, Wang Su, who took over this failed mission, became the 6th of the 10 Blades, the battle maniac, Grimjow Jakek. This was a tall and burly man with handsome facial features. He had a head full of explosive blue hair, violent and fierce blue eyes, and half of his face was covered by a set of jagged white bones. He revealed an unbridled and brazen smile. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and his whole body was muscular. Although he exuded a wild nature, he exuded a fatal sexiness and temptation. Like a big cat strolling in the jungle, he was elegant but dangerous. He loved to fight, and was a belligerent. Every day, he wanted to fight the whole class, but he couldn't stand the homeroom teacher Aizen's power, so he could only secretly become the class tyrant. He was arrogant and unruly, and had always regarded good students like Urkiola as a thorn in his side. Taking advantage of Urkiola's rare failure, how could he not mock and ridicule him? He passed by Urkiola on the long corridor with his entourage, mocking him for his incompetence, and looking at Yijosa with disdain, with silent oppression. Yijosa didn't say anything. He just stared at Grimjow for a while, and made a note of him in his small notebook. None of the Vastad who lived in the Palace of Las Noches were easy to bully. If he really wanted to teach him a lesson, he had to think about it carefully. Urkiola, you are only fit to discipline this kind of weak woman. Urkiola looked at Grimjow in a very calm manner. Yijosa. Weak woman. Weak. Damn it, a man can't call himself weak. He took a deep breath and said, Heh, he has a woman by his side. What about you? Yijosa raised his head, puffed out his chest, pinched his thumb and middle finger, swung his long black hair, spread his legs, and put his hands on his waist. From head to toe, he was brimming with confidence that it was good to be a woman. He glanced at Grimjow's entourage, and showed a cold smile, like a goddess rejecting a poor dwarf. Hey, if you have the ability, you should discipline him as a woman. Only a man without ability would talk nonsense in front of a woman. Grimjow. Entourage. That's right, I'm weak, pitiful, and helpless. Yijosa went all out. And you, a cheap-mouth idiot who needs a beating. Everyone. I wish you victory in your first battle, and come back with nothing left. Heh, men. Everyone. Under Urkiola's calm gaze, under Grimjow's confused gaze, under the stupefied gaze of the entourage, Yijosa walked forward in a sissy catwalk, not even looking back. Aizen had ordered Urkiola to take care of him. He did not believe that in this nest of bandits, there would be anyone who would dare disobey this order. So, why should he swallow his anger? If he had to vent, he would vent. Beheading someone would only leave a scar the size of a bowl. What was there to vent? Sure enough, to successfully disgust others, he had to disgust himself first. He swore that he had never done it so naturally before. Damn it, this was probably a gift. On his way from Shizuoka Prefecture to Tokyo, Saishomaru, with injuries that were neither light nor heavy, intercepted 5 dogs who were looking for their owners. In addition to the smell of his own blood, there was also the smell of his owner's blood on his body. This discovery made the 5 dogs serious, and they all came forward to stand beside Saishomaru, the tip of their noses twitching slightly. The smell of blood was still very fresh, and it could be assumed that it had not been more than 3 hours since the incident. However, Saishomaru came back, but the owner was nowhere to be seen. Hiss, what happened to the owner? Saishomaru did not speak, but with an extremely cold aura, he walked in front of Aizen. Tinya slipped from his sleeve, reflecting a white light full of murderous intent. Virtual circle. Saishomaru stared at Aizen. Don't play dumb, or I'll kill you. Aizen raised his eyes and stared at the tip of Tinya. This sword still looked gray and dull, but it was unknown what it had experienced before, as if it had been sharpened overnight, emitting a yin energy from the yellow springs. It was a fatal edge. Aizen decided to lower his head. She's in the virtual circle. That's bad. Aizen sharpened his claws. Before he turned into a dog, he had already created a batch of powerful 10-blade breaker with the Hogyoku, and once Void Night Palace lost its guard, then take me to the place where she disappeared. Aizen said, we have to first determine what level of virtual she encountered. Saishomaru no longer hesitated. His fluffy tail grew wildly, and he directly swept the 5 dogs up into the air, flying at an extremely fast speed to Tokyo. They crossed mountains and rivers, flew over high-rise buildings, and landed in a place that looked like ruins. The scope of the battle was a little wide, and it was only a kilometer away from breaking through the abandoned park and directly blasting into the city of Tokyo. Saishomaru landed in the ruins with the 5 dogs. There were traces of people left in the central area. Presumably, whether it was the Grim Reaper or the humans, they had specially come to investigate the abnormalities in this area. Aizen landed, and the familiar Ryatsu rushed straight into his nostrils. Urkiola. What's wrong? Nothing, we need to find a Daxu. Aizen said, use the black cavity opened by the other party to go to the virtual circle. Saishomaru said, you don't know. No, my energy is unstable, and the opened cavity is also unstable. Aizen continued, if you don't want to die in time and space, I advise you to give up on this idea. The dogs looked at each other for a while, and decided to find an unlucky Daxu. When they were ready to set off, they saw the sky not far away suddenly distort, the fluctuation of space tearing suddenly appeared, and a row of black saw teeth rubbed up and down, slowly splitting open a gap. As if it had opened its mouth, the 2 sides were pulled wider and wider, and the top and bottom were lifted higher and higher. When the complete black cavity opened in front of them, in the darkness, the flamboyant and wild man in the lead was revealed, Grimjow. He was dressed in white from Silent Night Palace, and his collar was open, and his shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a strong chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. He was like a gangster looking for trouble, and was hopelessly ruffian. Not only that, he was also coquettishly with his entourage, overlooking all of Tokyo, and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The dogs were speechless. Although it felt good to have a pillow sent to them when they were sleepy, but this inexplicable aura that made the dogs unhappy, this inexplicable altitude that made them sour, this inexplicable Chinibu style that made their eyes hurt, this inexplicable temperament that made them want to gang up on him and beat him up. Yes, they confirmed that this blue-haired guy was a feline. Feline. Thinking of an old grudge, the dogs could not help but grin, revealing their sharp fangs. Since this cat had come to their door, they might as well not leave. Grimjow was speechless. Chapter 118. For the vast level Wang Su, the modern world that humans lived in was like fragile glass, it would shatter at a single touch. Although the void originated from the evil spirits born from human souls, their level of life was above that of humans. And as time passed, humans to the Wang Su, it was just like how animals were to humans, such as ants, insignificant to the extreme. If it weren't for loyal dogs, like the Grim Reapers desperately protecting them, the modern world would only become a kitchen for the Void Circle to hunt for food. Daxu didn't have the concept of sustainable development. Once the barrier between the two worlds was broken, they would naturally evolve in order to satisfy their own appetites, devouring large amounts of living beings. In order to protect the peace of the modern world and maintain the balance of the cycle of reincarnation, the Grim Reapers had always been fighting on the front lines against the Void, and their contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Even so, without the support of top-notch combat strength at the captain level, most Grim Reapers would only be left with death if they encountered Vastod. Grimjow was a Wangsu, and he was even more of a battle maniac among the Wangsu. After arriving in the modern world, apart from the mission of bringing back Orihime Inoue, he wanted to show off his abilities and kill all the Grim Reapers that entered his field of vision. The first second he opened the Black Chamber, he arrogantly looked down on the entirety of Tokyo. He didn't take the Grim Reapers that he sensed seriously at all. In fact, he stepped out of the Black Chamber and instantly released his Ryatsu, enveloping the entire sky above Tokyo. It was like a signal tower on the sea, telling everyone without any scruples that he was here, and that they were welcome to challenge him at any time. How insolent, how conceited. And so, he accidentally capsized the boat. Grimjow brought his lackeys with him, and his equipment flashed. He was brimming with confidence, ready to fight at any time. He originally thought that he would face a group of powerful Grim Reapers, a group of annihilators, and a group of reclusive spiritual ability users. He never expected that the opponents in front of him would actually be a few dogs. A few dogs. Was he blind? Grimjow was stunned on the battlefield for the first time. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his eyes. In the end, he discovered that the dogs were still the same dogs, and the modern world was still the modern world. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the way he opened the Black Chamber. Lord Grimjow, this. The entourage did not expect this situation either. They looked at each other until they saw Saishomaru, dressed in white, walking slowly out of the darkness. With an imposing manner of one man holding the pass, 10,000 cannot get through, he stood in front of them. The snow-white robe, the silver hair, the posture of a powerhouse, the aura and tension that erupted in that instant ignited the flames of battle in Grimjow. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. Let this great uncle fight you. Grimjow didn't put the remaining 5 dogs in his eyes at all. He directly condensed into a flash and attacked Saishomaru. Natural teeth. Saishomaru wielded his blade, and with a burst of demonic energy, he sliced the void flash into 2. The azure dragon formed by lightning attacked Grimjow's face. The latter was so excited that all the pores on his body relaxed. He was enjoying the fight to his heart's content. Such a powerhouse, such an opponent, could only be encountered by chance. Grimjow made a prompt decision, pulled out the long blade at his waist, and released all his combat power. Creak. Panther King, the liberation of Wang Su's combat power was returning blade. He returned the power sealed in the blade to himself, and combined with the blade to become one, becoming a rampant killing weapon. Returning blade would give Wang Su double his combat power. Grimjow's blue hair grew long, emitting a metallic light. His limbs were covered with white bones, and the joints of his torso had mutated, turning into a humanoid leopard. The maximization of agility and strength, the explosion of rage value and excitement, he lowered his limbs, roared, and rushed out like a cannonball. Saishomaru's face was as calm as water, and he did not hold back to display all his life's knowledge, blocking all of Grimjow's attacks. And in the constant exchange of hands, natural teeth's netherworld waning moon break was gradually formed, and he dug out the mystery bit by bit. Big Head was attracted by Saishomaru, and the rest. Miscellaneous, and also Anti-Lip Cabin. Meng Ri asked the big boss who created this batch of broken faces, Aizen had already grasped their respective strengths and weaknesses. He also did not expect that one day he would have to personally destroy the results of his creation. The cycle of cause and effect was really unpredictable. The followers were planning to disperse and cause trouble, but they were intercepted by a group of dogs halfway. This group of four-legged creatures sneaking in the darkness, a human-like emotion flashed in their pupils, and then the blue Susanoo rose from the ground, forming the appearance of a giant, wearing armor and holding a blade. With a thunderous posture, he crushed the void flash and cut through Dax's defense. How could it be? Impossible. However, reality did not allow them to think too much. These days, when dogs fought, it was not difficult to demolish houses, let alone a few voids. Roar dash, Susanoo's long cry pierced through the sky, stopping the clouds. Behind it, the gate of Babylon opened wide, and within the layers of fluctuating golden light, numerous precious artifacts were drawn out. The surrounding darkness came to life, like a giant beast that had awakened, opened its bloody mouth towards Daxu, firmly restricting their movements. Meanwhile, the fire spirit that gathered the power of nature rose into the sky and covered Susanoo's body. It covered and extended the blue color of Susanoo's body, burning it into a crimson giant. Roar dash, in the eyes of Aizen, the earth-shattering blow, the invincible posture, the spiritual light covered the sky and the sun, annihilating the brilliance of all the stars. The vast impact spread from the center of the battle at the speed of light, horizontally shattering the trees and rocks, sweeping through the abandoned park, with the destructive power of a level 12 sea hurricane, whistling into the bustling Tokyo, destroying the civilization overnight. The big screen on the street suddenly turned black, the glass in the shop suddenly exploded, the ground trembled, the advertising banners flew into the sky, the building screamed, and the cats and dogs ran away crazily. Strong wind, destruction, depression, fear. Ah, what is that? Humans in Tokyo looked up in the chaos, only to see a golden red flame burning in the sky, and the roaring giant rampaging in the suburbs not far away. Humans had never seen the state of life outside of science. Humans had never actually come into contact with the battle of the strongest. However, this time, the strongest completely broke the false peace, presenting the true face of the world in front of everyone. Unsurpassable, incomparable, it made people tremble in fear, and it also made people crazy with obsession. Is that a god? That must be a god. The forest outside the suburbs instantly turned into ashes, and the ground cracked into pieces like a spider web. The followers barely hung on to their last breath, collapsing into a pile. However, after a few rounds of confrontation, they were completely defeated before they could even release their final form. Whether it was in terms of strength or combat experience, they were completely crushed by the 5 dogs. Not only did they lose face in the modern world, but they also lost face in the Soul Society. TSK, this group of miscellaneous cultivators, why don't you just kill them? Gilgamesh was very dissatisfied. Leaving one alive is enough to open the black hole. No. 9 Orchid Flower shook his head. It's not good for them to die, it's not fresh. Ah. Not fresh. If it's not fresh, it can't be sold for money. 9 Orchid Flower tilted his head, displaying the soft and cute temperament of a Pomeranian. The owner can't afford to buy dog food anymore, we have to be more careful. Gilgamesh was speechless. It seemed to make sense, and he didn't want to eat rice soaked in cold water anymore. Uchiha Madara pondered for a while. How do we sell it? By weight. How much is 1 pound? No. No, we can communicate with the Grim Reaper. Don't we have Saishomaru? Aizen licked its paws leisurely. He's in human form, we can negotiate. The dogs looked at Saishomaru, who had already turned into a huge white dog, and was rubbing Grimjow on the ground with his paw. As if he was playing with a ball. The poor little leopard seemed to have been affected by the death of his entourage, and had already lost half of its fighting spirit. There was only confusion left on its face. "Oh my God, old friend, look at your donkey's stupidity, it's really giving the dogs a headache." Dog stared at the leopard expressionlessly, watching as Saishomaru raised his paw and dunked the leopard's head into the mud. This skillful movement, this familiar posture of the dog. "Oh, I remember, Saishomaru used this trick to slam their heads into the toilet." Well, this leopard was probably dead. Yoshi Asakura and the dogs stepped forward and trampled on the dying big cat. Suddenly, he asked seriously, "By the way, Saishomaru, will he bargain with the Grim Reaper?" Dogs were speechless. "We want to sell the hollow to the Grim Reaper, but we don't know the market. What if the price is maliciously lowered?" Dogs raised their heads and looked at the huge white dog. The latter was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned into a tall and slender human figure, staring at them with a frown. The dogs discussed the price for a while, piled up the Daxu they had hunted together, and waited for the Grim Reaper to come and do business. In order to make the prey look better, they thought for a while, and pulled Grimjow out of the mud, held his tail in their mouths through the hollow hole in his abdomen and stuffed the tip of the tail into his mouth, blocking it. Then, they pulled his long blue hair into two, and under the guidance of 9 orchid flower, they tied it into a delicate bow. Grimjow was speechless. "Please kill me, thank you." They sat and waited for the arrival of the Grim Reaper, but they did not know that the Grim Reaper was calling for a rescue team, and did not dare to approach this area that was filled with a strong murderous aura. The wait was always long, so long that the dogs yawned and began to think about how to generate income. They had to open the hollow hole, take the money, and buy dog food. It was enough to leave one hollow hole. As for the remaining hollow hole, Aizen pondered for a moment and said, "Leave one hollow hole, put this leopard back, and sell the rest." It was his duty to scam the subordinates of Void Knight Palace. "Why? This leopard looks like it's worth a lot." The group of big shots had all their dignity stripped away by the suffering of their dog lives. They had dug into their eyes for money, and could not get out no matter what. Taunt this leopard, and let him pay for it. Aizen calculated, when he returns, we'll sell his subordinates, and make the first profit. Of course, he won't be satisfied. He must make a comeback. And before he makes a comeback, he will send out other Daxu to take revenge. They are not low level, and they must be good stuff. Aizen continued, when doing business, you have to leave a way out. You can't just do business to death. As long as you attract the firepower of the hollow circle, the owner should be safe. Dogs heard it and felt that it was reasonable and convincing. So, they dug out a hollow, dug a hole, and buried it. They dragged Grimjow and threw him somewhere else, leaving him to fend for himself. Saishomaru opened his mouth, and used 3 consecutive taunts, bastard, lowly bloodline, not even comparable to a half-demon. Grimjow exploded, and was beaten up again. He could only watch as the group of dogs stepped over his face and left. He carried a stomach full of anger and serious injuries, opened the hollow hole, and returned to the hollow circle. He swore that he would definitely teach these wild dogs a lesson. But plans could not keep up with changes. Grimjow came to the modern world and crashed into the dog's mouth, and returned to the hollow circle into the dog's owner's hand. This fucked up cat life, there was no hope at all. When Yijiosa decided to take revenge on a hollow, no matter how difficult it was, he would move forward bravely. Even if the other party was Vastad, even if they were numerous, once they provoked a dog, they would not be able to escape unscathed. At that time, he readily put on the school uniform provided by the Hollow Knight Palace, and stood with a group of hollows, watching the dusty Grimjow roll out of the hollow with a bow on his head. In the terrifying silence, Yijiosa could not help but laugh at the sky, ha 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 ha. Bow! Did you go to the modern world to get your hair done? The hollows. Aizen. Perhaps not used to his arrogance, Aizen sneered. Thinking of the grudge between Yi-Josa and Grimmjow, he ordered Yi-Josa to take good care of this leopard. His woman. After provoking Avastad, he did not believe that she could come out unscathed. He ordered his men not to kill her. As long as she did not die, there were ways to torture her. Urkiola let it be, but Grimmjow did not have the same mind. Aizen was waiting to see Yi-Josa's miserable end, but little did they know that this arrangement was exactly what Yi-Josa wanted. Stupid Aizen. After provoking a person who raised a husky, he probably did not know how the Hollow Knight Palace was torn down. Taking care of a leopard, sure, he would take good care of him. Yi-Josa obediently listened to the order, and in front of a group of Daxu, he pulled Grimmjow's tail and dragged him back like a dead dog. The hollows. Oh, they saw Grimmjow's teeth hit the steps and broke. Yi-Josa was angry. It was rare that he had a punching bag, it would be a waste not to use it. He did not cherish the time he earned. He just sneered and opened the shop to look at the special items. Very good, it's you guys. After he vented his anger, he would think about earning more time. He bought a handful of invincible catnip, which was worth 2 months. It was said that this thing was easy to use. Even if it encountered the legendary white tiger holy beast, it could still make it lose consciousness for a few seconds. He also bought a magical closure jar, worth a whole 3 months. It was said that this broken thing could be used, it was sturdy and resistant to falling, it could not be put out, and it could resist critical hits. It was the most suitable for revenge. Yi-Josa personally stuffed the catnip into the jar, grabbed Grimmjow's head, and pressed it into the jar. Grimmjow. After confirming the method, what was the relationship between this woman and the white dog? Wait, what was she doing? Let go. Let go. No. Why couldn't he pull it out? Grimmjow's head was pressed into the jar. As he struggled, the jar automatically locked the opening, choking his neck. And the catnip in the jar began to take effect, making him weak and powerless. If he turned his head, he could eat it, hee. Yi-Josa laughed, picked up a mace, aimed at the confused leopard, and viciously smashed it down. The big cat rolled on the ground. I asked you to say I'm weak. Motherfucker, listen up. Your father is your father after all. I asked you to be arrogant. I asked you to provoke me. Accompanied by a loud crackling sound, the long corridor of Hollow Knight Palace echoed with chaotic voices. Dog Aizen. Damn it, I'll beat you to death today. Grimmjow became a dead cat. Chapter 119. When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses lie. When a dog is angry, fuck 10 miles. Grimmjow was a top-notch Wang Su, the most unruly saboteur among the 10 blades, but he was beaten up badly by a clay pot. He was even dragged by the perpetrator, hanging alive under the roof of the Void Knight Palace. He couldn't break free from the clay pot, he couldn't get rid of the catnip either. At the moment when he had not recovered from his serious injuries, he could only hang in the air like a salted fish. The sadness of being air-dried eggs. Yi-Josa had no scruples. He didn't live 2 lives to suffer losses and be sullen. Yi-Josa didn't care much, stepping into someone else's territory, he could still do well. Urkiola's void flash hurt him, Aizen burned his card without saying a word, and Grimmjow insulted his character. None of these guys were good. This was human, the most important thing was to be happy. Yi-Josa preferred courtesy demands reciprocity. His thinking was also very straightforward. Since the Void Knight Palace didn't intend to give him face, then why should he give Void Knight Palace face? Was he a captive? A prisoner? A slave? No, it didn't exist. If it really came to the time to shed all pretense of cordiality, he wasn't afraid of anything. He would just treat it as if he had single-handedly entered the 25-man dungeon and failed to kill the boss. After removing all of Grimjow's face, Yijiosa returned to his residence in high spirits. If he didn't hang that leopard until the end of time, he would have wasted 5 months of spending under the intentional or unintentional spying of the void. Yijiosa left calmly, seeing the human figure disappear into the corridor. A few Wang Su quietly revealed their figures from the corner. They stared greedily at the weak Grimjow. Grimjow was ranked 6th among the 10 blades. And in the Void Knight Palace, the strong were respected. As long as they killed a higher number than themselves, they could replace the other party's position and enjoy all the treatment of the other party. In Wang Su's world, there was no such thing as comradeship. Seeing that Grimjow was in a weakened state, it would be inexcusable if he didn't do anything. "Hey, do you want to kill him?" Strange laughter rang out. "If you kill him, you'll be the 6th blade." The faint sound of a knife being drawn could be heard, but no one tried to stop it. The law of the jungle was the foundation of Void Knight Temple. If one fell, there would naturally be another to take its place. Just as the long saber was about to slash down on the leopard, a blue light suddenly shot out like a meteor. The 4 symbol's reincarnation directly hit the perpetrator's wrist. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The moment the murderous aura sword, Yijiosa, who had left, actually turned back. He went forward to remove the Grimjow and dragged it back expressionlessly. "Woman, what do you mean?" The gloomy voice asked with dissatisfaction that something good had been ruined. "Leave that void behind and I will let it go." Yijiosa didn't even turn his head. "I'll drag it back to make soup. What's your business?" He talked back unceremoniously, which made the opponent's murderous aura soar. The knife in the opponent's hand fell on his back, wanting to kill him on the spot. However, Aizen had told Urkiola to take care of him. Therefore, before the blade reached him, it was blocked by Urkiola. Under the collision, the ill-intentioned opponent was forced to retreat. "Urkiola, do you want to die?" Urkiola's eyes focused on him. "Ruby Antinor." Ruby held the knife tightly and didn't put it down. "Are you provoking me?" Urkiola looked at him calmly. "Trash, that isn't even the 10th blade." Ruby's face was extremely distorted. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but in the end, she still didn't dare to step on Urkiola's bottom line. He knew that the 4th blade in front of him was a man of his word. Whether it was to kill someone or not, he would never hesitate. If he pissed him off, then the loss really outweighed the gain. "I'm sorry, Urkiola. Master." He lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. And under the shadow of his bangs, his face was ferocious, and evil thoughts of revenge emerged one after another. The Wang Su had never been easy to deal with, and they were all masters with ulterior motives. But they never thought about the reason why the virtual circle created by the strong had not been able to conquer the human world after 10,000 years. The virtual circle only thought that the existence of the Soul Society hindered their grand plan, but they didn't know that the human with wisdom was the real chess player. Yijiosa brought Grimjow back to his residence. Feeling that the time was enough, he threw the leopard at his feet and kicked his back. "Do you remember that voice just now? He wanted to kill you." Yijiosa cast a second net. "If it weren't for my kindness, you would have been cut in two." He couldn't deal with so many Wang Su alone. Letting them rebel was the best choice. "Actually, we don't have any grudges. I have a big heart, and once I've vented my anger, the grudges will disappear." Yi-Jose guided him. Well, in order to prevent you from dying, I will take good care of you. Only when he was fat would he have the strength to fight for him. TSK, you really have a lot of enemies. There is more than one person in this place who wants you to die. Hurry up and drag a few more into the water, otherwise there would be no more shop like this. Yi-Jose gently patted the leopard's back and carefully activated his damage reduction skill. With 90% vigilance, he helped Grimjow take off the clay pot. The big cat, who was dying, stared at him with its icy blue eyes. Yi-Jose raised the most gentle smile, and rubbed his long hair like he was stroking a cat. Good boy, are you hungry? Daddy will make you chop soup. He smiled, and cast the third net. He slowly got up, and with the excuse of looking for a kitchen in Hollow Knight Palace, he roughly walked around to get a feel of the terrain. He found a ventilation hole, and asked Urkiola to help him build a stove. His reason was good. It's fine if you guys don't want to eat, but I can't eat dry bread all the time. It's just a stove. If you don't trust me, you can ask Aizen. Killing people is just a matter of nodding my head to the ground. At least let me eat. Urkiola. That's right, fragile creatures like humans can't survive if they don't absorb nutrients from food. It was just a stove. No matter what she did, she couldn't do anything. Urkiola agreed, and really did gather some Daxu to build a stove. But he didn't understand. She could obviously build a more convenient modern kitchen, so why did she like to use a stove? It didn't matter, it was just a stove. But it didn't take long for him to realize that after she asked for a stove, not only could she cook, but she also became more and more. She wanted fresh tomatoes, fresh cabbages, ribs that were 70% lean and 30% meat, the best oil, salt, and vinegar, 18 types of shiny kitchen knives, exquisite pots and pans, clean tablecloths, and chairs. Urkiola. He asked Daxu to open a black hole. For the first time in the modern world, he didn't do anything but stay in a supermarket and move things. Yi-Jose rolled up his sleeves, and with his own special effect, he took out the 18 types of cooking skills of Pure Yang Palace, and started to work on the chopping board. Start the fire, pour oil, fry the condiments, and put in the ingredients. He picked the ventilation hole, and in an instant, the fragrance spread for 10 miles, spreading to every corner of Hollow Knight Palace. He was cooking with a flourish, attracting the attention of all kinds of broken noodles around the corner, staring fixedly at the stove. It smells so good. QAQ. Idiot, only humans eat that kind of food. We only need to eat spiritual droplets. Then why are you still standing here? Yi-Jose's ears twitched slightly. Very good, they all took the bait. He scooped up the fried prawns, placed them in the bowl one by one, and sprinkled salt like an internet celebrity, injecting soul into the prawns. The scenery of Hollow Knight, the stove that was 1,000 miles away, and the fragrance spread for 10,000 miles. Yi-Jose opened the pot and brought out the cooked chicken soup, steamed meat buns, and plump white rice. He quickly filled a bowl, poured the fragrant soup, put on the braised chicken drumstick, and picked up 2 vegetables. Without saying a word, he presented it to Urkiola. In the next second, countless gazes condensed with desire were cast from all corners. On the rice he was holding Urkiola. Yi-Jose was very polite, this is a thank you gift. If it weren't for you, this stove wouldn't have been built. He smiled and scooped up all the rice and vegetables, not even leaving a grain of rice. Aizen asked me to take care of that leopard. In order for his injuries to heal faster, he should eat more. As soon as he finished speaking, Grimjow inexplicably pulled another wave of hatred. Yi-Jose pushed the dining cart back to the room, looked at the big cat in the room, and revealed a meaningful smile. See if I don't play you to death. With the loving attitude of an old father, He gave Grimjow the last meal. Hurry up and eat. Only after you finish will you have the strength to settle the score with someone. Grimjow stared blankly at the delicious food in front of him, and before he could figure out what he was thinking, this seemingly gentle woman roughly grabbed his head and pushed it into the rice bowl. Grimjow. After confirming the method, this woman didn't change at all. Yijiosa seized every opportunity to cook in Hollow Knight Palace. Whether it was Western-style desserts, or Chinese food, he had them at his fingertips. Gradually, as soon as he started cooking, there would be nothingness coming from thousands of miles away to stare at him, drooling. But under the pressure of Urkiola, no one dared to say anything. Again and again, as long as Yijiosa finished the dishes and desserts, there would be a share for Urkiola. And as time passed, Urkiola clearly sensed a murderous aura around him. He sat next to the stove, holding the freshly baked cake, and tasting it. Oh, strawberry flavor. Not long after, he found that Grimjow seemed to have gained a size occasionally. He heard the woman holding the rice and comforting Grimjow, "Don't be afraid, we have to think big orange. The big picture is the most important. If you don't eat your fill, how will you have the strength to lose weight? How will you have the strength to find fault?" Urkiola. He always felt that something was wrong. There were some vague clues, but in the next second, this woman completely disrupted his speculation. She opened the large kitchen to all members of the Silent Night Palace, and a meal was sold for 990,000 yen. For 990,000 yen, they could take home delicious rice and desserts. Fair to all. Fair to all. But she also had requirements. The money to buy the food must come from a legitimate source, and no killing and robbing for no reason. With Urkiola watching, if they dared to do so, they would be blacklisted. If they really had no money, they could use gold, silver, jewelry, jade to exchange. Urkiola. He found that Daxa was going to the modern world more and more frequently. But not only did they not attack Tokyo, but they dived into the trenches to dig up sunken ships, just to find gold coins. Not only that, some Daxa no longer killed the Grim Reapers, but changed to kidnapping, just to ask for a large ransom from the Soul Society. Yijiosa said that they could not kill and rob, but the Grim Reapers were not human. It should be okay to tie them up, right? The development of the situation was like a wild horse prolapsing, never to return. He didn't know what went wrong, but this woman, who was clearly at a disadvantage, forcibly lived at the top of the food chain in the virtual circle. She picked up the spatula, became the faith of the virtual circle, and cultivated a group of foodies addicted to food. He really did not expect that the virtual circle would be so obsessed with food. In a trance, Urkiola understood something. Although her card was burned by Aizen, her original intention to make money remained unchanged. The Silent Night Palace was scarce in supplies, so she became a unique merchant. Even if the profit was 300%, the virtual would not feel wrong. After all, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. The dog in the modern world was still on the way to save his master, but they did not know that their master had become the master of the virtual circle. In public, when the virtual circle gradually evolved into eating whatever he brought out, Yijiosa smiled brightly and began to slowly retract the net. Okay, the heat was enough, it was time to poison. Chapter 120. The Tokyo Doomsday Incident gradually fermented in the news reports. The popularity continued to rise, igniting the entire Japanese search for the Shinto. Since the incident was witnessed by tens of thousands of people, and the scene was like the ruins after a nuclear explosion coupled with the addition of people with ulterior motives, layer upon layer of incitement. By the time the officials came back to their senses, the development of the situation had already gone out of control. The invasion of the fire giant, the insignificance of humans, the complicated situation, and the panic of being unable to match. All kinds of factors superimposed caused the Shinto forces that were declining under the technological civilization to gradually show signs of revival. Psionic ability users, a group that was usually lost in the crowd, were quietly approaching Tokyo, gathering from a plate of loose sand into a force. Undercurrents were surging in all directions. Kimimaro packed his luggage and checked out of the homestay. He boarded the Shinkansen train and set off for Tokyo. His Excellency's dogs ran away. He didn't know their whereabouts. But, according to his personal experience, wherever the incident was the biggest, this wave of dogs should be there. After all, not just any dog had the ability to tear down a hospital. Kimimaro followed the crowd and stood down. In order to grasp the information as soon as possible, he simply used the transformation technique to transform into Yijiosa's appearance. According to His Excellency's personality, every time he went to a place, he would inevitably leave behind countless, bloody storms, involving many interpersonal relationships. In this way, instead of letting him spend time searching for clues, it was better to wait for the relevant people to come knocking on his door. Kimimaro easily found a place with many people, holding a book, quietly sitting on the overpass. He sat from noon to dusk, encountering the Grim Reaper wearing the Grim Reaper outfit, and encountering the student carrying a tennis bag. During the verbal confrontation, Kimimaro sorted out his thoughts and began skillfully cleaning up the mess. His Excellency signed a contract with the Soul Society and had to fulfill it. His Excellency signed an agreement with the Ice Emperor and had to abide by it. His Excellency's dog was causing trouble and had to be stopped. His Excellency had temporarily disappeared and had to wait. Kimimaro was an overly intelligent and precocious child. Although he appeared pure and harmless in front of Yijiosa, he was extremely shrewd when interacting with outsiders. He imitated Yijiosa vividly and easily tricked the young Ice Emperor. He even obtained a new black card from the God of Death. Not only that, but he also learned a rather interesting piece of news. Right, Yi-jun, do you know a silver-haired man? The Grim Reaper youth scratched his head and recalled. Silver hair and white clothes. Lord Winter Lion said that he had your dog with him. He's very strong. Do you know each other? Kimimaro smiled and said nothing. He was in no hurry to confirm or deny anything. This ambiguous attitude gave the Grim Reaper youth the illusion that Yi-jun and the silver-haired man knew each other. The corner of the young man's mouth lifted. He caught quite a number of Daxu, and all of them were still alive. We, the Soul Society, accepted them. According to the terms, we should pay him. He took out the black card and frowned. Lord Winter Lion wanted us to find you to determine his safety. Kimimaro's eyes moved slightly. Safety? Yes, he's really hard to talk to. The knife in his hand is powerful and dangerous. The young man shrank his neck. If Lord Winter Lion hadn't recognized your dog, maybe we would have treated him as a Vastod. Only after confirming his safety can we pay the money. Silver hair and white clothes, followed by Lord's dog. Would Lord's dog betray its master? No, it wouldn't. The other party could only be an acquaintance. But in his impression, there was no one who looked like silver hair and white clothes. Putting aside whether the other party was a friend or a foe, just the fact that the other party was following a dog was enough to make him suspicious. In any case, the other party must have some relationship with Lord. How could he miss this opportunity to get information? However, the other party had silver hair and Lord had black hair. TSK. Kimimaro smiled slightly and said with Yijiosa's face, if you are worried, you can give me the money first. He generously admitted, the one you're talking about is my boyfriend. Ha! It's the same as giving him to me. Kimimaro dug deeper and deeper. You can tell him to come to me. I will be in the Ice Emperor in the near future. The young man thought so. It was really unreasonable for a beauty like Yiju not to have a boyfriend. Alas, it was not easy to get the opportunity to give the card, but the result was that the secret love ended before he could even start to hit on her. Kimimaro took away the black cards that the Saishomaru dogs worked hard for. On the other side, the Saishomaru dogs didn't know that their plan to hide money had been completely ruined. They didn't get their black cards, nor did they wait for Grimjow to come to find trouble. Without the black cards to record data, what was the use of killing a bunch of Daxu? Grimjow didn't come to find them. How could they help their owner attract the firepower? Because the movement in Tokyo was too big, it attracted 3 captain-level Grim Reapers. Their keen senses told them that the dumb void that had been hidden had been brought back to the Soul Corp Society. Without this stupid hollow, who would open the black hole? In order to prevent the Grim Reapers from treating them as Vastad-level enemies, they didn't try their best to protect the hollow. They only changed the topic and hoped that the day Soul Society conquered the Hueco Circle, they could bring 1 or 2 of them along. The Grim Reapers agreed, but their so-called conquest needed to wait. Wait. They couldn't wait. Their owner was going to die in the Hueco Circle. Dogs couldn't hold back. They didn't ask for anything. They just hoped for a Grim Reaper or Hollow to open the black hole. But who knew that they wouldn't know if they didn't go? When they arrived, they were shocked. They never thought that Yijiosa would actually come back. Still in the Ice Emperor Academy. Wait, what? The owner snatched the black cards that they worked so hard to earn. Well, the black cards fell into the owner's hands. It was nothing. At least she bought dog food for them to eat. Unlike Kimimaro, who only gave them cold water to soak their rice, but they all understood the truth. How did the owner get out of the Hueco Circle? And what kind of mentality did you have when you called yourself Saishomaru's girlfriend? TSK, look at Saishomaru. When he heard the word boyfriend, his face changed. After that, he simply turned back into white firewood and ignored everyone. It seemed that he was very angry. Speaking of which, who would like such a rude woman? Maybe there was something wrong with his taste. A group of dogs said no with their mouths, but their bodies were very honest. They went to the Ice Emperor Academy to confirm the truth of the matter. But when Kimimaro put on Yijiosa's skin and blocked their way, they realized the seriousness of the situation. The owner was still in the Hueco Circle, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The black cards fell into the hands of the enemy, and soaked their rice in cold water. Why was the life of a dog so difficult? The dogs in the modern world were almost going crazy. Yijiosa in the Hueco Circle was ready to poison. Of course, this poison was not really poison. According to his many days of observation, he found that Hollow was a spiritual body that had no excretion troubles. No matter what he fed them, they never went to the toilet. Food would only be compressed into spiritual particles and digested by them. Even if it was a human poison, for them, it was just a kind of spiritual particles that were slightly difficult to digest. It was completely impossible to poison them. And once the poison trick was discovered, he would definitely end up badly. Instead of that, it was better to find a more reliable way. At that moment, Yijiosa reduced the workload and limited the number of desserts and food. In a situation where the supply could not meet the demand, he still gave enough portions to Urkiola and Grimjow. This sharp contrast and biased attitude made the eyes of the Hollow that could not be satisfied. The conflict was intensifying bit by bit. Yijiosa pretended not to know and carefully carried out his plan. Suyi Palace symbolized the highest civilization in the Hueco Circle. But this civilization was thin and pale, something that could not stand up to scrutiny. The Hollow was still the Hollow, other than fighting and devouring, there was nothing else they could do. They did not understand entertainment, did not understand leisure, and would not know how many interesting things were hidden in the strange and dazzling human world. The boring and monotonous days passed for thousands of years, day after day, and the hollow life was meaningless. However, one day, a human uncovered the tip of the iceberg for them and let them experience a different kind of amorous feeling. Food, let the hollow and incomplete heart have a place to yearn for. It was also at this moment that they understood that the existence of the tongue and taste buds was not just a gnaw on the soul. There were also many ups and downs, worth savoring. But there was only one chef, and there were so many hollow desires. When the supply of food was sharply reduced by half, an obscure dispute gradually arose. Was it? As long as they killed Urkiola and Grimjow, they could occupy that chef. They were hollow, monsters formed because of the incomplete soul. Once this kind of monster had an obsession, it would be affected by the obsession. The undercurrent was turbulent. Yijiosa waited for Grimjow to recover from his injuries and watched him transform from a lazy big cat into a tall and strong man. In the other's extremely aggressive eyes, he appeared very harmless. Grimjow, on account of the many days I have taken care of you, come with me to the modern world. Grimjow cracked his knuckles. Woman, did you forget something? He reached out and pointed at his head. I will help you remember that clay pot. Yijiosa. He had forgotten that cats were creatures that held grudges. For example, Grimjow had fed him for so many days, but what he remembered was always being beaten by a clay pot. Stupid white-eyed cat. If you don't accompany me to the modern world, you will be in trouble later. Yijiosa took advantage of the moment when he was unprepared and gave him a 7 stars encirclement to freeze him. Unless someone attacked Grimjow, this freeze couldn't be lifted. And if there really was a hollow looking for trouble, Void Knight Palace wouldn't be far from internal strife. His original plan was very good, using the excuse of buying ingredients and letting out some fresh air to get this stupid leopard's consent. Once the leopard arrogantly brought him to the modern world, he would have countless ways to get rid of this Daxu. Once he escaped, Urkiola's surveillance mission on him would fail. Then, this Vastod that once attacked his back would definitely not be able to escape punishment. As a Vastod, would he really be willing to accept punishment? If he accepted punishment, would the other hollow powers let him go? Grimjow was ranked 6th. There were countless hollow powers that wanted to kill him during his weak period. Urkiola was ranked 4th. If he entered his weak period, he would probably be torn apart into a skeleton. So what? Although he had some feelings for him after so many days, they were still enemies after all. The estrangement was hard to get rid of. Void Knight Palace, this broken place, was just like Eisen. No matter how glorious, solemn, and righteous it pretended to be, it couldn't change the fact that it was raising a bunch of hollow powers. However, Yijiosa didn't expect that Grimjow was such a vengeful leopard. He actually wanted to teach him a lesson. The plan went awry. If it was Urkiola who accompanied him to the modern world to buy things, could he still escape? Would he stay here and wait for Grimjow's iron fist? He seemed to have mysteriously failed. However, he couldn't care so much for now. He had to go to the modern world first, then think of a plan. Urkiola, there must be a way to get rid of him. Chapter 121. Before Zhang Wuji's mother kicked the bucket, she warned her son, remember, don't trust women, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Xia Yingfeng's lyrics were sung 100 times, he warned the world at the top of his voice, I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe a man's stupid mouth. Unfortunately, Urkiola was just a simple void. Other than facial paralysis, he was fighting. Not only had he never read Jin Yong, he also didn't know Xia Ing Feng, he also wouldn't know Yi Josa wore the skin of a beautiful woman, had a man's sweet mouth, and a heart that was worse than a dog's. His lethality could be said to have increased exponentially. At that time she was looking at him with eager eyes and using sincere words to beg him. She used a weak attitude to cling to him. Urquiola, let me tell you, this is my lifetime request. You must take me to the modern world to buy the freshest ingredients. I can't do it without you leading the way. I'll fucking kneel to you. I must make this Buddha jumps over the wall today. If I don't go, I won't get up. Yi Josa began to make a scene. He directly lay on the floor. Urquiola. He had been in the Void Night Palace for so long, but he had never seen such a shameless rolling scene. He didn't agree. He lifted his feet and left unexpectedly. The shameless behind him began to speak. Big brother, if you don't take me to fly, I can only find another void. Urquiola paused. Think about it, unless you kill all the Daxu in the entire Void Night Palace, I can definitely find someone to take me to the modern world to buy groceries. Yi Joseph grinned happily. It's just a deal to make a few more meals. Urquiola was silent for a while, raised his hand, grabbed his collar, and dragged him into the black hole. The void circle and the modern world were two different spacetime. And the dependence between spacetime and spacetime mainly relied on the black hole. The black cavity was a spacetime tunnel. The stronger the ability of the person who opened it, the more stable it would be. This was also the reason why Yi Josa insisted on flying with a Vastod-class Daxu. He didn't want to be torn apart by the passage halfway through the dark chamber. He didn't want to be cut into pieces by the spacetime storm. How humiliating would that be? Urquiola's blackmail was very steady, so steady that Yi Josa had to reevaluate his strength. At the same time, he started to feel uneasy and wondered if he could escape. Yi Josa returned to the modern world and landed in a dark alley. Behind him, Ulquiorra closed the black cavity, converged its Ryatsu, and became as ordinary as a hole. I'll watch you, woman. Urquiola said slowly, don't try to escape. Yi Josa smiled. Of course not. As if. As soon as his feet stepped out of the alley, Yi Josa breathed in the long-lost people and found the right direction to go to Shizuoka Prefecture. Urquiola was extremely rational, so rational that he was almost emotionless. Playing tricks could be used against Grimjow, but it would be less effective against Urquiola. Whether he escaped openly or found an open space to fight before running away, he couldn't avoid the possibility of injuring innocent people. It was true that he wanted to escape, but he didn't want to involve anyone in the modern world. And the only way he could think of was. Yi Josa's goal was set, so he carried it out to the max. He bought groceries in a dignified manner and changed his place of business. The beef had to be from Kobe, the abalone had to be freshly fished, and the fruits and vegetables had to be freshly picked. For this, he took the train to various cities, and sometimes even competed with hundreds of shops for a pile of mushroom goods. Was he tired? He was very tired. After going through so much, his bones were almost falling apart. But he looked at Vastod behind him. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. Other than his eyebrows being slightly furrowed, he didn't look any different. He's really haunting me. No matter where he went, Urquiola could really follow him. Yi Josa didn't say anything and took the train to Shizuoka Prefecture. Because of his previous actions, Urquiola wouldn't doubt his purpose no matter where he wanted to go. This woman was wandering around just to buy ingredients. This way, even if an accident happened to him, this Vastod wouldn't vent her anger on humans. She would just think that he was unlucky and got unlucky because of ingredients. Yi Josa bought and quietly approached Sunset Shrine. He pretended to be curious and came to the shrine under the recommendation of a passerby. He carefully avoided the tourists and slowly walked inside. Yijiosa wandered around for a long time before he finally made up his mind. He slowly walked to Bone-Eating Well. What a deep well. Yijiosa sighed. He placed his hands on the edge of the well and stuck most of his body in. It's pitch black down there. I can't see anything. Urkiola didn't reply. He only looked up and studied Sunset Shrine, sensing the spiritual power that was more active here than anywhere else. What do you think is down there? Yijiosa mumbled to himself. He glanced at the emptiness behind him. There seems to be a bone. Ah. A short ah escaped his mouth. Yijiosa made up his mind. He kicked off the ground and flipped over. He fell into the well while Urkiola was off guard. TSK, even if Yijiosa wanted to escape, he had to do it in a foolproof manner. If Urkiola couldn't enter the well, then he would be free from then on. If Urkiola used the well to transmigrate, then he would take his revenge. There were few humans in the warring states 500 years ago. No matter how many times you dodged, you wouldn't harm the lives of innocents. If that was the case, there was nothing wrong with fighting you before leaving. Yijiosa suddenly fell into the well, and Vastad behind him teleported forward. He stretched out his arm, but he only managed to tear a corner of his clothes. When he looked into the well, he discovered that there was no longer any sign of life. She's gone. Urkiola rubbed the corner of his clothes and leapt down the well. Unexpectedly, he stepped on countless rotten bones, but he couldn't find his target. Where did this woman go? Above the sky of Void Night Palace. The white-robed Aizen stared at the dark sky. Her smoky gray eyes became extremely deep. In the vast sky, a crack slowly split open. A pair of white hands suddenly hooked onto the crack and ruthlessly tore it open to both sides. Wrapped in a hurricane and drifting flames, a few strands of wine-red hair fluttered in the wind, bringing a trace of elegance. Red hair and black eyes, a white cloak fluttered behind her. Huge earrings pulled at her earlobes, fluttering non-stop. He tore open the space and stood in the sky of Void Night Palace. He looked down at Aizen below, his eyes cold and alert. Plunderer. Plunderer. Aizen. Plus medical fern. Yoshi Asakura. Aizen laughed softly, you don't have to be so guarded against me. We're both plunderers, so we can be colleagues. Colleagues. Yoshi Asakura slowly landed and stood not far away. No need. Who knows when you'll attack me? But before we fall out, I really want to hear what you have to say. Yoshi Asakura smiled. What made you take the risk of being discovered by the Protector to gather the other plunderers? Of course it's for Wang Jian and the main body. Aizen didn't hide and slowly released her Ryatsu. The main body I plundered is a troublesome person. I need help. I promise, if you help me, I'll definitely help you. Aizen said, I have some information about the main body. As long as I get rid of the main body, I can completely replace him and successfully survive. But I also found traces of the Protector. The atmosphere froze. Yoshi Asakura looked up. State your conditions. Get rid of the main body, recast Wang Jian, and become the Spirit King, said Aizen. As for the Protector, I can leave it to you. Yoshi Asakura pondered for a moment. Fine. Activating Wang Jian requires a sacrifice of 100,000 living beings in Tokyo. At that time, Soul Corp Society will definitely stop us. Aizen said, the main body must have a Protector by his side. They won't let us succeed so easily. For now, I can't know the main body's form, nor do I know to what extent the main body can recover. But my appearance will alert him, so I need help. I need someone to help me get rid of him. Aizen smiled, quietly watching Yoshi Asakura, secretly evaluating this whetstone. Yoshi Asakura nodded. The main body he plundered, Yoshi Asakura, was someone who had reached the level of Psychic Monarch. If the main body hadn't been unlucky enough to disappear in the spacetime storm, he wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of it. And before he found the main body and got rid of him, it didn't seem to be a big deal to earn some extra money. After all, by killing the protector, he could rob the other's lifetime and obtain skills. If he could fuse with an uncontaminated Jinjiang system, then. Chapter 122. Urkiola stood at the bottom of the well. Silence. He knew that Yijiosa was not an obedient woman. But he did not expect that. Even if she was right under his nose, she could still be so restless. He had just warned her not to try to escape, and in the blink of an eye, she challenged his bottom line. It was fortunate that she was so shrewd. If she had been caught by him just now, he would have locked her up. This woman who was outwardly obedient but inwardly opposed. She had taken a big detour in the modern world just to run. With such a roundabout way, it seemed that she would not come out of her hiding place anytime soon. However, she could hide for a while, but he did not believe that she could hide for a lifetime. As long as she returned to the modern world, he would catch her sooner or later. Urkiola was an extremely rationalist. The illusion might be able to temporarily blind his eyes, but with a little speculation, it was not difficult to understand the truth behind the illusion. Although Yijiosa had set him up, killing indiscriminately was not his hobby. Taking his anger out on an ant like a human. It could not solve the problem, nor was it necessary. He did not feel angry at all. The only thought in his mind was to capture Yijiosa. It was probably because of the failure of the surveillance. It made him particularly concerned about this matter. Urkiola opened the black chamber. He flashed in expressionlessly. 5 minutes later. The same black chamber. The same vast odd. Once again, it descended beside the bone-eating well. Still not out. He was really able to keep his composure. Urkiola opened the black chamber again. He stepped into the room with a chilling aura. About 20 minutes later, the same black chamber and the same vast odd appeared again. Its dark green eyes stared at the edge of the well as if it wanted to burn through a hole. I've really underestimated you. Human, how long do you want to hide? Urkiola opened the black chamber for the 3rd time. He suppressed the restless spiritual pressure and stepped into the pitch-black chamber. He turned his head, and with an indescribable emotion, he looked at the dark and deep well through the gradually closing hole. Since he did not want to come back, then he would never be caught back to the void circle. Ulquiorra stepped on the black chamber and walked steadily towards the void circle. The difference was that no one's footsteps could be heard behind him. Space was vast, and the darkness was endless. Everything before his eyes returned to nothingness once more. What a cunning woman. When Urkiola returned to Night Void Palace, he found that Grimjow's palace had been demolished into ruins. The smell of blood permeated the air amidst the scattered rubble. There were broken limbs and dazzling spiritual droplets. The Panther King's claws tore apart buildings and slaughtered a bunch of Daxu. He calmly lifted his foot and stepped over the broken bones and blood-stained rags. He grabbed the huge wreckage with one hand and sent it flying. Then, he stretched out his other hand and grabbed the leopard's listless tail. With a burst of strength, he dragged the dying Grimjow out. Grimjow. Urkiola shook the leopard's tail in his hand. Seeing that he did not respond, he stepped on his face. Are you dead? Grimjow spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to open his swollen eyes. Damn it. Take your foot off me. Do you know the consequences of releasing Void Flash in Night Void Palace? Urkiola stared at him coldly, returning blade, Void Flash, killing your own kind. You will be destroyed. Destroyed. Grimjow roared hoarsely, if it wasn't for that hateful woman, how could it be like this? The leopard stretched out his claws and pointed at the ruins, complaining, every palace has a barrier attached to the door, but she... It's all her fault. She didn't close the door when she went out. Urkiola. What a haunting woman she is. Yijiosa took a deep breath of the air of the Warring States period and sniffed with emotion. It was not easy for him to live, it was not easy at all. After so many hardships, he finally escaped from the MLM organization, Night Void Palace. Damn, I'm so touched. Yijiosa held the bitter tea in his hands and let out a long sigh. When he reached the climax of his passion, he grabbed Nero's sleeve and blew his nose. Nara. It's really the same. Yijiosa let go of Nara and found that Maple Village changed rapidly during the time he was not in the Warring States period. Takashi Natsume was indeed a potential stock that he valued. He could really travel through bone-eating well and come to the past 500 years with Guwei. He obeyed Yijiosa's order and went to find the witch Sui with the sword and the feather. Although the witch Sui was old, she was still hale and hardy. Even though her hands could no longer hold a bow and arrow, she still taught Xiaomu everything she had learned in her life. Natsume not only had the ability but also the talent. More importantly, he was very hard-working. When he mastered the Reiki, he asked to leave and went to various villages with his cat to practice what he had learned. When the demons retreated, he met Kikyu, the powerful witch that Yijiosa emphasized to be the most powerful one. Kikyo cherished talent, so he allowed Natsume to follow her temporarily. And Nara, who had been following them, became a punching bag for Natsume to practice. Kikyo told Natsume, don't be polite. Just hit him. He won't die. Natsume was a little embarrassed, sensei. Isn't this too much? Kikyo shook his head, he likes to be beaten. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Natsume. Nara. Nara showed a forced smile. His heart was bleeding, but he also understood that Kikyo still had a bad impression of him. In the face of a woman he liked, he would naturally agree to whatever she said. Nara looked at Natsume, her eyes soft, please don't be polite to hit me. I like this feeling very much. Natsume's eyes became very frightened. The cat on his shoulder suddenly became angry. My God! Is this a living masochist? Natsume was a good boy after all. Even if it was the teacher's order, he would not do it if he felt it was against his bottom line. With Natsume as a moderator, although Kikyo knew that Nara had been following her, the atmosphere between them was not as hostile as before. On the eve of Yijiosa's return, Natsume had finished his journey and returned to Maple Village. At that time, Kikyo stood outside the village and was silent for a long time. But as a dead person, she finally chose to turn around and leave without stepping into the village. Nara. This was the first time that Kikyo called Nara's name, stay and take care of him. She did not wait for his reply and left. In the swirling wind, she always left him a back that he could only look at but not touch. She should be like the bright moon, chased by the meteors. He hoped that before he burned his life, he could get a little closer to her, just a little bit more. This was destined to be a hopeless wait, but he was still willing to stay. Nara watched Kikyo leave and stayed in Maple Village. As the person who managed People See City, Nara managed the village with only a few dozen people with ease. As long as he did not run into Inuyasha's dog face, he was a gentle and elegant man. But Nara never expected that after a long time, he would see Ijosa's face again. Nara. The smile gradually disappeared. Ijosa did not have a dog belt, nor did he bring a dog with him. The first thing he did when he climbed into the bone-eating well was to find someone he knew for help, hoping to send a letter to Soul Society to express his continuous bad luck and get some compensation. Yi-jun, why didn't you send the letter yourself? Natsum was puzzled. I don't know them. I can only rely on you. Once I leave the bone-eating well, I'll be a live target. Ijosa's eyes were very old. Listen, Natsum, I owe the hospital hundreds of millions. Once I leave, the whole world is my creditor. Natsum's lips trembled. Hundreds. Hundreds of millions. Yeah, not only that, I'm also being chased by a few Vastod. Ijosa's eyes exuded the aura of a salted fish. Once I leave, the whole world is my enemy. Natsum's face twitched. Forget it. I signed an agreement with the Ice Emperor, but I've only fulfilled it a few times in the end. Ijosa's expression was full of vicissitudes. Once I leave, the whole world is filled with teenagers that I've scummed before. Natsum's face was blank. Natsum. Ijosa pressed his palms together and pleaded solemnly, I'll be the first to leave the bone-eating well and draw the hatred. You'll definitely arrive at Death's base camp safely. I'm so sorry, I wanted to ask Inuyasha to send the letter for me. Ijosa was troubled, but Inuyasha's brain isn't working. What if he mistook Vastod for Death and went to deliver the letter? Then wouldn't he be a dead dog? Natsum. I also thought of asking Nara to deliver the letter. Ijosa's expression was bitter, but Nara is not a good person. Look at him. He has a feminine face, squinting eyes, all black, and big wavy hair. Which part of him looks like a good person? Ijosa dissed Nara with extreme disdain. If I ask him to deliver the letter, what if he gets along well with Vastod and plots against me instead? Then wouldn't I die young? Natsum. I also thought of asking Guwei to deliver the letter. Ijosa grabbed his hair, feeling like he was going bald, but Guwei is a beautiful girl. Did you know? Vastod of Hollow Knight Palace loves to capture beautiful girls. Ijosa revealed the expression of a wolf grandmother. Before he met me, that Vastod was capturing a schoolgirl with big breasts. Then he discovered that my breasts were even bigger. So he captured me. Cat teacher. Natsum said worriedly, Are you okay? Did they do anything strange to you? No. They're crazy. They forced me to cook for them for more than 10 days. Ijosa complained, if Guwei delivers the letter, she'll be captured to cook for them. Natsum's worry gradually disappeared, leaving only a blank expression on his face. So, Natsum, you're the only one left, please. Natsum. What else could he say? Unfortunately, Ijosa's plan could not keep up with the changes. While he was still wrangling in the Warring States period, in the modern world, the rescue team led by Kurosaki Ichigo had already brought his 6 dogs to open the black hole. Inoue Orihime had never given up on rescuing Ijosa, but it was better to rely on herself than on others. While Grim Reaper was busy planning the battle plan, she could not bear it any longer. She begged everyone, and Kurosaki Ichigo was a righteous person, so naturally, he would not sit idly by. Especially since Ijosa had fallen into the void circle to save his companions. They did not know that Ijosa had already escaped, and only thought that she was still suffering in the void circle. So, Kurosaki Ichigo and Saishomaru reached a consensus to put saving people on the front line. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo's black hole opened and engulfed his teammates and dogs, Ijosa had just climbed up the bone-eating well. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.